Chapter 138. Wu Xingwen fell into silence. Say it. Mu Lianyi hissed. I did all of this for you. Wu Xingwen yelled out. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a powerful force burst out from the abyss. For me? Mu Lianyi sneered and said. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Wu Xingwen. I want to use this fire immunity chilling pearl to exchange for my freedom. Wu Xingwen smiled bleakly and said, I said before that I will wait until I am successful and prominent before I come back to marry you. I did it. 3 days ago, I brought an army with thousands of men and horses, wielding an artifact sword and wearing golden armor to meet you. It was extremely awe-inspiring and dazzling. But do you know what I used to exchange for it? I got this in exchange for being someone's gigolo. I got this in exchange for being the boy toy of the most promiscuous and vicious widow of the Northwest Qin family. She was the one who recommended me to be a sword slave to the Qin clan's young lord. She was the one who recommended me to be the deputy commander of the blazing fire cavalry. I used such humiliating methods to exchange for my status and glory. After finishing his statement, Wu Xingwen's sword dropped to the ground. He looked as though he had lost his soul as tears flowed down his face. How did this happen? How did this happen? Mu Lianyi asked while trembling. I didn't want this to happen either. But one day, I woke up and was already lying beside that widow. She drugged me with a shocking amount of medicine. She threatened that if I didn't obey her, she would kill my parents and send people to humiliate you. Wu Xingwen trembled and said, What should I do? What should I do? I obeyed her and she gave me everything. But I wanted to leave her all the time. Finally, I had the chance. The #1 prodigy of the evil ways, Princess Dugu Fengwu of the Temple of Blood, issued a trade order to the world. She needed the fire immunity chilling pearl, and she was willing to use all treasures to exchange for it. That included the evil ways, evil saint canon, the evil soul art. When he heard this, Yang Dingtian's heart shuddered, but his face didn't reveal any expression. What did Dugu Fengwu want the fire immunity chilling pearl for? Was she going to the fire cloud devil cave to forge a soul sword? Calculating her age, it was just the right time for her to forge a soul sword, because it would take at least a few years to dig up enough bloody black gold. Wu Xingwen continued. The evil soul art has caused all the famous sects in the world to tremble in fear. At the same time, it has also caused everyone to drool. Among them was my master, the young master of the Qin clan. In the end, news of you digging up the fire immunity chilling pearl came. Originally, the Qin clan's young master wanted to send someone to kill you and snatch the fire immunity chilling pearl. However, how could I let him harm you? Thus, I gave him a military order saying that he would hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl's mission to me. If I can obtain the fire immunity chilling pearl and offer it to him, he will grant me my freedom and stop that widow from seizing me. He will allow me to marry you. If I don't get the fire immunity chilling pearl, then I will be torn apart by 5 horses. Mu Lianyi's delicate body suddenly trembled when she heard the words 5 horses will tear her body apart. Then why didn't you tell me? You clearly know that I am willing to give you anything. Why did you use such a method to obtain the fire immunity chilling pearl? Mu Lianyi asked. At this moment, her voice couldn't help but become gentle. Wu Xingwen laughed miserably and said, If you are a man, would you be willing to ask your beloved woman for a treasure in such a pathetic manner? I want to maintain the most glorious and dazzling image in front of you. I would rather die than appear so pathetic and ugly in front of you. Idiot, you're really an idiot. Mu Lianyi suddenly burst into tears. I love you as a person, not your status or your glory. I just want to live a happy and peaceful life. I like freedom, but I don't like glory. You should have told me directly. I would have given you the fire immunity chilling pearl without a second word. Wu Xingwen shook his head and said miserably, It's too late, too late. I have already revealed my ugly side in front of you. Everything is too late for me. I no longer have any hope. After speaking, Wu Xingwen picked up the sharp sword and slashed across his neck. No! Mu Lianyi cried out miserably and pounced towards Wu Xingwen. She snatched the sharp sword from his neck and didn't care that her hand was cut by the sword. Mu Lianyi, don't go over. Yang Dingtian shouted. I don't need you to care about me. Get lost. Mu Lianyi turned and shouted at Yang Dingtian. Then she caressed Wu Xingwen's handsome face and said, Xingwen, it's not too late for us. I don't care about your past. I will give you the fire immunity chilling pearl. You can give it to that bullshit Qin clan's young master and let him give you freedom. Then we will go to a place with no one and live happily together for the rest of our lives. Mu Lianyi said as she stuffed the fire immunity chilling pearl into Wu Xingwen's hand. Yang Dingtian, I am sorry. I changed my mind. I want to give the fire immunity chilling pearl to the man I have waited for 5 years. Mu Lianyi turned and faced Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian sighed and looked at the sky with a bitter smile. Wu Xingwen took the fire immunity chilling pearl and looked at Mu Lianyi with a complicated gaze. He then looked at the fire immunity chilling pearl and shook his head. Lianyi, it's too late. It's too late. Then he slowly took the sharp sword from Mu Lianyi's hand. Mu Lianyi cried, It's not too late. It's not too late. As long as we love each other, it's not too late. No, it's too late. Wu Xingwen said slowly, I have already shown you my ugly side, so it's too late. Then Wu Xingwen placed the sharp sword on Mu Lianyi's neck. Mu Lianyi was completely stunned. She didn't even know what was going on and couldn't make a sound. Wu Xingwen sneered, You have seen my ugly side, so it's too late. You can only die now. Then Wu Xingwen continued, Most of what I said was true, but some of it was false. It's true that I became the boy toy of the Northwest Qin clan's widow, but I wasn't forced. I was willing. In fact, I even knelt down and begged for it. I served her like a dog and tried to curry favor with her. It was because of her favor that I had a meteoric rise and obtained my current status. Also, the one who wanted to snatch the fire immunity chilling pearl was me and not the Qin clan's young lord. I wanted to use the fire immunity chilling pearl to exchange for the evil soul art with Dugu Fengwu. Mu Lianyi felt as though she was struck by lightning as she completely lost her ability to react. Also, I knew that Tuoba was forcing you to marry him, but I didn't stop him because I wanted to obtain the fire immunity chilling pearl from him. Of course, I had another thought. When you were forced to a dead end by Tuoba, I would appear like a savior and make you fall wholeheartedly in love with me. Wu Xingwen said coldly, I didn't expect for Yan Nantian to appear in the middle and ruin my plan. My image as a savior who turned the tide was ruined by more than half. He actually stole half of my glory. Mu Lianyi seemed to gradually come back to life, but her entire face was devoid of life. She looked at Wu Xingwen and asked slowly, Then why didn't you ask me for the fire immunity chilling pearl directly? I felt that you wouldn't give it to me. Wu Xingwen said, In fact, I had secretly tested you, but you pretended not to have any reaction. Mu Lianyi shook her head and said, I have no idea when you tested me. As long as you said that you wanted the fire immunity chilling pearl, I would have given it to you. At this moment, Wu Xingwen was startled and sighed. After staying in the dark for so long, I thought of everyone else in the dark. I judged you by my own standards and thought that you wouldn't give such a cardinal treasure to anyone. Therefore, I could only follow you secretly and wait for you to take the fire immunity chilling pearl. Then I would take it with a mask. Originally, I didn't have any flaws, but when I heard Yang Dingtian's name, I was so shocked that I forgot to cover up and revealed a flaw. I came here for 2 purposes. First, to get the fire immunity chilling pearl. Second, to find Yang Dingtian and kill Yang Dingtian. Who knew that I would kill 2 birds with 1 stone today? Therefore, when you shouted out Yang Dingtian's name, How could I not be excited and forget about me? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but say, I didn't think that I would be so important. Wu Xingwen said, You completely crippled Qin Xiaobai. Now, the entire Northwest Qin clan is looking for you. Whoever kills you and offers your head to the Qin clan lord can become the son-in-law of the Qin clan and marry the Qin clan lord's fourth daughter. How could I not go crazy? Mu Lianyi smiled bleakly and said, Taking the Northwest Qin clan's fourth young lady is enough to make you so crazy? Of course, Wu Xingwen said. In terms of beauty, she isn't inferior to you. In terms of status, even though she is a concubine's daughter, she is 1,000 times more noble than you. Any man in the world would know how to choose. Of course, you are the forever throbbing in my heart. You are a memory that I can't erase. However, it's too late now. We have already shed all pretense of cordiality. I have already revealed my ugly face. Mu Lianyi smiled bleakly and said, Yes, it's too late. Your ugliness makes me look so stupid. What are you going to do now? Wu Xingwen said, Since we have shed all pretense of cordiality, I might as well be shameless to the end. I am going to kill Yang Dingtian and go to the Northwest Qin clan to receive the reward and marry the Qin clan's fourth young lady. As for you, you will be my concubine, a concubine or a servant. Your figure is very good. I have been coveting it for a long time. Mu Lianyi smiled in despair again and said, Then what if I don't agree? Wu Xingwen said, I will use your father's life to threaten you. Mu Lianyi laughed and spat out blood. She looked at Yang Dingtian and said, Yang Dingtian, young master, I am so stupid, so stupid. My eyes are blind, my eyes are blind. Young master, in my next life, I will be your servant to repay your kindness. In this life, please forgive my previous rudeness. After speaking, Mu Lianyi's palm struck her forehead. She was actually going to commit suicide. Bang! However, before her palm struck her forehead, Wu Xingwen's palm struck down and knocked Mu Lianyi unconscious. He then threw her to the side. Now it's time to deal with you. Wu Xingwen lightly waved his sword and said to Yang Dingtian, I am a 5-star great mystic martial master. I will definitely not use any mystic skills. Furthermore, I will only stab your head. Do you think I can kill you in 3 moves? Yang Dingtian spread out his hands and said, Of course I can. I have yet to recover from my injuries, and I don't even have half of mystic chi left. If you want to kill me, 1 move is more than enough. Yang Dingtian wasn't lying at all. Wu Xingwen was too smart and ruthless. If he really wanted to kill Yang Dingtian, there really wouldn't be any possibility of failure. Then let's begin. Wu Xingwen sneered, I allow you to make the first move and die a hero's death. Yang Dingtian held the sharp sword in his hand and said, There are 2 situations. If you take my head to receive the reward, it will be better. If you capture me alive and present me to the Qin family's lord, the reward will be better. Of course, I'll capture you alive. Wu Xingwen said, All right, then I'll surrender. Yang Dingtian then threw the sharp sword in his hand to the ground. Wu Xingwen couldn't help but be startled. He then laughed loudly and said, Everyone says that Yang Dingtian is a great hero who is unafraid of death. Sure enough, seeing is believing. I didn't expect Yang Dingtian to be a coward who is afraid of death. Being alive is naturally better than being dead. Yang Dingtian laughed and said, Furthermore, I want to make a deal with you. Huh. Wu Xingwen laughed again and said, With your current strength, what kind of deal can you make with me? If I didn't guess wrongly, you want to use this fire immunity chilling pearl to exchange for the evil soul art with Dugo Fengwu, right? Yang Dingtian said. So what if I do? Wu Xingwen laughed and said, But just because you know this secret, you will definitely die, Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian laughed and said, You are going to make a deal with Dugo Fengwu? Do you think you can succeed? There is a 100% chance that once you hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl, it will dismember you into pieces. In the Katkin manner, Dugu Fengwu killed hundreds of people in front of me and Dongfang Bingling. In the land of chaos, she slaughtered thousands of people just because her sister was bullied a little. Do you think such a demonic woman will make a deal with you properly? Once these words were out, Wu Xingwen's expression changed. Yang Dingtian's words weren't wrong at all. If Qin Huaiyu used the fire immunity chilling pearl to make a deal with Dugu Fengwu, it should be successful because Qin Huaiyu's cultivation wasn't too far away from Dugu Fengwu. But if Wu Xingwen went to make a deal, he would be courting death. So what? Wu Xingwen instantly laughed and said, "You reminded me. Then I will give the fire immunity chilling pearl to young Lord Qin and you to Lord. This way, I will marry the Qin clan's fourth young lady. You are welcome." Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "But if you were to make a choice, would you choose the evil soul art? Between the evil soul art and being the son-in-law of the Qin clan, which would you choose?" Wu Xingwen's expression changed and laughed. "Nonsense, of course, I choose the evil soul art. The evil soul art is the supreme treasure manual of the world. With the evil soul art, I can become incomparably powerful. I can obtain any beauty or authority. But didn't you say that with my strength, it is impossible for me to make a deal with Dugu Fengwu for the evil soul art? It is impossible to make a deal with her." Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "But if you make a deal with me, you can obtain the evil soul art." Once these words were out, Wu Xingwen's expression changed drastically. Chapter 139. Ha ha ha. Wu Xingwen laughed out loud. "Who do you think you are? You have the evil soul art? Stop dreaming." Wu Xingwen's reaction was one of disbelief. Yang Dingtian was about to speak when the sound of galloping horse came from the foot of the mountain, along with loud shouts. Wu Xingwen's expression changed, and he sent a palm strike towards the back of Yang Dingtian's head. Yang Dingtian had just recovered from his severe injuries, and his mystic qi had only recovered a little. When he saw Wu Xingwen's palm strike, he immediately retreated. However, he was still struck by a powerful mystic qi energy on his head. His vision turned black, and he immediately fainted. When Yang Dingtian woke up again, he was already in a dungeon. The entire dungeon was dark and damp. It was only 10 square meters in size and was surrounded by thick walls. The door was made of pure metal and was a few inches thick. Suddenly, a painful and confused voice came from the cell next door. Moreover, this voice was somewhat familiar. It was Mu Lianyi's voice. Yang Dingtian quickly stuck to the wall and hit it hard. "Mu Lianyi, is that you?" "Kacha!" A small window opened on the wall and a handsome face appeared. It was Wu Xinglia, or Wu Xingwen. "Yang Dingtian, you're finally awake. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Wu Xingwen said, "I was about to perform a good show for you." Wu Xingwen pointed at Mu Lianyi on the bed. Mu Lianyi's face was flushed red and her eyes were blurred. It was obvious that this beast had drugged Mu Lianyi. "You drugged her? What drug?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes, a very strong and powerful drug. It's enough to make anyone lose their mind and enough for me to do whatever I want." Wu Xingwen sneered. "You two were once in love. Why do you have to do this to her?" Yang Dingtian said angrily. Wu Xingwen sneered. "We've already shed all pretense of cordiality. Do you still have to pretend to be affectionate? Don't you think it's boring?" Then he walked to Mu Lianyi's bed and stared at her beautiful face. "Back then I was really stupid. I was too self-abased and stupid. After getting together with her, I didn't even dare to hold her hand. Otherwise, she would have been mine long ago." Wu Xingwen smiled. "Yang Dingtian, I'm sure you don't want Mu Lianyi to suffer such a terrible fate. Then just answer one question of mine. As long as you answer it, I will let Mu Lianyi go today." "What is it?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Where is Shimin Yan Yan?" "Of course. I'm asking on behalf of the Qin clan's young master. You know that he has been coveting your wife for a long time. Wu Xingwen said, I'm even drooling over her. Shimin Yanyan's beauty is well known even to me. Any man would dream of having a peerless beauty like her. You don't have the ability, so you don't deserve such a woman. Even if Yang Dingtian said she was in the Netherworld Sea, he believed that the Qin clan's young master didn't have the ability to go to the Netherworld Sea and take away Yanyan. But Yang Dingtian wouldn't say that. If he did, it would be a great humiliation. It would also be a great betrayal to Yanyan. Even if it was a betrayal that no one knew about, he still couldn't do it. Seeing that Yang Dingtian didn't say anything, Wu Xingwen smiled and gently caressed Mu Lianyi's face. His gaze became sinister. What a beautiful person. She's about to be sullied by me. What a pity. Wu Xingwen smiled. Then his hand slid to Mu Lianyi's collar. He wanted to undo her tight leather clothes. Kill me. Hurry and kill me. Young master, kill me. Although her mind was in a daze, Mu Lianyi still instinctively shouted those words. Don't let that bastard touch me. Hurry and kill me. Mu Lianyi kept shouting. Wu Xingwen turned to Yang Dingtian. I can't endure it any longer. I'll give you one last chance. Answer my question. Where is Yanyan Shimin? I'll count to 3. If you don't answer, Mu Lianyi's chastity will be gone. 3, 2, 1. Wu Xingwen began to count down, and soon the countdown ended. You don't need to answer. I can't endure it any longer. I want to take her, roared Wu Xingwen. He grabbed Mu Lianyi's collar and pulled. Wait, shouted Yang Dingtian. Wu Xingwen sneered. You want to tell me where Shimin Yanyan Shimin is hiding? It's too late. I don't want to know. Yang Dingtian shouted. Wu Xingwen, are you not interested in the deal I just proposed? You should know how powerful the evil soul art is. It's the world's evilest and most powerful cultivation technique. As long as you have the evil soul art, you can instantly kill any strong enemy. You don't need to be under others and can climb to a higher position. Wu Xingwen's body trembled. He held his breath and sneered. I am very interested in the evil soul art, but do you think I'm a fool? You're just making up this lie to trick me. The evil soul art is the temple of 10,000 bloods, evil canon. Who do you think you are? How can you have it? I've been to the temple of 10,000 blood. Dugu Xiao forced the evil soul art into my mind in an attempt to corrupt me. Yang Dingtian said. That's even more ridiculous. Wu Xingwen laughed. If you know the evil soul art, you can instantly kill me. Why do you have to talk nonsense with me? Why do you have to watch me humiliate Mu Lianyi? Why do you have to fall into my hands? Yang Dingtian said, I don't want to be corrupted. Even when I was in the most dangerous moment of my duel with Qin Xiaobai, I didn't use the evil soul art. I didn't know how to use it before, I don't know how to use it now, and I won't use it in the future. Yang Dingtian, don't brag too much. If you're so noble and strong, you wouldn't have been so afraid of death last night and allowed yourself to be captured. Wu Xingwen said, If you want me to believe that you have the evil soul art, the sun will rise from the west, the seawater will flow backwards, and I will become a gentleman again. I'm going to enjoy Mu Lianyi. Shut up. Then Wu Xingwen pounced towards Mu Lianyi. This is a soul tool ring. Li Tianxiao wore it before. You can see if it's real or not. After Yang Dingtian finished speaking, he took out the soul tool ring from his bosom. In reality, he took out the soul tool from his spatial ring. It was an incomparably evil and powerful soul tool ring. The moment the soul tool ring was taken out, the surrounding temperature instantly dropped by 12 degrees. It was as if there were countless ferocious ghosts howling in his ears. It was as if there were countless vengeful spirits crying. In an instant, this gloomy coldness completely melted the lust in Yang Dingtian's body. Wu Xingwen's expression immediately changed. He looked at the soul tool ring in Yang Dingtian's hand in disbelief. It was obvious that he also felt the mysteriousness and terror of this ring. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything and directly placed the soul tool ring on the small windowsill. "Take it." Wu Xingwen was stunned. His body trembled as he said, "Ri, are you really giving it to me?" "Of course." Yang Dingtian even turned his gaze away. Wu Xingwen was stunned for a few more minutes. Then he quickly went forward and grabbed the soul tool ring in his hand. In an instant, his body suddenly trembled. His face became ghastly pale, and his pupils suddenly became dilated. It was obvious that he had already been attacked by the powerful puppet battle soul and countless vengeful spirits inside the soul tool. Without a doubt, this was a real soul tool ring. He could feel it with just a touch. Just having a soul tool isn't enough. You still need to learn the soul assimilating art and soul burst art. Yang Dingtian said, "Even if you have the fire immunity chilling pearl, I believe you don't dare to make a deal with Dugu Fengwu. She is very powerful, evil ways, and she can crush you with just a finger. Therefore, you can only obediently hand the fire immunity chilling pearl to the Qin clan's young lord and take the pitiful reward. You really want the evil soul art, right? Even in your dreams, you want the evil soul art. Now the opportunity is in front of you. Let's make a deal." "Deal? What kind of deal?" Wu Xingwen's soul was obviously hooked by the evil soul art and soul tool. The shrewdness and wisdom from before seemed to have disappeared. "I don't want the evil soul art. I want the fire immunity chilling pearl," Yang Dingtian said. "Therefore, give me the fire immunity chilling pearl, and I will teach you the evil soul art. This is also the reason why I surrendered yesterday. I want to make a deal with you." "Impossible. You are my prisoner. You don't have the right to talk about conditions." Wu Xingwen sneered and said, "Furthermore, why didn't you talk about a deal at the Ecstasy Cliff? Why are you talking about a deal now? Is there a trap here?" "This is because the evil soul art requires a powerful person to do the experiment. I need his soul spirit to be absorbed to prove that my evil soul art is real. But last night at the Ecstasy Cliff, there was only me and Mu Lianyi. I am afraid you will use Mu Lianyi for the experiment," Yang Dingtian said. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian said, "Give me the fire immunity chilling pearl now, and I will immediately teach you the evil soul art." Wu Xingwen sneered and said, "Aren't you afraid that after you teach me the evil soul art, I will still kill you? You will be in my hands anyway. There is such a danger, but I have no other choice. I have to take this risk." Yang Dingtian said slowly, "Furthermore, after obtaining the evil soul art, you will definitely not be willing to be the Northwest Qin clan slave. We can definitely work together. Even though I have lost Cloud Heaven City, you know that I still have a powerful force in my hands. I control the entire Black Blood Cavalry. I also have a noble status. I can give you a lot of things." Instantly, Wu Xingwen's expression changed. It was obvious that he was tempted. "I agree to the deal, but I can't give you the fire immunity chilling pearl now," Wu Xingwen said. "I know that the evil soul art is split into the soul assimilating art and the soul burst art. You will teach me the soul assimilating art first. After proving that it is accurate, I will give you the fire immunity chilling pearl, and you will teach me the soul burst art." Yang Dingtian went into silence. After a few minutes, he raised his head and said, "Deal. Go and capture someone with stronger martial arts and seal his Xian meridians. I will teach you the evil soul art. Try and see if you can refine a puppet battle soul." At this moment, Wu Xingwen's desire disappeared. He quickly ran out and said, "Wait for me. I will be down soon." Around 10 minutes later, Wu Xingwen dragged an expert from the blazing cavalry down. This blazing cavalry officer's Xian meridians were sealed and he couldn't move his body. However, his mind and mind were very clear and his Xian qi cultivation wasn't damaged. Wu Xingwen dragged him down. This officer's eyes were filled with confusion and fear. "Now listen carefully. I will teach you the evil soul art and also the Xian Qi circulation route. Yang Dingtian said. All right, please. Wu Xingwen said. You will teach me the evil soul art. We will be allies. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and started to recite the evil soul art word by word. It was like the ravings of ghosts from the depths of hell. It was also like the roars of devils from the 9 heavens. It was like the terrifying echoes of the dark crevices. It was also like the release of the darkest corner of a person's heart. As Yang Dingtian recited the evil soul assimilating art word by word, the surrounding air became colder and colder. The surrounding light also became dimmer and dimmer. Finally, the entire prison was filled with the wails of countless malicious spirits. The dozens of candles seemed to be suppressed by ghosts. They became dimmer and dimmer. After a full 10 minutes, Yang Dingtian taught the first half of the most evil and complicated evil soul art to Wu Xingwen. Have you memorized it? Yang Dingtian asked. I have. Wu Xingwen said. He was indeed a genius. He only needed 1 time to memorize it. Then give it a try. Try it on the officer whose Xian meridians are sealed. See if you can refine his puppet battle soul. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Wu Xingwen said. Then he sat down cross-legged. He held the soul tool ring with both hands and began to use the soul assimilating art. He chanted a terrifying and evil incantation. Dark and terrifying Xian Qi began to circulate in his body. Wu Xingwen's voice became louder and louder. A cold wind blew. The blazing cavalry expert, who was poisoned and couldn't move, slowly floated into the air. His eyes were filled with panic and fear. Who? Instantly, a dark energy aura flew out from Wu Xingwen's body and drilled into the blazing cavalry expert's body. It was really like a ghost. This dark energy aura hooked onto the blazing cavalry expert's battle soul and extracted it bit by bit. Instantly, Yang Dingtian saw the strangest scene in history. Streaks of black aura and transparent, ghost-like objects flew out from the soul armament ring. A few dozen, a few hundred. Hundreds of transparent, green, human-shaped ghosts floated around the blazing cavalry. They laughed sinisterly in the air and hissed loudly. Finally, all the ghosts pounced onto the blazing cavalry expert. Instantly, the ghosts twisted and stretched. Countless ghost claws grabbed onto the blazing cavalry expert's soul and tore it apart. This blazing cavalry officer fell into extreme fear and insanity. He tried his best to open his mouth, but couldn't make any sound. His Xian meridians were sealed and he couldn't move at all. But at this moment he was trembling crazily. So. Amidst the screams of the ghosts, countless ghost claws grabbed a white figure from the blazing cavalry expert's body. This was the puppet battle soul that left the blazing cavalry officer's body. After grabbing the puppet battle soul, these ghosts screamed proudly. So, finally, these ghosts grabbed the puppet battle soul and tore it out from the blazing cavalry expert's body. They quickly drilled into the soul tool ring. This scene not only shocked Wu Xingwen, it also shocked Lan Ling. So terrifying, so mysterious, it really swallowed a person's soul. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please go to Qijian. Come to read. Chapter 141. Ayo! An incomparably mournful ghost howl. As for this blazing cavalry expert, his muscles instantly withered, and he became like a mummy. He wasn't dead yet, but his eyes were already gone. His sturdy body instantly shrunk to less than half its original size, just like a ghost. The evil soul art was indeed the evilest and most vicious evil art in the world. After successfully absorbing the blazing cavalry officer's puppet battle soul, Wu Xingwen slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with ecstasy, and his gaze was like a raging fire. It's true, right? Now, you should hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl, Yang Dingtian said slowly. Wu Xingwen was still trembling with excitement. He didn't bargain, and directly took out the box containing the fire immunity chilling pearl and handed it over through the small window. It was cold to the touch. Yang Dingtian took the box and opened it to take a look. Indeed, there was a dreamlike pearl lying inside. It was permeating with an endless amount of icy cold energy. It was the fire immunity chilling pearl, the real deal. For this fire immunity chilling pearl, Yang Dingtian spent a lot of effort. Now, this pearl was finally lying in his palm. After placing the fire immunity chilling pearl into the box, Yang Dingtian put the box into his chest. In fact, he had already placed it into his interspatial ring. This time, the fire immunity chilling pearl completely belonged to Yang Dingtian. No one in the world could take it away from him. Wu Xingwen said, "Now you should fulfill your part of the deal and tell me the soul burst art." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Next, you should prepare yourself. I will teach you the soul burst art. This is the most important part of the evil soul art. As long as you know the soul burst art, you can almost instantly kill any expert in the world." Wu Xingwen closed his eyes and gathered all his spirit. He pricked up his ears. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes again and said word by word, "Pa, pa, pa." In an instant, the air began to explode inch by inch. "Ah, ah, ah." In the prison, countless ghosts began to scream in fear. Bang, bang, bang. The candles in the prison also began to explode inch by inch. After a full 15 minutes, Yang Dingtian's voice stopped. The sound of countless souls exploding in the air also stopped. It was as if the end of the world had come to an end. "Got it?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Got it," Wu Xingwen said. Yang Dingtian said, "Now, find another expert and try using the soul burst art. See if you can instantly kill him. If you can kill them instantly, it means that you have learned the soul burst art and you can let us go." "No need, Yang Dingtian." Wu Xingwen smiled. "I trust you. Let's give it a try," Yang Dingtian said. "Otherwise, the deal won't be considered complete. All right." Wu Xingwen raised his head and looked at Yang Dingtian. He revealed a strange smile and said, "But you don't have to try it on anyone else. Let's try it on you, Yang Dingtian." Yang Dingtian's expression changed, and he said, "What do you mean?" "I'll be a good person to the end. I'll use the soul burst art to kill you instantly." Wu Xingwen smiled. Yang Dingtian's body trembled, and he said, You're shameless. What good will this do for you? Between you and me, we can cooperate more than we disagree. I can give you a lot of things." "That's right. We can cooperate more than we disagree." Wu Xingwen sneered. "But you forgot one important thing. I don't want anyone in the world to know that I know the evil soul burst art. Now that you know, you must die." Yang Dingtian's body trembled, and he couldn't say a word. "Then, Yang Dingtian, you can go in peace. I will continue to ravage Mu Liani. Furthermore, I will ravage her every day and every moment." Wu Xingwen sneered. He then held onto the soul tool ring and started to recite the chant while circulating his mystic qi. Pa, 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 the air began to explode. Pung, 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 flames began to explode. Woo, woo, AOO. Countless ghosts began to howl. So. Countless ghosts began to fly out of the ring, forming a huge strange energy array. Finally, a powerful puppet battle soul condensed on the energy array. Strange, malicious, ghost who destroy, die. Wu Xingwen roared one last time. All the puppet battle souls in the soul tool suddenly shot out, turning into an incomparably powerful, resentful spirit energy, striking out like lightning. Ah, a strange howl was heard. This puppet battle soul drew a terrifying trajectory in the air and suddenly turned back, rushing towards Wu Xingwen. Ah, a malicious ghost scream was heard. The puppet battle soul suddenly drilled into Wu Xingwen's brain. Pang! Ah! Wu Xingwen let out a horrified scream. His eyes were filled with fear, shock, and incomparably complicated emotions as he looked at Yang Dingtian. He couldn't believe that Yang Dingtian would use this method to counterattack him. Of course, Wu Xingwen's expression only lasted for a moment. After a moment, all the consciousness, spirit, and willpower in Wu Xingwen's brain instantly vanished. His proud and sinister smile was still on his face, but had already turned into despair and fear. If it was just the puppet battle soul of the blazing flame cavalry expert, it wouldn't be enough to destroy Wu Xingwen. However, there was still an extremely powerful puppet soul in the soul tool ring. It was so powerful that even if Wu Xingwen was 10 times stronger, he would still be instantly destroyed. That's right, Yang Dingtian had given him the soul tool and the soul assimilating art, allowing Wu Xingwen to see the power of the evil soul art. However, Yang Dingtian had made some slight changes to the soul burst art at the end. He had changed the target of the attack from the enemy to himself. He had made the puppet battle soul's attack turn into a counterattack. Of course, if it was just someone who had learned the evil soul art, he wouldn't be able to change it. Because this evil and mysterious evil art was extremely complicated, a slight change could completely destroy the entire evil art. However, Yang Dingtian's mastery of the evil soul art was exactly the same as the Temple of 10,000 Blood's master, Dugu Shao. Dugu Shao had forcefully poured all the research he had on the evil soul art into Yang Dingtian's brain. Yang Dingtian had an incomparable understanding of every detail, every cause and effect, and every circulation route of the evil soul art. He was incomparably proficient in it. Dugu Shao, the great demon, was a genius and could make changes to the evil soul art. In that case, Yang Dingtian could do it too. Therefore, just like that, Yang Dingtian had lured Wu Xingwen to take the bait and let him destroy himself. Of course, it wasn't that Wu Xingwen didn't think that Yang Dingtian would cheat him. However, he firmly believed that the evil soul art was incomparably mysterious and powerful. How could someone like Yang Dingtian do anything to a supreme evil art like the evil soul art? Furthermore, the evil soul art was truly a fatal temptation to him. He wasn't willing to wait for even a minute. Therefore, just like that, Wu Xingwen destroyed himself under Yang Dingtian's control. From an incomparably sinister and cunning smart person, he had completely turned into an idiotic piece of trash. People who were instantly killed by the evil soul art didn't truly die, but it was even more terrifying and painful than death, because they would completely become a walking corpse and would completely obey any orders. Therefore, people who knew the evil soul art all had a group of puppet servants. The evil soul art was the most evil and powerful evil art in the world. That's right, it was the most evil. It wouldn't directly kill you, but directly turn you into a puppet. Yang Dingtian looked at Wu Xingwen, who had already become a walking corpse, and said with a sigh, "Master, I didn't use the evil soul art. I wasn't contaminated. I only let him contaminate himself and destroy himself. I promise you, I won't truly use the evil soul art in this lifetime. I won't be contaminated in this lifetime. I won't let Dugu Shao win." That's right. Just now, Yang Dingtian only chanted the evil soul art and didn't circulate his profound qi. He didn't have any interaction with the ghost, spirit, and puppet battle soul in the soul tool ring, so he wasn't contaminated. "Open the door," Yang Dingtian said. The puppet Wu Xingwen stiffly walked forward and pressed on the mechanism. Rumble. Instantly, the 10,000-pound metal door slowly opened. Yang Dingtian walked out of the prison and arrived in front of Mu Liani's cell. He opened the mechanism and walked in. "Young master, I can't take it anymore." Just as he walked in, Mu Liani directly pounced on him. At this moment, the drug in her body had already reached its peak and had almost completely destroyed her rationality. Yang Dingtian naturally wouldn't take advantage of her. He directly pressed her down and quickly pierced all the blood vessels in her body to let her blood flow out and temporarily calm her down. Then he gave her a cold pill to temporarily suppress the drug poison in her body. As expected, after taking the pill, Mu Lianyi's body gradually cooled down, and then she fell into a deep sleep. Then, Yang Dingtian took off the armor and helmet of the Raging Flame cavalry officer and put it on himself. Then he put on Mu Lianyi's clothes again and directly carried her on his shoulder without much concealment. Walk forward. Yang Dingtian ordered Wu Xingwen, who had turned into a walking corpse. Immediately, he instinctively walked forward. Yang Dingtian wore the officer's uniform and carried Mu Lianyi behind him. Just like this, Yang Dingtian swaggered out of the prison. It turned out that this was one of the castles of the Raging Flames castle, but it was now commandeered by Wu Xingwen. The Raging Flames castle was indeed in cahoots with the Northwest Qin family. Walking on the ground of the castle, the knights all saluted Wu Xingwen when they saw him. Wu Xingwen didn't care at all and continued walking outside. Yang Dingtian, who was wearing the military uniform, followed outside. Although there were people who were curious as to why their commander Wu Xingwen's expression was a little dull and strange, they didn't dare to ask. They just understood that he was tired after having sex with a woman. As for the officer carrying a woman behind him, there was even less of a need to explain. After walking out of the castle, Yang Dingtian called for a carriage and loaded Wu Xingwen and Mu Lianyi into it. Then he drove the carriage and sped towards the Mu family docks. Note: Chapter 142. The next day, Mu Lianyi woke up. Yang Dingtian officially bid farewell to the father and daughter of the Mu clan and prepared to head to the Fire Cloud Devil Cave in the northwest continent to start forging the most important soul swords. At this moment, Mu Lianyi was like a completely different person. Her unruly face was filled with a rare gentleness as she sent Yang Dingtian out of the Mu clan docks alone. Mu Lianqing originally wanted to head north to find Ximenlai, but he was stopped by Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian didn't want their peaceful life to be disrupted. The Black Blood cavalry that followed Ximenlai definitely didn't have a fixed residence and wouldn't have any peace. Of course, this reason wasn't enough to convince Mu Lianqing. Yang Dingtian told him that the Mu clan docks had a greater contribution to Cloud Heaven City in the southwest continent. It could be an intelligence gathering point or a last resort. In short, Mu Lianqing was convinced. "Young lord, I wish to head north with you." Mu Lianyi suddenly said, "I am very useful and can do anything." Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "There is a difference between men and women. It is very inconvenient." Mu Lianyi clenched her teeth and said softly, "I am willing to be young lord's slave." Yang Dingtian was slightly startled. Just 2 days ago, Mu Lianyi was still saying that she wanted to be a free person and cut all ties with Cloud Heaven City. Now, she actually took the initiative to say that she wanted to be a slave. "You are so beautiful and moving. Furthermore, you have your own thoughts. It would be a waste to be a slave or a maid." Yang Dingtian smiled. Mu Lianyi instantly fell into silence. After a while, she said softly, "The freedom I am talking about includes the freedom to be young lord's slave." "Why? Is it to repay a debt of gratitude?" Yang Dingtian asked. Mu Lianyi shook her head and said, "I have already said that gratitude is gratitude and feelings are feelings. The reason why I am like this is because my heart was completely dead yesterday, but you revived it." Yang Dingtian went silent for a moment and said, "I have already said that you are a beautiful and sexy girl that can move any man's heart. But I have a wife and I owe her a lot. I can't let her down." Mu Lianyi's face darkened. She raised her head and said softly, "I know." "Wu Xingwen, how do you plan to deal with him?" Yang Dingtian still asked. Wu Xingwen, who had become a walking corpse, was currently locked up in the Mu clan docks. Yang Dingtian had given Mu Lianyi the authority to deal with him. After all, he was once her lover. "Scratch his face so that no one can recognize him. Then we'll keep him at home as if we're raising a fool." Mu Lianyi chuckled. "Actually, my feelings for him are really strange. It's just that he was different when we were young. I actually don't know much about him. It's really just wishful thinking." It's as if I'm looking for someone to entrust my feelings to. Yang Dingtian smiled, expressing his understanding, and then said, After I leave, you and Uncle Mu should go to Wooden Sword Castle. Even though Wu Xingwen is just a sword slave and the Northwest Qin clan won't care about his life or death, we still have to be prepared. Okay, I know, Mu Liani said. You don't have to send me off. Go back, I'll be on my way. Yang Dingtian was about to mount his horse. Wait, big brother Yan. Suddenly Mu Liani shouted. Then, she threw herself into Yang Dingtian's arms and hugged his waist. Her hands tightened slightly before letting go. Goodbye, young master. Goodbye. Then, Yang Dingtian mounted his horse and galloped towards the north. He traveled day and night without rest. After 5 days and 5 nights, Yang Dingtian had traveled more than 4,000 miles. He went from the southernmost part of the southwest continent to the northernmost part. The Fire Cloud Devil Cave was in the southeastern part of the northwest continent. Therefore, he still had to cross a few thousand miles of sea by boat. There were many boats docked at the seaside pier. Needless to say, these boats were all going to the northwest continent. Basically, he could just board any one of them. Yang Dingtian chose the biggest boat and boarded it. It would take about 3 days to cross the sea. He would arrive at the northwest continent on the 19th of January. There were still 7 days before the Fire Cloud Devil Cave would bloom. Along the way, he still needed to borrow the Fire Cloud Devil Hammer from the Divine Weapons Manor. Although time was tight, he still had time. After boarding the boat, Yang Dingtian spent a little more money and found a relatively good seat. At this moment, he looked ordinary and was reclusive. He didn't communicate with the people around him. This big boat carried a few hundred people, both men and women. Other than a considerable number of wandering martial artists, there was also a considerable number of wealthy people. Basically, all of them brought their families, and some even brought their children. In general, there were more ordinary people on this boat. This was also the reason why Yang Dingtian chose to take this boat. The fewer martial artists there were, the less trouble there would be. The big boat was soon full. The boatmen shouted and prepared to set sail. Wait a moment. All of a sudden, a cold and pleasant voice echoed from the shore. Yang Dingtian's heart instantly jumped. This voice was so familiar. Even though Yang Dingtian had only heard it once, he couldn't forget it. This voice was too special. It was aloof, yet graceful. It was cold, yet didn't lack the natural delicateness of a woman. Yang Dingtian heard this voice during the dark wedding in the Temple of Blood. The owner of the voice was the princess of the Temple of Blood, the number 1 beauty of the evil ways and the No. 1 genius of the evil ways, Dugu Fengwu. It couldn't be her, right? It mustn't be her. Because of Dugu Xiao, Dugu Fengwu thought that her chastity had been ruined by Yang Dingtian. Therefore, she was currently pursuing Yang Dingtian for thousands of miles. If she knew that Yang Dingtian was on the boat, then Yang Dingtian wouldn't be able to keep his life. Immediately after, a figure quickly walked towards the big boat. It wasn't Dugu Fengwu's face. It was a man. He might be rather handsome, but he was completely different from Dugu Fengwu. Yang Dingtian immediately let out a breath of relief. After this handsome youth boarded the boat, he frowned slightly as though he despised the people on the boat. However, he wasn't in a hurry to enter his cabin. Instead, he took a closer look at the people on the boat as though he was trying to recognize someone. Soon enough, the charming youth passed by Yang Dingtian's side. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped. That's right, it was her. It was Dugu Fengwu. She was disguised as a man and had concealed her unparalleled beauty. However, her unique fragrance wouldn't change. When he took a closer look at her footsteps, it was natural and unrestrained. It was indeed Dugu Fengwu's special trait. Her eyes were like lightning as she carefully looked at everyone's face, especially their eyes. Therefore, everyone who was looked at by her couldn't help but shrink back. Her eyes were truly piercing. She should really be looking for Yang Dingtian. She had really started a 10,000 miles pursuit. At this moment, the big boat started to move and sailed towards the north. At this moment, it was too late for Yang Dingtian to get off the boat, even if he wanted to. He was destined to be on the same boat as the dangerous Dugu Fengwu. Right at this moment, Dugu Fengwu's eyes landed on Yang Dingtian's face. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped, and he almost couldn't breathe. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask, and his eyes were tired and cold. It was hard to see through his disguise. Dugu Fengwu's eyes were fixed on Yang Dingtian's face. It was unknown if she smelled something familiar. Yang Dingtian instinctively felt that it was getting more and more dangerous. He couldn't lower his head to avoid her eyes anymore. Otherwise, she would really suspect him. Yang Dingtian simply threw caution to the wind. He lifted his head and glared at Dugu Fengwu. He spoke unhappily. "What are you looking at?" He was using the unique tone of the southwest continent. Dugu Fengwu looked for a moment before she finally shifted her eyes away. Yang Dingtian didn't dare to let out a breath of relief. He continued to stare at her because this was the only logical way. Finally, Dugu Fengwu finished looking at everyone. Yang Dingtian let out a breath of relief. A woman with unparalleled beauty like her was like a fairy. She would definitely be impatient to be together with so many people. She would definitely be in a single cabin. However, Yang Dingtian was quickly disappointed. Dugu Fengwu stayed in the main cabin and found the highest position to sit down. She was far away from everyone and stood out. However, her eyes were still locked onto everyone. Yang Dingtian's heart turned cold. This was really asking for his life. The voyage on the sea was a full 3 days and 3 nights. It was really asking for his life to be together with Dugu Fengwu, who wanted to kill him at every moment. Yang Dingtian found out from Wu Xingwen that Dugu Fengwu was also going to forge a soul sword. She was going to use the evil soul art to send out a trade order to the world to exchange for the fire immunity chilling pearl. 8 days later, the peak-grade earth fire would bloom in the fire cloud devil cave. Could Dugu Fengwu's destination be the fire cloud devil cave as well? If that was the case, it would be really troublesome. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was at his wit's end. He could only be vigilant at all times and not reveal any flaws. Nothing happened on the first day of the voyage. Apart from not eating anything on the ship and only drinking the water she brought, Dugu Fengwu didn't do anything out of the ordinary. The second day was also peaceful. Furthermore, her eyes weren't locked onto everyone like before. It was as though she was sure that Yang Dingtian wasn't on the ship. Yang Dingtian also relaxed a little and started to listen to the people around him. Did you know? Cloud Heaven City's Shimanju is going to have a marriage alliance with the Northwest Qin clan. He is going to marry the Northwest Qin clan's second young lady. A martial artist whispered. Yang Dingtian was startled. They were really starting to collude with each other. Although he was furious, he wasn't surprised. TSK, this matter isn't a secret anymore. Everyone knows about it. Another person knew. Then do you know what the Black Blood Cavalry is doing after they left Cloud Heaven City? Didn't they seek refuge with the Black Fong Valley? That martial artist asked. That is old history. They were chased out a long time ago. The Black Fong Valley's valley lord saw that Madame Shimin was as beautiful as a fairy and suggested some improper thoughts. This resulted in a huge conflict between the two sides, and they even fought for a few rounds. Another person said, now the Black Blood Cavalry has broken up and is scattered throughout the southwest and southeast sea region to be pirates. That's impossible, right? That martial artist said the Black Blood Cavalry of Cloud Heaven City would become pirates. Yang Dingtian had some disdain in his heart. No matter what, the Black Blood Cavalry wouldn't degenerate to the point of being pirates. However, it was certain that they weren't doing well. Yang Dingtian's heart was instantly in pain, and he was burning with rage. Shimanju, there will be a day when I will dismember your corpse into thousands of pieces. Big Brother Shimanlai, brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry, just you wait. I will definitely let you return to Cloud Heaven City in an upright manner. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's blood became boiling hot, and the agitated emotions in his heart couldn't help but leak out. Right at this moment, a pair of eyes instantly locked onto Yang Dingtian. Not good. Yang Dingtian was shocked. As expected, Dugu Fengwu's eyes were fixed on Yang Dingtian. She then stood up and leaped lightly, arriving in front of Yang Dingtian. She pointed at Yang Dingtian's face and said coldly, "You follow me!" In an instant, Yang Dingtian's hair stood up, and his mind flashed with countless thoughts. Use the fastest speed to escape. Use the fastest speed to counterattack. Use all the poison, etc., etc., etc. But in the end, Yang Dingtian didn't do anything. Perhaps Dugu Fengwu was looking for him for something else and didn't truly recognize Yang Dingtian. In fact, apart from that time in the blood pool, Dugu Fengwu had never seen Yang Dingtian before. Right now, Yang Dingtian was wearing a mask, and if she could recognize him, it would truly be unexpected. Walking behind Dugu Fengwu, even in the crowd, Yang Dingtian could still smell her unique and enchanting fragrance. They arrived at a single cabin, which should be the most expensive room on the ship. There was a comfortable bed and exquisite furniture. Even the toilet bowl was fragrant. "May I know why you are looking for me?" Yang Dingtian might be anxious in his heart, but he still revealed an unhappy expression. Chapter 143. Not a bad condition. Yang Dingtian said, "But I refuse." Dugu Fengwu sneered and said, "I brought up this condition because I am disgusted by everything about men. I don't want to touch you or search your body. The fire immunity chilling pearl is on you. Do you think you can stop me if I want to snatch it?" Yang Dingtian spread out his hands and said, "You can come and snatch it. If you can find it, it will be your capability. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Dugu Fengwu said coldly and slashed with the sharp sword in her hand. In an instant, an extremely powerful energy tore apart Yang Dingtian's clothes. His entire body was empty. Where was the fire immunity chilling pearl? Dugu Fengwu didn't feel embarrassed. She scanned every inch of Yang Dingtian's body with lightning speed and didn't find any trace of the fire immunity chilling pearl. Swish! She slashed again. Bang! Yang Dingtian's clothes on the floor were instantly turned into ashes. There was still no sign of the fire immunity chilling pearl. This Dugu Fengwu was so powerful that it made people's hair stand on end. Just like what she said, among the young experts in the world, only Dongfang Bingling was her match. Dugu Fengwu suddenly placed her sword on Yang Dingtian's neck and said coldly, "Where did you hide the fire immunity chilling pearl on the ship? Tell me, or I will destroy the entire ship and cut you into pieces." She said that Yang Dingtian hid the fire immunity chilling pearl on the ship because she knew that Yang Dingtian was going to bring the fire immunity chilling pearl to the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. Therefore, it was impossible for him to hide the fire immunity chilling pearl in the southwest continent. I am not a fool. Why would I hide the fire immunity chilling pearl on the ship? The chilling energy it emits is so obvious, and it can be easily found. Yang Dingtian said, "Then you must have given it to someone in advance and brought it to the northwest continent." Dugu Fengwu said, "Who did you give it to? Where are you going to meet in the northwest continent?" Yang Dingtian didn't say anything and only sneered. "No, you can only trust the Mu clan in the southwest continent. They are all staying in the southwest continent. The fire immunity chilling pearl is so important. You cannot give it to others." Dugu Fengwu said, "You hid the fire immunity chilling pearl somewhere in your body. The reason why I can't sense the icy cold presence is because you used something to wrap the fire immunity chilling pearl. Furthermore, you have a pure young body, so I am unable to sense the icy cold presence." In an instant, Dugu Fengwu looked at Yang Dingtian's body again. She suspected that Yang Dingtian had swallowed the fire immunity chilling pearl. "Hand it over." "Don't force me to cut open your stomach," Dugu Fengwu said coldly. She then placed the sharp blade on Yang Dingtian's stomach. Yang Dingtian still didn't say anything as he stared at Dugu Fengwu and sneered. Don't think that I don't dare. Dugu Fengwu was enraged as she thrust her sword at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian still stood there motionless. Hiss! The sharp sword pierced Yang Dingtian's stomach. This young lady was truly ruthless. She really thrust her sword over. However, something that surprised Dugu Fengwu happened. Her invincible artifact sword bounced off Yang Dingtian's body without leaving a trace of blood. How is this possible? Even though she didn't use much mystic chi, the artifact sword in her hand was a rare artifact sword. It could even cut open the stomach of a Master Realm expert. However, it couldn't pierce through Yang Dingtian's stomach. You are wearing the deep-sea mystic clothes? Dugu Fengwu asked coldly. Yang Dingtian was startled as he didn't expect her to guess that it was the deep-sea mystic clothes. You actually have the deep-sea mystic clothes? No wonder you didn't die at the Katkin Manor. Dugu Fengwu asked with suspicion, Who are you? Dongfang Minmi and Shimin Weia wouldn't have the deep-sea mystic clothes. However, even though Dugu Fengwu was very surprised, she didn't have much greed for the deep-sea mystic clothes. Do you think that wearing the deep-sea mystic clothes is useful? I can cut open your body from the top, and I can also cut open your body from the bottom. Dugu Fengwu sneered and said, The fire immunity chilling pearl is not on me. Even if you cut me into pieces, it is useless. Yang Dingtian said, Are you not afraid of death? Dugu Fengwu asked. Of course I am afraid of death. Yang Dingtian said, Then do you think that I don't dare to kill you? Or do you think that I won't kill you? Dugu Fengwu asked. Of course you dare. Of course you will. Yang Dingtian said, You are a demoness. What is there that you won't do? When you thrust your sword over, you completely disregarded my life. Killing me is no different from killing a chicken or a duck in your eyes. Then you want to resist? You want to make a move against me? Dugu Fengwu asked. Yang Dingtian waved the sharp sword in his hand and said, I am not a lunatic. When facing Qin Shaobai or Tuobiyi, even if they are 2 grades higher than me, I will still fight to the death. But against you, I will not waste my strength. You are tactful. Dugu Fengwu sneered. Yang Dingtian was naturally tactful. This demonic woman was only over 20 years old, but she was already close to the master class. Right now, in the Cloud Heaven City, no one was a match for her. Immediately after, Dugu Fengwu sneered and said, Dongfang Bingling is not inferior to me. Therefore, you want to have a death match with her 4.5 years later. I really don't know if you're ignorant or stupid. That is my business. Yang Dingtian said coldly. That is right. That is your business. But if you don't hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl, you will be cut into pieces now. Don't talk about the 5-year agreement. Dugu Fengwu sneered and said, I will count to 3. If you don't hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl, I will tear your body apart. Yang Dingtian sneered and said, Even if you turn my bones into ashes, it will be useless. The fire immunity chilling pearl is not in my body. Furthermore, if you kill me, you will never be able to obtain the fire immunity chilling pearl, and you will never be able to forge a soul sword. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian said, I might not want to die, but I am definitely not afraid of death. It is useless for you to threaten me with death. Your father is very clear about this. Dugu Fengwu was instantly infuriated as she slashed with her sword. Swish! In an instant, Yang Dingtian's neck cracked open, and fresh blood spurted out. This wound was less than a millimeter away from his neck artery. If it was a little deeper, Yang Dingtian would have vomited blood and died. Yang Dingtian stood there without moving as he stared at Dugu Fengwu. He allowed the fresh blood to flow out from his neck and spread all over his body. Very good. I will not use your life to threaten you. I will use the lives of that woman and her daughter that you have just hooked up with. Dugu Fengwu said coldly, Hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl immediately. Otherwise, I will kill that pair of mother and daughter. Yang Dingtian was shocked and said, You are crazy. They are innocent. I will kill whoever I want to kill. What is there to be innocent about? Dugu Fengwu sneered and walked out. She was going to capture Xiao Ningning and her mother to threaten Yang Dingtian. She was truly a demoness who would do as she said. In her eyes, everyone in the world was just like an ant. Her speed was very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Dingtian quickly chased after her, but he quickly took out a pair of pants from his spatial ring and put them on. He didn't have time to wear other clothes and immediately chased after her with his sword. However, Dugu Fengwu had already disappeared without a trace. Everyone looked at the shirtless Yang Dingtian and instantly revealed strange looks. However, Yang Dingtian didn't care about so much and quickly ran down to the cabin on the lower level. But there was no need for that. He only felt a fragrant wind blowing by, and an extremely fast shadow passed by. That should be Dugu Fengwu returning. She was carrying two people in her hands. One was that absolute beauty, and the other was Xiao Ningning. In the blink of an eye, she entered her own cabin. Her speed was too fast and too shocking. No one knew what had happened and couldn't see clearly. They only felt a gust of wind blowing by. Yang Dingtian quickly turned and ran into the cabin. As expected, Dugu Fengwu stood in the cabin and placed her sharp sword on that absolute beauty's delicate neck. That absolute beauty hugged her daughter tightly. Even though she was trembling from fear, she still spoke bravely, Don't kill my daughter. She is innocent. As long as this man hands over the fire immunity chilling pearl, I will not kill all of you. Otherwise, I will not leave a single one of you alive. Dugu Fengwu spoke coldly. Yang Dingtian suddenly rushed in and shouted at Dugu Fengwu, You demonic woman! Let them go. Dugu Fengwu pressed her sharp sword down and instantly slashed open the absolute beauty's neck, causing fresh blood to flow out. Hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl, or I will kill them immediately. Dugu Fengwu spoke coldly. Yang Dingtian's body trembled as he said, You are truly an inhumane, demonic woman. Hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl. Yang Dingtian. Dugu Fengwu spoke coldly. Don't make me say it a third time. Finishing her statement, she was about to slash down with her sword. It looked as if this innocent, absolute beauty was about to be killed. Stop! Yang Dingtian yelled out. Let them go, and I will give you the fire immunity chilling pearl. Dugu Fengwu stared at Yang Dingtian and spoke coldly. I already said it before. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You truly have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Finishing her statement, she let go of the sharp sword in her hand. Quickly leave, quickly leave. Yang Dingtian said to that absolute beauty. That absolute beauty carried her daughter and ran out quickly. When she passed by Yang Dingtian, she suddenly asked, Then what about you? Why do you care what I do? Quickly leave. Yang Dingtian yelled out. That young woman didn't leave and asked Dugu Fengwu instead, Will you kill him? Dugu Fengwu was slightly startled as she didn't expect this gentle woman to be so brave. I won't. After he hands over the fire immunity chilling pearl, I will give him 15 days to escape. Dugu Fengwu said, But after 15 days, if I catch him again, don't blame me. Hurry up and leave. Carry little Ningning and leave. Yang Dingtian yelled out. The absolute beauty looked at Yang Dingtian and spoke gently, My name is Ning Ro. From now on, you are little Ningning's uncle. Uncle. Little Ningning couldn't wait and shouted out. Finally, Ning Ro looked at Dugu Fengwu and said, Young lady, you are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen in this world. I hope you will keep your words. I don't know what happened between the two of you, but I know that this man in front of you might be the best man in this world. Please keep your words and don't hurt him. Finishing her statement, Ning Ro carried her daughter and ran out quickly. That pair of mother and daughter have already left. De Gu Fengwu said coldly, hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl. Yang Dingtian's face was cold as he slowly drew out his sharp sword and walked towards De Gu Fengwu. De Gu Fengwu's expression changed as she said, "You want to make a move against me?" Yang Dingtian raised his sword and continued walking forward. De Gu Fengwu sneered and said, "Are you trying to strike a rock with an egg? A moth flying into a flame?" "Yes, a moth flying into a flame." Yang Dingtian smiled helplessly and said, "But you forced me. I know that I will die, but I have to raise my sword. You want me to hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl like this? I can't take this humiliation." Finishing his statement, Yang Dingtian yelled out and rushed forward, thrusting his sword at De Gu Fengwu's throat. It was just a light pinch, but Yang Dingtian couldn't move an inch even after using all his strength. Clang! De Gu Fengwu flicked her finger lightly. PFFF. Yang Dingtian was like a straw as he flew over a dozen meters and vomited blood in midair. Pong, pong, pong. Yang Dingtian's body smashed onto the sturdy wooden wall of the cabin, instantly smashing the wooden wall into smithereens. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, a total of 5 wooden walls were smashed into smithereens. Yang Dingtian's body directly pierced through the large ship and was about to fly out into the sea. What is going on? The people inside get out immediately. There was a yell from outside as over a dozen sword-wielding martial artists rushed in. Get out! De Gu Fengwu yelled out furiously and swung her left sleeve. Bang! In an instant, over a dozen martial artists that rushed in were instantly smashed into smithereens and died without a complete corpse. With just a swing of her sleeve, everyone that entered her vision was turned into flesh and blood. The strength of this demonic woman was completely sensational. At the same time, seeing that Yang Dingtian was about to fly into the sea, De Gu Fengwu extended her right hand out of her sleeve and sucked. In an instant, an incomparably powerful force sucked Yang Dingtian back in front of De Gu Fengwu. Hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl. De Gu Fengwu said coldly, "Unyielding might, don't even think about it." Yang Dingtian yelled out before thrusting his sword at De Gu Fengwu. Even though he knew that this was a laughable attack from Don Quixote, Yang Dingtian still thrusted his sword. Courting death. De Gu Fengwu was enraged as she raised her palm and cleaved down at Yang Dingtian. She completely ignored Yang Dingtian's thrusting sword. This was because Yang Dingtian's sword wasn't able to injure her at all. Her palm that was filled with anger was enough to shatter Yang Dingtian's body. "I'm sorry, Master. I'm sorry, Yin Yin. I really don't want to compromise." Yang Dingtian looked at De Gu Fengwu's lethal palm and knew that he would be smashed into smithereens. However, he still rushed at De Gu Fengwu and thrusted his sword at her. PFFF. De Gu Fengwu's jade-like palm ruthlessly struck Yang Dingtian's head. Yang Dingtian's sword directly pierced De Gu Fengwu's chest. However, something terrifying happened. Something that was completely unimaginable happened. Yang Dingtian didn't get smashed into smithereens. De Gu Fengwu's palm strike was soft and didn't have a trace of strength. Yang Dingtian's sword wasn't obstructed at all as it directly pierced into De Gu Fengwu's chest. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 144. In an instant, fresh blood spurted out from De Gu Fengwu's chest. Ah! De Gu Fengwu instantly let out an indignant yell. Heavens! Why are you doing this to me? Why at this moment? De Gu Fengwu questioned furiously. Yang Dingtian looked at everything with astonishment and didn't know why it was like this. He, who was supposed to be smashed into pieces, was actually safe and sound. De Gu Fengwu, who was supposed to be safe and sound, was actually pierced through by a sword. Yang Dingtian, you have won. Even the heavens are helping you. Suddenly, De Gu Fengwu gave Yang Dingtian a distressed smile and said, Ever since you tainted my innocence, my entire body has undergone changes. Suddenly, After a certain period of time, the profound energy in his body would completely disappear. It might be 2 hours or a few days. Right now, all the mystic chi in my body has vanished, and I have become powerless. Therefore, you can easily kill me. So it was like this. Even the heavens were helping Yang Dingtian. This heaven-defying demon woman had actually become the weakest woman in this world. However, this had nothing to do with Yang Dingtian. Perhaps it was the result of her chi deviation in the blood pool. Make your move. Dugu Fengwu lifted her absolutely beautiful face and said, Don't think that I will beg for mercy. If you don't kill me, once I recover my mystic chi, I will dismember you into pieces and grind your bones into ashes. Yang Dingtian looked at the pale Dugu Fengwu and then looked at the wound that was constantly bleeding. This was indeed the best time to kill this demon woman. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't have another chance. He abruptly pulled out the sharp sword, and more blood gushed out, instantly drenching Dugu Fengwu's entire upper body. I won't kill you, Yang Dingtian said. But I won't save you either, Yang Dingtian said coldly, because you aren't worth it. You better pray for yourself. Finishing his statement, Yang Dingtian turned and left. Before Yang Dingtian could walk out of the cabin, a shout came from outside. Come out, whoever is inside, come out, or I'll kill this bitch immediately. Yang Dingtian was stunned. What happened outside? He couldn't help but walk out. Outside, a scimitar was placed against Ning Ro-er's neck, and a pirate was hiding behind her. Outside the cabin, over 100 pirates, wielding all sorts of weapons, had taken control of the ship. There were already more than a dozen corpses lying on the ship. All those who resisted had been killed. On the surface of the sea, dozens of small pirate boats used iron hooks to control the large ship. It turned out that pirates had come to rob the ship. Earlier on, over a dozen of those who wanted to rush in but were instantly killed by Dugu Fengwu were all pirates. Seeing more than a dozen of their companions instantly die without a complete corpse after entering the cabin, the group of pirates thought that there was a super expert in the cabin and were instantly scared out of their wits. They did not dare to act rashly. When they saw Ning Ro-er and her daughter coming out of the cabin, they immediately held them hostage. Seeing Yang Dingtian come out, Ning Ro-er's worried expression relaxed and revealed a helpless smile. She had just been held hostage by Dugu Fengwu, and now she was being held hostage by pirates. Who are you guys? Yang Dingtian asked coldly. The moment Yang Dingtian walked out, all the pirates were shocked and took a few steps back. It was obvious that they thought that the super expert who instantly killed over a dozen pirates was Yang Dingtian. When they saw him come out, they were instantly scared out of their wits. We are the Cloud Heaven City's Black Blood Cavalry. Our commander is Shimin Lai, and our master is Yang Dingtian. That pirate who was holding Ning Ro, our hostage, said while trembling. In that instant, Yang Dingtian was enraged. This group of bastards was impersonating the Black Blood Cavalry. No wonder he heard people say that Shimin Lai had led the Black Blood Cavalry to become pirates. So it was actually like this. It was obvious that this group of pirates was instructed by Shimin Ju from Cloud Heaven City to impersonate the Black Blood Cavalry to burn, kill, and plunder. They wanted to ruin Yang Dingtian's and Shimin Lai's reputations and prevent Shimin Lai's Black Blood Cavalry brothers from having a foothold in the northwest continent. Shimin Ju and the others were truly vicious and used all sorts of strange methods. Let them go and I won't kill you, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. No. That pirate trembled and said, As long as I let your wife and daughter go, you will definitely kill all of us. I know it will be like this. Then what do you want? Yang Dingtian said angrily. Let your wife and daughter send us off. Once we feel that it is safe enough, I will let them go. That pirate said. Yang Dingtian saw that this group of pirates were looking at Ning Ro-er with wolf-like eyes. If such a peerless beauty like Ning Ro-er were to fall into the pirates' lair, the consequences would be unimaginable. She would definitely suffer the most tragic fate in the world, and it would be worse than death. How about this? I will go with you. Ning Ro turned to the pirate and said, But let me hand my daughter over to my husband. The pirate looked at the fair and delicate little Ning Ning, and his eyes immediately revealed a greedy gaze. He said, No, who knows what schemes you will have. Ning Roer said, If you don't agree, I will immediately commit suicide. When that time comes, my husband will start a massacre. Let's see which one of you will be able to survive. Her words were full of unyielding, but her voice was still incomparably gentle. That pirate was shocked. If that was really the case, then it would not be pretty. All right, I agree, but you must not use any tricks. Otherwise, I will immediately chop off your beautiful head. The pirate said malevolently, Ning Ro, immediately lowered little Ning Ning and said, Be good. Go find Daddy. Then Ning Ro said to Yang Dingtian, Daddy, take good care of our daughter. Little Ning Ning hugged her mother's neck tightly and cried, I won't go, I won't go. I want to be with Mommy. Ning Ro immediately bent down to coax little Ning Ning. Looking at her moving back after she squatted down, the eyes of the pirate behind her lit up. He did not care about anything else and reached out his dirty hand to touch Ning Ro. Lie down, Yang Dingtian shouted. Then he rushed out like a bolt of lightning, the sharp sword in his hand stabbing towards the captivated pirate. When Ning Ro heard this, she immediately ignored the sharp scimitar on her neck and hugged little Ning Ning to lie down on the ground. Swoosh! Yang Dingtian suddenly slashed with his sword. The captivated pirate was shocked and instantly woke up. He was scared out of his wits and retreated dozens of steps. His face was immediately cut by Yang Dingtian's sword, and a bone-deep wound could be seen. Thinking of Yang Dingtian's strength, he immediately ignored everything and lowered his head to run for his life. This pirate leader was not weak at all. He was more than 10 levels higher than Yang Dingtian. However, he had always treated Yang Dingtian as a super expert. Therefore, when he saw Yang Dingtian coming for him, his first thought was to run for his life. Then, the other hundreds of pirates also ran away. Yang Dingtian's attack did not succeed. He quickly rolled on the ground and hugged Ning Ro, and little Ning Ning in his arms. Without any hesitation, he turned around and ran out quickly. Instantly, hundreds of pirates were running away. On Yang Dingtian's side, they were also running away. In the blink of an eye, Yang Dingtian carried Ning Ro, and little Ning Ning and rushed into the cabin. He made a huge hole in the wooden wall and jumped into the sea. After the pirates ran for a distance, they turned around to see if Yang Dingtian, the super expert, was chasing after them. However, they realized that Yang Dingtian was also running away. Boss, that's a fake. He's not an expert. He also ran away, the pirate immediately said. When the pirate leader heard this, he turned around and saw Yang Dingtian carrying Ning Ro, and her daughter, and running away quickly. He ran even faster than them and jumped into the sea. Immediately, the pirate leader recalled the sword that Yang Dingtian had stabbed at him. Indeed, it was not the strength of a top expert. However, he was scared out of his wits at that time and did not pay much attention to it. Now that he thought about it, that beauty's husband was indeed not a super expert. Pretending to be a tiger to scare a pig. I was scared by a weakling. The pirate leader slapped his head and roared. Chase after him. Tear that man into pieces and eat him. Capture that beauty and bring her back. Yes. Immediately, all the pirates turned around and chased after Yang Dingtian with all their might. Some of the pirates jumped into the sea and chased after Yang Dingtian. The pirate leader laughed and said, Competing with pirates in swimming? Dream on. If I let you escape in the sea, I'll cut off my head and give it to you. Immediately, over 100 pirates jumped into the sea like dumplings in a pot and surrounded Yang Dingtian. Pirates were indeed pirates. They were like fish in the sea. Their swimming speed was extremely fast, and they caught up to Yang Dingtian in the blink of an eye. Yang Dingtian carried Ning Ro, And her daughter with one hand and paddled desperately with the other. However, his speed was still inferior to the pirates. "Let us go and escape by yourself," Ningroa said. "Don't say stupid things," Yang Dingtian said. "We're just strangers who met by chance. There's no need for you to die for us," Ningroa said firmly. "Don't worry, I have a way." Yang Dingtian said, "Madam Ning, hug me." Ningroa did not understand, but she still hugged Yang Dingtian's waist with one hand and little Ningning with the other. Yang Dingtian freed both of his hands and took out an elixir from his spatial ring. Water separation elixir. After consuming this elixir, a surge of energy would immediately surge out from the body, causing the seawater in front to fly away in advance. Therefore, one would be able to travel quickly and smoothly in the water. As expected, after consuming the water separation elixir, Yang Dingtian carried Ningroa and little Ningning with both hands and swam at an extremely fast speed in the water. Everywhere he passed, the seawater in front of him would split open. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was practically running in the water. In an instant, Yang Dingtian left the pirates far behind that on the ship, the pirate leader was about to jump down and catch up. "Boss, look." All of a sudden, a pirate at the side pointed to the corner of the cabin and stood there with a dumbfounded expression. The pirate leader looked over and was instantly dumbfounded as well. Today was truly strange. They had just seen a woman who was so beautiful that she could make one lose his soul. And now there was another woman who was even more beautiful. She was so beautiful that she could make one lose his soul. Of course, they saw Dugu Fengwu. At this moment, half of Dugu Fengwu's body was already dyed red with blood. Her absolutely beautiful face was deathly pale without a trace of blood, which made her even more soul-stirring beauty. Furthermore, she had lost some of her threatening, heroic spirit. After seeing Dugu Fengwu, the pirate leader instantly threw everything to the back of his mind and only had one thought. "I am going to have her." In an instant, the pirate leader squatted down in a daze and reached out his hand to touch Dugu Fengwu's face. When Dugu Fengwu saw that the pirate leader was already in a frenzy, she desperately circulated her mystic qi and wanted to shatter his body into pieces. However, she realized that she didn't have any strength left in her body. She couldn't even lift her arm up. "I have killed countless people in my life. Today I shall die here," Dugu Fengwu said in her heart before her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of determination. Using the last of her strength, she took out a blood-red elixir and placed it in her mouth. Bloodthirsty demon separation art. In an instant, Dugu Fengwu's body turned redder and redder. The pirate leader's hand came closer and closer, closer and closer to her face. The bloodthirsty demon separation art was able to blast her body into pieces, and it was also able to blast this pirate in front of her into pieces. This was Dugu Fengwu's final frenzy. That young lady is still on the ship." Suddenly, Ningroa said, "The pirate is going to humiliate her." Yang Dingtian immediately turned around and saw that the pirate leader was about to pounce on Dugu Fengwu. "That vicious demon woman deserves to die." Yang Dingtian turned around and ignored her. But she shouldn't die like this," Ningroa said. Chapter 145. To Yang Dingtian, the heaven and earth obsidian flame had an even more important function. That was to forge the youngling's sword into a true soul sword. Also to cultivate the sword soul. In fact, the heaven and earth obsidian flame was required to cleanse the marrow and meridians in the later stages. It could be said that without the heaven and earth obsidian flame, Yang Dingtian could only dream of taking back Cloud Heaven City. 4.5 years later, it would be even more impossible to defeat Dongfang Bingling. Without the heaven and earth obsidian flame, all of Yang Dingtian's missions were useless. However, the heaven and earth obsidian flame was extremely rare. Just the peak-grade earth fire in the Fire Cloud Devil Cave required a radius of 1,000 miles to nurture one. As for the heaven and earth obsidian flame, It required a radius of 10,000 miles to nurture. Once the secret of the heaven and earth obsidian flame was leaked out, the entire primal chaos continent would go crazy. Yin-Yang school, mystic sky sect, and even the hidden sect would come out in full force. No matter what price they had to pay, no matter how many people they had to sacrifice, they would all fight for it. After Yang Dingtian calmed down slightly, he couldn't help but worry about his gains and losses. Was the map in his hands the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flames map? How did such a precious item end up in his hands so easily? However, the item that he obtained from the great demon, Li Tianxiao, should be a treasure indeed. His kindness was truly repaid. He saved Ning Ro, and her daughter, but he received such a precious item. It was a pity that he couldn't read the words on the map. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to confirm if this was the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flames map. It was a pity that his master, Dongfang Minmi, was still unconscious. Otherwise, he would be able to read these words. Yang Dingtian looked at the map for a while and finally realized that he couldn't understand anything on it. He couldn't help but suppress his excitement and calm his boiling blood. After all, the most important thing now was to go to the Fire Cloud Devil Cave to forge the Soul Sword. After all, the Soul Sword was the most important thing to him. It was the foundation of his strength. After keeping the map in his spatial ring, Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and walked towards the place where Dugu Fengwu was unconscious. First, should he confirm if she was dead? Did she wake up? Then he would have to leave her on this deserted island while he rowed his boat and left for the Fiery Cloud Devil Cave as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once she woke up and regained her strength, she wouldn't be able to leave even if she wanted to. Dugu Fengwu was still unconscious like a sleeping beauty. Her absolutely beautiful face was pale and devoid of any color. Yang Dingtian picked her up and found a slightly hidden place to hide her. "I'm leaving. The rest is up to you." Yang Dingtian walked towards the small boat, but halfway through he couldn't help but turn back as he noticed that Dugu Fengwu's wound was bleeding again. If she was an ordinary woman, she would have died if her wounds were allowed to worsen. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and walked back. He squatted down in front of her and opened her clothes to check her wound. Yang Dingtian's sword had pierced her right chest, leaving a 3 to 4 inch deep and an inch long wound. Yang Dingtian took out a superior elixir and gently rolled it on her wound. This time his palm couldn't help but make contact with her delicate skin, causing him to shift his gaze away unnaturally. Ningning's elixir was very miraculous. After rolling it on the wound, it immediately stopped the bleeding. Afterward, Yang Dingtian took out the 10,000 silk snow brocade from her waist and pulled out the silk thread. He then took out a thin needle from the spatial displacement. He threaded the needle and sewed Dugu Fengwu's wound bit by bit. This kind of heavenly silk was very fine, and it wouldn't leave any scars after sewing on the wound. Yang Dingtian sewed very fine, and it took him over 10 stitches to sew an inch-long wound. "All right, it's done." Yang Dingtian instinctively went forward and wanted to bite the silk thread with his teeth, but he immediately felt that it wasn't appropriate and wanted to use his sword to cut the thread. But before he could raise his head, he felt an icy cold sensation on his neck, and his hair stood up. A dangerous energy instantly locked him down. "It can't be." Yang Dingtian exclaimed in his heart before he slowly raised his head. As expected, Dugu Fengwu had already woken up. She had already opened her eyes, and her beautiful face had an icy cold expression as though it was shrouded in frost. Your mystic qi has recovered." Yang Dingtian asked with a hoarse voice. Dugu Fengwu nodded and still allowed her clothes to be opened as though she didn't mind at all. "I am only treating your injuries and sewing your wound so that you won't bleed or leave any ugly scars," Yang Dingtian said. Dugu Fengwu nodded again as though she didn't really mind it. "If you didn't lose your memories, you should still remember that I saved your life. I was the one who rescued you from the evil clutches of the pirates," Yang Dingtian said. Dugu Fengwu nodded again. "It's fine as long as you remember that I saved your life. You shouldn't be so heartless, right?" Yang Dingtian felt relieved and said, "All right, what do you want to say now? What do you want to do?" "Hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl. Otherwise, I will dismember you into 10,000 pieces," Dugu Fengwu said coldly. Yang Dingtian rolled his eyes and nearly fainted. Why is this demonic woman still saying the same thing? Can't she change it up? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but speak with anger. "Are you kidding me? I just saved your life, and you want to dismember me into 10,000 pieces? Do you still have any conscience?" "I don't have any conscience. Did you only know that now? Does a demonic woman need a conscience?" Dugu Fengwu said coldly, "Besides, did I ask you to save me?" Yang Dingtian was speechless as he looked up at the sky. "I have nothing to say when encountering a shameless, demonic woman like you. I won't talk nonsense with you. Do what you want. Anyway, I will not give you the fire immunity chilling pearl." Yang Dingtian said coldly. Dugu Fengwu stood up and said coldly, "Are you really not afraid of death?" Yang Dingtian immediately closed his eyes and didn't want to talk to this unreasonable, demonic woman. His neck suddenly felt a chill as a sharp sword was placed horizontally on his neck. "If you don't hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl, you will die," Dugu Fengwu said coldly. Yang Dingtian still had his eyes closed and didn't say a word. "Then I'm sorry. You asked for it. After I kill you, I will cut open your corpse. I don't believe that I won't be able to find the fire immunity chilling pearl," Dugu Fengwu said coldly and cleaved down with her sword. Bang! Yang Dingtian felt a chill on his neck as he felt an intense pain as his entire body fell to the ground. Dugu Fengwu used the back of her sword to cleave over, and not the blade. She ultimately didn't kill Yang Dingtian. "If it wasn't for the fire immunity chilling pearl, I would really want to chop off your annoying head." Dugu Fengwu spoke with rage. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and revealed a smile. "Is this considered not killing me? Don't pretend to be obedient after taking advantage of me," Dugu Fengwu said. She then grabbed the thread on her chest and severed it. She was so domineering even after cutting off a thread. Then, when she took a few steps forward, she frowned. "It is all your fault. I really want to dismember you into pieces." Dugu Fengwu was filled with hatred as she said, "Where is the myriad silk snow brocade?" Yang Dingtian quickly handed over the snow brocade. "The matters of women are truly disgusting," Dugu Fengwu said coldly. Yang Dingtian was startled and immediately turned around. Dugu Fengwu stomped on the ground and leaped up dozens of meters to search for the freshwater pond. She loved cleanliness, and now that her body was covered in blood, she felt extremely uncomfortable. She had to find the cleanest pond and wash herself clean. As expected, she found it in the dense forest 2 kilometers northwest. Dugu Fengwu turned around in the air and flew towards the freshwater pond. But before she flew over, she sucked Yang Dingtian into the air with her palm and clamped him on her waist. "You crazy woman! Why do you have to bring me along? You are a pervert," Yang Dingtian said angrily. Dugu Fengwu said coldly, "From now on, you cannot leave my sight until we reach the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. I don't believe that you will not take out the fire immunity chilling pearl. You demon woman. Shameless and unreasonable demon woman." Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. 2 days later, Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu appeared in the Iron Furnace City, which was 1,000 miles away. The Iron Furnace City was in the southeast of the northwest continent. It was over 5,000 miles away from the Cloud Heaven City and close to 2,000 miles from the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. Of course, the Cloud Heaven City was in the northwest of the Iron Furnace City, while the Fire Cloud Devil Cave was in the northeast of the Iron Furnace City. It was on a lonely volcanic island. The Iron Furnace City was a city of weapons and a city of smithing. Almost all of the weapon-smithing clans in the primal chaos continent surrounded the Iron Furnace City. Almost all of the weapon transactions in this world were conducted in the Iron Furnace City. Dugu Fengwu and Yang Dingtian came to the Iron Furnace City for the mystic fire devil hammer. Only the mystic fire devil hammer could be used to forge the bloody black gold fledgling sword. The bloody black gold itself was the toughest and most heat-resistant metal in the world. Only peak-grade earth fire could melt the bloody black gold. The molten bloody black gold had an extremely terrifying temperature. No hammer in the world could forge it because as soon as it touched the red-hot bloody black gold, even the hardest hammer would be melted into molten iron, even if it was only for a moment. The mystic fire devil hammer was forged from the bloody black gold. Therefore, in the world, only the mystic fire devil hammer could be used to forge soul swords. There was only one clan in the world that had the mystic fire devil hammer, and that was the leader of the Iron Furnace City, the Divine Weapons Manor. The Divine Weapons Manor wasn't part of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches. However, they were the core power of the Tayando League, and their status wasn't inferior to the prestigious sections. This was because most of the divine weapons in the world came from the Divine Weapons Manor. The Divine Weapons Manor had close relations with almost all the prestigious sects in the world. Therefore, no one dared to offend them. Of course, every few decades, someone would want to forge a soul sword and needed the mystic fire devil hammer. What could they do? Very simple. Borrow it from the Divine Weapons Manor. Most of the time, as long as one had a high status, they could borrow it. Dongfang Minmi borrowed it from the Divine Weapons Manor. Shimin Wuya also borrowed it from the Divine Weapons Manor. Without exception, those who could borrow the mystic fire devil hammer were all grandmasters. The manor lord of the horror manor, Zhao Wuji, had also borrowed the mystic fire devil hammer from the Divine Weapons Manor. He brought hundreds of thousands of gold coins and countless treasures. However, Zhao Wuji was chased out of the Divine Weapons Manor before he could even enter. Later, it was the lord of the Northwest clan who helped Zhao Wuji borrow the mystic fire devil hammer. From this, it could be seen that the mystic fire devil hammer could be borrowed. However, it could only be lent to the grandmasters of the world and those at the level of the 3 sects and 9 clans. Even the 27 sects didn't have enough weight, let alone other miscellaneous people. As for Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu, they were definitely considered miscellaneous people. Yang Dingtian was the successor of the Cloud Heaven City Lord and was Dongfang Minmi's disciple. It was a pity that his identity couldn't be exposed. Dugu Fengwu was the princess of the Temple of Blood and the #1 beauty of the evil ways. It was a pity that the good and the evil ways couldn't coexist. Once Dugu Fengwu's identity was exposed, the entire Iron Furnace City would probably pursue her crazily. Despite knowing this, Dugu Fengwu and Yang Dingtian still came to Iron Furnace City. After resting for a while, they prepared to head to the Divine Weapons Manor to borrow the mystic fire devil hammer. The Divine Weapons Manor wasn't in the city, but on the Black Edge Mountain, which was 100 miles away. Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu came to the best in an Iron Furnace City. The two of them were enveloped in black cloaks and didn't reveal their faces. However, the surrounding people didn't reveal much curiosity because there were plenty of such people in Iron Furnace City. Get 2 rooms. I want the best, Dugu Fengwu said. Therefore, the yin gave the 2 of them the most expensive and best rooms. The 2 rooms were right next to each other. After the servants left, Yang Dingtian said, "We definitely won't be able to borrow the mystic fire devil hammer if we go like this. Do you have any ideas?" Dugu Fengwu handed over a human skin mask and a bag of clothes. She said, "Wear this mask and change into these clothes." Yang Dingtian didn't understand. But with this demonic woman's overwhelming prowess, he didn't resist. After entering the room, Yang Dingtian took a bath in the bathtub and washed his entire body clean. After that, he wore his underwear and sat in front of the mirror and started to put on a new disguise. He changed into a brand new mask, which was the most realistic mask in the spatial ring. Unfortunately, it was also the most handsome mask. It was so handsome that it was almost comparable to Zhu Hongshue's pretty face. He put on the mask bit by bit and made sure it fit perfectly. He then carefully put on the long hair cover and changed into an extremely expensive cloud silk brocade robe. In an instant, an extremely cold and handsome man appeared in the mirror. The reason why it was cold was because the mask itself was cold. Furthermore, this mask wasn't a living illusion mask, and it wasn't suitable to have too many expressions. Otherwise, it might look a little unnatural. I really didn't mean to make myself so handsome. Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly at the mirror. He then took a deep breath and maintained his cold appearance before walking out of the room slowly. Just as he walked out of the door, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. Almost everyone looked over, and it wasn't just the women. However, the women's eyes were even more dazed and fiery. Dugu Fengwu still hadn't come out. Yang Dingtian stood at the door and waited. After waiting for more than an hour, Dugu Fengwu's door opened. The moment she walked out, everyone was stunned again. Then, everyone's eyes fell into a fiery and infatuated state. Even Yang Dingtian was stunned. Of course, Yang Dingtian had seen Dugu Fengwu's exceptional looks for a long time. Therefore, he wasn't stunned for an instant. What made him shocked was that Dugu Fengwu had completely changed into a different person. Her aura was completely different. That's right. The previous Dugu Fengwu was the most beautiful woman in this world. However, she had always treated herself as a woman. Even Yang Dingtian had treated her as Dongfang Bubi. She had a kind of androgynous beauty. From start to end, she didn't reveal any hint of femininity. But now, every part of her body was filled with femininity. But now, the person who appeared in front of Yang Dingtian was a femme fatale. She was radiant, and every inch of her body was filled with the charm of a woman. Her face had completely changed, but there weren't any traces of disguise or mask. To be honest, her transformed face wasn't as beautiful as her real face, but the key was her charm. To put it overboard, she could even be considered a demon. No matter if it was her eyes or her smile, they were all captivating. Dugu Fengwu was very tall and had a great figure. However, she wore men's clothes almost all the time, hiding her curves completely. But now she was wearing a pink palace dress, which completely revealed her figure. It was like the undulating mountains and rivers. It was the definition of a devil's curves. Any man would be infatuated with a single look. Are you trying to use a beauty trap on the people of the divine weapons manor? Yang Dingtian looked at Dugu Fengwu and couldn't help but ask. Dugu Fengwu looked at Yang Dingtian indifferently and said, "Do you have any objections?" Yang Dingtian was slightly startled. He then shook his head and said no. Dugu Fengwu took out a blue gemstone pendant and wore it around her neck. It made her look even more dazzling and charming. "Remember, from now on, I am the 7 Refined Lane's 3rd Lady Gongsun," Dugu Fengwu said. Yang Dingtian was startled. The 7 Refined Lane was one of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 factions. It was world-renowned. It was the same as the Sky Wind Pavilion, where all the disciples were female. However, it was even more famous than the Sky Wind Pavilion. The disciples of the 7 Refined Lane often traveled the world and had never been stingy with their beauty and sexiness. Furthermore, the 7 Refined Lane didn't forbid marriage. In fact, countless disciples of the 7 Refined Lane married into prestigious sections. The women of the 7 Refined Lane were the dream of all the men in the world. 3rd Lady Gongsun did exist, and she was ranked 3rd in the 7 Refined Lane. Furthermore, she was the most famous beauty in the world. The woman that all the men in the world wanted to marry the most wasn't the fairy of the 9 heavens, Dongfang Bingling, or the cloud sky princess, Shimin Yan Yan. It was 3rd Lady Gongsun. This was because 3rd Lady Gongsun's beauty and skills were superb, especially her sword dance, which was world-renowned. Most importantly, 3rd Lady Gongsun's charm and gentleness was something that a fairy like Dongfang Bingling couldn't compare with. 3rd Lady Gongsun is world-renowned. It wouldn't be easy to impersonate her. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but whisper. Dugu Fengwu looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "3rd Lady Gongsun is me." Ah, Yang Dingtian was startled. third Lady Gong's son was Dugu Fengwu, and Dugu Fengwu was third Lady Gong's son? He didn't expect that the world-renowned third Lady Gong's son, the most charming and charming woman, was actually Dugu Fengwu's other identity. It was no wonder she was dressed so outrageously for the first time. It was because all the women of the 7 refined lane were dressed like this. If they were all like this, then the 7 refined lane's reputation wasn't justified. After all, who would believe that they didn't have any ulterior motives for dressing like this? Heavens! Yang Dingtian couldn't help but whisper, "Then why don't I see any hint of femininity in the real you? After pretending to be a disaster for so many times, I hate femininity. Only then will I be able to bid farewell and despise it," Dugu Fengwu said. Her tone was filled with deep hatred, and she was the type that was gnashing her teeth. This reason was very sufficient, so much so that Yang Dingtian was speechless. However, it was hard to say which version of Dugu Fengwu was more attractive. Immediately after, she glared with her beautiful eyes and said, "All right, let's not talk so much. Let's go to the Divine Weapons Manor to borrow the mystic fire devil hammer." Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment and said, "You are using third Lady Gongsuan's identity to borrow the mystic fire devil hammer. I don't think you are qualified." Dugu Fengwu said indifferently, "My identity isn't qualified, but your identity is." Yang Dingtian was shocked and said, Then what is my identity now?" The descendant of the hidden sect, Su Wuming, the supreme leader of the Taiando League. The true #1 person in the world, Dugu Fengwu said indifferently. Her tone was very indifferent, as though she was talking about a small matter. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned, as though he was struck by lightning. He trembled and said, Are you going to let me die without a burial ground?" This was really going to kill him. Furthermore, it was very likely that he would die without a body. The world was so big that there wasn't a single inch of space for him to stay. If Yang Dingtian had done many crazy things in the past, there wouldn't be a single time that the consequences would be worse than this. Once this matter was exposed, the consequences would be unbearable and unimaginable. This was the descendant of the hidden sect, the leader of the entire Taiando League, or even the leader of the entire world. You are impersonating him? Even if you are courting death, you aren't going to be so direct. Note, brothers, please give me 2 monthly votes. Please, brothers. Chapter 146. If you don't do it, you will die without a burial ground now, Dugu Fengwu said indifferently. She then turned her delicate body and walked out leisurely. They followed her to the main hall of the inn. All of a sudden, all of the noise stopped. It was as though the entire scene was frozen. All the men stared at Dugu Fengwu and instantly forgot everything. They just stared blankly. "Lady Gong's son! Lady Gong's son!" A few minutes later, everyone present was crazily calling out third Lady Gongsuan's title. Everyone bowed towards Dugu Fengwu uniformly. Their eyes were still filled with passion, but they were no longer filled with greed. Instead, they were filled with endless admiration. It was just like back on Earth, when a crazy fan met a superstar. That's right. Third Lady Gong's son was so famous and made all the men crazy. "Excuse me." Dugu Fengwu nodded slightly and said gently. Instantly, everyone in the main hall opened up a path and sent Dugu Fengwu off with infatuated eyes. As for Yang Dingtian, who was following behind, he might be cool and handsome, but he was ignored by all the men present. After boarding the carriage to the Divine Weapons Manor, Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu sat opposite each other. Yang Dingtian shifted his gaze away unnaturally. This woman in front of him was simply too charming. It was really strange. The previous Dugu Fengwu wasn't that attractive to him. The third Lady Gong's son in front of him was so charming that he didn't dare to look at her. Demonic woman, the consequences of impersonating a hidden sect disciple are very serious, very serious. Yang Dingtian said. Dugu Fengwu said, "I didn't ask you to say that you are a disciple of the hidden sect. You just have to give others the feeling that you are a disciple of the hidden sect." That would also be courting death. Yang Dingtian said. The hidden sect was the true #1 sect in the world. In the primal chaos continent, the hidden sect was supreme and extraordinary. It surpassed the Yin-Yang school and the mystic heaven sect. The hidden sect was mysterious, powerful, and noble. In the 2 world-ending battles of evil ways, the saviors were the hidden sect. But after saving the world, the hidden sect immediately went into hiding and would never give orders to the world. If it wasn't for the world's crisis, the people of the hidden sect would never walk the earth. Therefore, the hidden sect was the undisputed leader of the Taindo League. Once the hidden sect's disciples traveled the world, all the famous sects in the world would bow down to them. In short, the consequences of impersonating a hidden sect disciple were extremely severe. This was because any disciple of the Yin sect would be regarded as the #1 person in the world in the future, the #1 leader of the Taindo League. His status was higher than Zhu Hongshue's and even higher than Dongfang Bingling's. Dugu Fengwu spoke coldly. Do you think you have a choice? That's right. Did Yang Dingtian have any other choice? Obtaining the mystic fire devil hammer was more important than anything else. Moreover, since he was asked to play the role of the demonic woman, he probably couldn't refuse. Then, Yang Dingtian thought of something important and said, The disciples of the hidden sect are extremely powerful. If I pretend to be a disciple of the hidden sect, my cultivation level won't be high enough and I'll be exposed easily. Who dares to fight with a hidden sect disciple? Dugu Fengwu said. It is because you are too weak that you are safe by pretending to be a disciple of the hidden sect. Otherwise, you would have been killed 10,000 times over. Subsequently, Dugu Fengwu took out a green leaf ornament and handed it to Yang Dingtian. Wear it on your neck. Find an opportunity to let the owner of the divine weapons manor see it. What is this? Yang Dingtian asked. It is a special ornament of the hidden sect's disciples. Only a few people in the world know about it, Dugu Fengwu said. Then why do you have it? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. What does it have to do with you? Dugu Fengwu instantly spoke impatiently, as though she wasn't willing to talk about this matter. Quickly wear it. Don't force me to make a move. Dugu Fengwu threatened. Yang Dingtian's hand touched this jade green leaf ornament. Instantly, a mysterious and refreshing aura surged into his body, which instantly made him feel refreshed. Without a doubt, this item was real. It really belonged to the hidden sect. If he wore this item, he would really be in big trouble, and the consequences would be very severe. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and wore this leaf ornament on his neck. No wonder Dugu Fengwu came to the divine weapons manor with such confidence. It turned out that she had already made preparations. Of course, Yang Dingtian also had a plan to borrow the mystic fire devil hammer. However, his plan was much more dangerous, and the chances of him being able to borrow it were much lower. You crazy woman! I will be killed because of you. Yang Dingtian spoke with hatred. Your life is already in my hands, Dugu Fengwu said coldly. A light. Suddenly, the carriage stopped, and Dugu Fengwu said, Have we arrived at the divine weapons manor? Yang Dingtian asked. If I ask you to alight, then alight. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Dugu Fengwu said. Her tone was very aggressive, as though she had eaten gunpowder. After Yang Dingtian alighted, the coachman bowed to Dugu Fengwu and took out an elixir to consume. He then turned and left. He didn't say anything from the start to the end. It was obvious that this coachman was someone who had infiltrated the Taindo League through evil ways. The elixir that he consumed at the end might be to make him forget everything that he had seen today. This place was a secluded and remote valley. There was a jade green lake in the middle, and it was surrounded by green bamboos. Now, I will teach you a set of sword art. It is the hidden sect's whirling calamity crossing sword. There are a total of 10 moves, and each move is split into 10 forms. Each form has 10 variations. In short, this is the most complicated sword art in the world. You only have 6 hours to learn it. Dugu Fengwu said, I don't expect you to be able to execute the charm of this sword art, but you must at least memorize it. Every move must look similar on the surface. Do you hear me? If you can't do it, then don't bother coming to the divine weapons manor. I will just chop off your dog head right here. Why? Are we going to have a martial contest later? Yang Dingtian asked. Martial contest? You will be slaughtered in just a few moves. I am just letting you show a move or two to scare people just in case, Dugu Fengwu said. Originally, Yang Dingtian wanted to ask why Dugu Fengwu knew the hidden sex sword art, but looking at her attitude, there was no need to ask. Watch carefully. I am going to execute the first sword of the whirling calamity crossing sword, River Tears. Once her voice ended, Dugu Fengwu's exquisite and delicate body floated up and floated in the air. The sharp sword in her hand gently revolved and spun. One round and another round. Every lap seemed to be the same, but every lap seemed to be different. Every time the sword blade was brandished, Dugu Fengwu's delicate body would revolve around a circle. She was like a fairy dancing in the air, which was dreamy and illusory. The sword flower spun 9 rounds, and Dugu Fengwu also spun 9 rounds. After the first move ended, Dugu Fengwu floated to the side of Yang Dingtian. Did you see it clearly? Dugu Fengwu asked. Yang Dingtian didn't reply immediately and took a deep breath of cold air. This set of sword art was truly too difficult. That's right, it looked very simple, and it was just drawing circles one by one. But in fact, every circle had to be interlocked. Every angle and every arc couldn't have a single mistake. Just this move alone had more than 100 variations. It was simply hundreds, or even thousands of variations. Such a sword art might not be learned even if one practiced it 1,000 times or 10,000 times, let alone 100 times. It was because the circulation route of the mystic qi and the grasp of every angle of the mystic qi was incomparably complicated. If one had a true manual, they would need to practice countless times and truly grasp the spirit and essence of the sword art before they could truly learn it. Right now, without a manual, it was simply impossible to learn the entire set of sword art in just 6 hours. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, without a manual and just looking at the surface of the sword art, it is simply imitating a cat to draw a tiger. It is impossible to learn it, let alone 6 hours. Even 300 or 3,000 hours wouldn't be enough to learn it. I didn't ask you to truly learn it. As long as it looks impressive and can deceive people, it will be fine. Dugu Fengwu said unhappily. Then she continued, besides, I only know the superficial moves. The real tears of the river will be used for the final sword move. Countless tears will fall from the sky, and every tear can kill people without leaving a trace. Ah, so incredible, Yang Dingtian said with astonishment. Nonsense. If it wasn't incredible, how could it rule the entire world? Dugu Fengwu said coldly, rule the world? Did the hidden sect rule the world? It had been over 100 years since anyone from the hidden sect walked in this world. All right, I will use the tears of the river again. This time, I will use a cheating method to demonstrate the effects of the tears of the river, Dugu Fengwu said. Immediately after, her delicate body gently floated into the sky. Whirling calamity crossing sword. Tears of the river. Immediately after, another fairy dressed in palace attire danced in the sky. The sharp sword in her hand was like ripples in autumn water, drawing circles after circles. The first circle, the second circle, the third circle, the fourth circle, the 9th circle was over. Dugu Fengwu floated back to Yang Dingtian's side. In an instant, countless tears appeared in the sky. Every tear was sparkling and translucent like crystals or gems. They floated in the sky and were extremely beautiful. Immediately after, these countless tears started to fall. It was like a dreamy icy rain. Pa! They landed on the surface of the lake. In an instant, the tranquil surface of the lake was torn apart. Wherever the tears passed, the lake water would turn into mist and vanish. When the tears landed on the lake surface, it was like raindrops hitting the beach. Every single hole was nearly a foot deep. When the tears landed on the bamboo forest, the bamboo leaves, bamboo branches, and bamboo poles were all turned into fine powder. This was the power of the whirling calamity crossing sword. This was the power of the hidden sect's sword art. It was so powerful that it was suffocating. It was so beautiful that it was suffocating. It was so mysterious that it was suffocating. After landing, Dugu Fengwu's complexion was a little pale because she had exhausted countless mystic qi earlier. After all, she didn't truly know how to use the whirling calamity crossing sword. She had used countless mystic qi to create this effect. The true tears of the river would naturally and easily cause countless fatal tears to fall. "All right, go and try it again," Dugu Fengwu said and handed the sword over to Yang Dingtian. "Can't I use my own sword?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Your sword looks like a fool's sword. Will others believe that you are a disciple of the hidden sect?" Dugu Fengwu asked. Yang Dingtian received this sword. This was an ordinary sword, but after receiving it, Yang Dingtian felt that it wasn't ordinary. An extremely ancient aura presence surged into his body. In fact, Yang Dingtian felt as though he could feel a sigh from it. It was as though it had been sighing for 1,000 years or 10,000 years. Without a doubt, this sword had been around for a very long time. As for how long it was exactly, it was unknown. The entire sword was only a few kilograms. When looking from afar, it was as clear as autumn water. However, when taking a closer look, one could see that there were bright red veins in the depths of the sword blade. They looked like fresh blood. Did this sword truly come from the hidden sect? Yang Dingtian asked. This artifact couldn't be forged. It was as though it had the aura of the hidden sect. It was simple and unadorned, yet it permeated the universe. Dugu Fengwu nodded. "What is this sword made of?" Yang Dingtian asked. 99 pieces of bloody black gold and 99 pieces of mystic ice iron jade, Dugu Fengwu replied. In an instant, Yang Dingtian took in a deep breath of cold air again. Such extravagance! Bloody black gold was used to forge Yang attribute soul swords. Mystic ice iron jade was used to forge Yin attribute soul swords. Right now, the two were actually mixed together. A total of 198 pieces were used to forge an artifact sword that was only a few kilograms. It was truly shocking. Without a doubt, this was a divine weapon, and it was something that only the influential figures of the hidden sect could wield. It was no wonder that when he held it in his hand, he could feel boundless energy, but couldn't feel any trace of fire aura. It was unknown why this artifact sword had landed in Dugu Fengwu's hands. Of course, this sword wasn't very useful in her hands. Divine weapons and sharp swords would recognize their owners. "I am really going to be killed by you." Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and said, if he were to use this divine weapon to impersonate a hidden sect disciple, it would truly cause a sensation in the world. If he were to be exposed, Yang Dingtian would truly die without a burial ground. "I don't know if you'll be killed by me, but if you don't hurry up and practice your sword, you will definitely be killed by me," Dugu Fengwu said indifferently. "Demonic woman, you are a demonic woman." Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth while brandishing the sharp sword and said, "Wait until the day I am stronger than you. I will torture you until you are begging for death." When Dugu Fengwu saw Yang Dingtian's state, she burst out laughing and said, "You won't have the chance. Before that day comes, I will slaughter you. If I knew you were so cruel and unscrupulous, I wouldn't have saved you on the sea. I would have let those pirates—" Before Yang Dingtian could finish his sentence, he changed his words and said, "I should have stabbed you to death when you were weak." "Serves you right. Who asked you to be so stupid?" Dugu Fengwu said indifferently. In this instant, Yang Dingtian's lungs were about to explode from anger. He then yelled out, "Whirling Calamity Crossing Sword's first move." River tears! Immediately after, he quickly drew circles in the air, using the sharp sword in his hand to draw circles after circles. His movements weren't wrong, but it was rushed and fast. It was completely different from Dugu Fengwu's ethereal beauty. In less than 15 seconds, Yang Dingtian had already executed the entire knockoff River Tears. Dugu Fengwu's charming face turned cold as she scolded. Yang Dingtian, are you purposely trying to make things difficult for me? Can you make it even uglier? What's wrong? Yang Dingtian said, Didn't you say that it would be fine as long as the movements are similar? My movements earlier weren't wrong. Dugu Fengwu was instantly infuriated. She was so angry that her firm breasts were undulating as though they were going to burst out of her clothes. Is this river tears or slaughtering a pig? I really wish I could kill you with a single palm strike, Dugu Fengwu said. Immediately after, Dugu Fengwu withdrew her anger and revealed a chilling expression. Do it again. If it's still the same, I won't kill you. I will castrate you. Finishing her statement, she looked at Yang Dingtian's crotch and said coldly, Since you raped me, this is the punishment you deserve. Yang Dingtian's body shrunk as he felt a chill in his little brother. Forget it. This demonic woman is cold-blooded and emotionless. She really means what she says. I'd better not infuriate her for now, Yang Dingtian said in his heart. As for the matter of him raping her, Yang Dingtian had already explained it more than 100 times. He didn't want to waste his breath anymore. All right, I will use my heart this time. But no matter what kind of effect it achieves, you have to accept it. Yang Dingtian said seriously, After all, there isn't any manual, and I don't know the essence of this sword art. It's just the appearance, and it won't be useful even if I practice it 100 times. Finishing his statement, Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes and allowed himself to completely immerse himself. Afterward, he started to recall the first move of the swaying Calamity Crossing sword, River Tears. Every movement, every angle, appeared in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian pushed off with the tip of his feet and suddenly bounced into the sky. He slowly thrusted out the sword in his hand. The autumn water sword rippled out. He drew the first circle, the second circle. Dugu Fengwu, who was watching from the ground, let out a deep breath of relief. She couldn't help but admire Yang Dingtian's talent. When he was serious, the sword moves that he executed were exactly the same as hers. There wasn't any difference. It was as though he had copied her moves. It was a known fact that there were countless changes within, and Yang Dingtian had only seen it twice. If this was the case, it wouldn't take more than 4 hours to learn 10 moves of the swaying Calamity Crossing sword. Yang Dingtian was still drawing circles in the sky, completely imitating Dugu Fengwu and slowly executing the River Tears. When he drew the fourth circle, the mystic qi in Yang Dingtian's qi suddenly jumped as though it was going to come out. How could this be? Once any martial artist in the world chose to learn a certain martial skill, their qi would be completely bound to that martial skill. No matter how powerful or mystical the other martial skills were, they wouldn't trigger any reaction from the qi. Therefore, all martial artists in the world could only learn one martial skill in their lifetime. But now, Yang Dingtian's qi actually had a reaction to the swaying Calamity Crossing sword? What exactly was going on? This didn't conform to the martial Tao truth of the primal chaos continent. Such a thing shouldn't happen, right? But in fact, it really happened. When Yang Dingtian imitated the swaying Calamity Crossing sword, it triggered a reaction from Yang Dingtian's qi. Then, there was only one explanation. The swaying Calamity Crossing sword and the pig-slaying sword art had some sort of relationship. But it was impossible for two martial skills that were truly similar to each other to appear in the world. This was because every martial skill manual's mystic qi meridians were completely different. Then, what exactly was going on? When Yang Dingtian drew the fifth circle, the mystic qi in his qi finally couldn't hold it in any longer. It suddenly came out from the qi, passed through the mystic meridians, and entered the sharp sword in Yang Dingtian's hand. Swish! The sword in Yang Dingtian's hand drew the fifth circle in the air. A circle formed by a white halo floated in the air. It was very beautiful. When Yang Dingtian drew the sixth circle, the mystic qi in his body started to circulate rapidly. Huff! The sixth circle suddenly tore open the air. The pure mystic qi energy condensed in the air and formed the sixth faintly discernible and sparkling circle. Yang Dingtian didn't realize it. Dugu Fengwu, who was on the ground, was completely stunned and couldn't believe her eyes. How could this be? How could this be? She was the #1 prodigy of the evil ways, but when she demonstrated the swaying calamity crossing sword, she only had the appearance. The Yang Dingtian in front of her didn't just have the appearance. He had truly entered the quintessence of the swaying calamity crossing sword. Right now, Yang Dingtian was completely immersed in the mystical world of the swaying calamity crossing sword. The speed of drawing the circle was getting slower, but the circle that was drawn was getting brighter, more substantial, and more elegant. In fact, his actions were already different from Dugu Fengwu's. He was just following the path of the mystic qi and following his own feelings. Right now, he deeply felt that this swaying calamity crossing sword and his pig-slaying sword might look completely different in appearance, but they seemed to be connected by blood, similar in spirit but different in form, especially when the so-called hidden sect sword art and the pig-slaying sword might look completely different on the surface, but their mystic qi attributes were extremely similar. It was as though the bone frame was the same martial skill, but it was displayed in different forms. It was as though the pig-slaying sword art was another level of the swaying calamity crossing sword. Yang Dingtian could faintly feel that the pig-slaying sword art's level was even higher. It was the swaying calamity crossing sword that was upgraded by an absolute expert. The swaying calamity crossing sword looked very mystical and elegant. The pig-slaying sword art was very direct, vulgar, and ugly. However, both of them had the same concept. It was a kind of return to simplicity, going from gorgeous to low profile. The 8th circle, the 9th circle. Every circle was floating in the air and gently rippling. After the demonstration was completed, Yang Dingtian's body floated back to his original spot. Immediately after, the arcs in the air started to shatter and disperse. They turned into sparkling and translucent teardrops that filled the sky. Splash! These teardrops fell like ice rain. They sprinkled on the lake water, splashing out clouds of mist. They sprinkled on the ground, smashing out countless shallow holes. They sprinkled on the bamboo forest, tearing countless bamboo leaves and breaking countless bamboo branches. That's right, the final teardrops weren't as many as Dugu Fengwu's, and the power wasn't as great. However, Dugu Fengwu was completely stupefied and felt as though she was dreaming. The final teardrops in her demonstration of the river's tears were fake, and they were simulated with countless mystic qi. However, Yang Dingtian's final teardrop was real. Yang Dingtian was also completely stupefied as he looked at the teardrops that filled the sky. Dugu Fengwu only allowed him to learn the superficial, swaying calamity crossing sword, but he actually executed the true river's tears. Note, requesting for a few monthly votes. Chapter 147. He really didn't know what was the relationship between the hidden sect and his pig-slaying sword art. Seeing Dugu Fengwu's complicated expression, Yang Dingtian waved his hand and said, "Don't ask me. I don't know either." Dugu Fengwu said, "I won't ask you. I am just thinking if I should kill you now." Yang Dingtian felt a chill on his neck. This demonic woman wasn't joking. She really meant what she said. After that, Dugu Fengwu's beautiful eyes stared at Yang Dingtian. Her expression kept changing. It suddenly turned cold and then gentle. It suddenly turned resolute and then hesitant. Yang Dingtian knew that he was at the edge of hell right now. He hated this feeling, but he had no other choice. Finally, Dugu Fengwu took a deep breath and said, "I should kill you. A few years later, you might become the greatest enemy of my evil ways." Yang Dingtian didn't beg for mercy. He just stared at Dugu Fengwu coldly. But you can't die now. If I want to kill you, I have to at least cheat the mystic fire devil hammer first. Dugu Fengwu said, I have to at least wait for you to hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl before I kill you. Yang Dingtian knew that she wouldn't kill him. Looking at Dugu Fengwu deeply, Yang Dingtian said coldly, Dugu Fengwu, I will remember this moment. Now, let's start learning the second move of the swaying calamity crossing sword. Dugu Fengwu also looked at Yang Dingtian deeply and said, I will also remember your words. Immediately after, she took the sharp sword in Yang Dingtian's hand. Now, I will use the second move of the swaying calamity crossing sword, the soul departing mirror. I will use my mystic chi to simulate the effect. Just as she finished speaking, Dugu Fengwu's figure instantly vanished in front of Yang Dingtian. In the blink of an eye, she turned into an afterimage and refracted, appearing dozens of meters away. In his hand, the afterimage appeared and disappeared. She turned into a curved arc of light. The figure refracted, and the sword light refracted, curved and circled, shifting and changing. Dugu Fengwu's body and the sword in her hand suddenly appeared and disappeared. It was just like the soul leaving mirror. In an instant, her figure covered an area of over 1,000 meters. Her afterimage was left on the lake, in the air, in the bamboo forest, and beside the huge rock. Finally, there was a dazzling light and an alluring fragrance. Dugu Fengwu's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. He sheathed his sword and stood there. The second move of the swaying calamity crossing sword, the realm of divorce, ended. Kacha! Suddenly, all the afterimages left behind by Dugu Fengwu within 1,000 meters were shattered. Where it shattered, the lake water broke, the boulders broke, the bamboo forest broke, and the ground broke. In short, all the shadows that she passed by were torn apart. It was as if a painting had been cut into countless pieces. Yang Dingtian felt suffocated again. He didn't know if Dugu Fengwu was too strong or if the hidden sex sword art was too strong. Next, I will demonstrate another move. The movements will be slower, and I won't use mystic chi to create any effects. It will just be a superficial move of the soul departing mirror, Dugu Fengwu said. Afterward, Dugu Fengwu demonstrated it again. Without the effect of mystic chi, this soul departing mirror wasn't that illusionary anymore. It didn't have that impactful visual effect. However, Dugu Fengwu's magic-like figure and her incomparably beautiful figure were even more prominent. After circling for 1,000 meters, Dugu Fengwu came back and kept her sword. She asked, Did you see it clearly? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I saw it clearly, but this move is much more difficult than the river sobbing. I can't learn it in one try. I didn't ask you to learn it in one try, Dugu Fengwu said. In fact, we are now in the divine weapons manner. You can already scare the people in the residence. You only need one move. Therefore, learn as much as you can in 3 hours. After finishing, Dugu Fengwu sneered and mocked herself. The disciple learns the sword from the master. The master's teachings are fake, but the disciple learns the real thing. Such a thing has never been heard of in the past 1,000 years. Yang Dingtian was speechless and smiled. He then took Dugu Fengwu's sword and started to learn the second move of the swaying calamity crossing sword, the soul departing mirror. It was indeed difficult. Yang Dingtian did the same for the first move, but there was no reaction in his chi vessel. Yang Dingtian did the same for the second move, but there was still no reaction in his chi vessel. Yang Dingtian was already unable to do the third move. Dugu Fengwu's speed was too fast, and the refraction was too far. Yang Dingtian was already unable to grasp the trajectory and path. Sheathing the sword, Yang Dingtian turned back and said, Please demonstrate it again. Dugu Fengwu took the sword and didn't say anything. She just demonstrated it again. This time, her speed was even slower. After the entire soul departing mirror was demonstrated, Dugu Fengwu turned back and handed the artifact, sword back, to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian tried again. He did the same for the first move, but there was no reaction in his chi vessel. He did the same for the second move, but there was still no reaction in his chi vessel. The third move that he didn't manage to complete previously was also successfully completed this time. Yang Dingtian took a long time to prepare for the fourth move, but he still managed to complete it. The fifth move was announced as a failure. Afterward, he turned back. Without waiting for him to say anything, Dugu Fengwu took the sword and demonstrated it again, but her speed was even slower. When Dugu Fengwu demonstrated it for the 11th time, Yang Dingtian finally completely grasped the moves of the swaying Calamity Crossing sword. However, his chi vessel still didn't have any reaction. Yang Dingtian tried again and again. 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. Time elapsed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed. Half of the time had passed, and there were still 7 moves of the swaying Calamity Crossing sword that he hadn't learned. However, Dugu Fengwu didn't rush him and just stood by the side indifferently. In the end, Yang Dingtian didn't know how many times he practiced the soul departing mirror, but his chi vessel still didn't have any reaction. Yang Dingtian suspected that Dugu Fengwu didn't want Yang Dingtian to learn the true swaying Calamity Crossing sword and purposely taught him the wrong version of the soul departing mirror. After practicing it a few more times, there was still no reaction from the mystic chi. Yang Dingtian was instantly even more suspicious and couldn't help but want to ask Dugu Fengwu. However, just as he was about to question her, the depths of his chi vessel suddenly jumped, and his mystic meridians also had a reaction. Yang Dingtian quickly put all his focus into chasing after this feeling. This was a very mystical feeling. This time, the pulsation of the chi vessel was really very weak and disappeared in an instant. It was like a small thread in a messy ball of thread. It was also like an illusory thought in a dream. He suddenly felt it, but when he wanted to search for it, it completely disappeared. Yang Dingtian held his breath and gathered all his focus to search and capture this feeling, this pulsation of the mystic chi. Without a doubt, this was the hardest part. Once it was found, he would be able to pull it out. He had to constantly search, constantly search. All of a sudden, Yang Dingtian found the most primitive traces of this mystic chi pulsation and found the source of this mystic chi circulation. Immediately after, he followed his feelings and quickly executed the second move of the swaying Calamity Crossing sword, the soul departing mirror. He constantly practiced, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, following the meridians of the mystic chi. He used all his strength to force the bone frame and meridians of the soul departing mirror, peeling it off bit by bit. He threw everything in the surroundings to the back of his mind and was completely immersed in the world of the soul departing mirror. Sure enough, the first part was also the hardest part. Once he found the end of the thread, Yang Dingtian immediately pulled out the entire thread. Swish, 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 swish. In the bamboo forest above the lake, Yang Dingtian's figure quickly refracted and left behind after images. He flashed above the lake in the bamboo forest and under the giant rock. His figure was like pearls, and his sword was like a needle and thread. He rapidly changed his form and threaded the needle and thread, connecting all the pearls together. In an instant, an afterimage painting was constructed in the valley. Pa! Finally, Yang Dingtian's figure floated like a shadow and returned to a distance. Bang! All the afterimages suddenly shattered. In an instant, the air was torn apart. The lake water was torn into countless water droplets and steam. The bamboo was suddenly severed at the waist. A deep crack was left on the giant rock. Yang Dingtian succeeded again and truly learned the second move of the swaying Calamity Crossing sword, the soul departing mirror. Even though the power was still much weaker than the illusion created by Dugu Fengwu's mystic chi, the image produced by his soul departing mirror was real and truly belonged to the power of the soul departing mirror. Dugu Fengwu repeatedly warned herself not to be astonished and not to be shocked. But when she saw this scene, she still felt her body going numb, and there was an extremely strange feeling in the depths of her heart. Yang Dingtian came in front of Dugu Fengwu and handed over the artifact, sword to her. Now, it is time to learn the third move. What is there to learn? Dugu Fengwu said, 6 hours have already passed, and you have already spent 6 hours on the second move. It took that long? Yang Dingtian was astonished and looked up at the sky. It was indeed that long. When he started learning the soul-departing mirror, it was still morning and the sun was already setting in the west. But when he was immersed in the world of the soul-departing mirror, he had no sense of time. You don't have to learn the next move of the swaying calamity crossing sword, Dugu Fengwu said. With your first 2 moves, you can even impersonate a hidden sect disciple at the Taiando League headquarters. There is not much time left. Hurry up and go to the Divine Weapons Manor to cheat the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer. Finishing her statement, Dugu Fengwu immediately walked out of the valley and headed towards the Divine Weapons Manor. Yang Dingtian quickly chased after her. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Dingtian said, "There is something that I think it is better to tell you." "Speak," Dugu Fengwu said. "When I was practicing the soul-departing mirror and failed repeatedly, I was suspecting if you had purposely taught me the wrong soul-departing mirror. But the facts have proven that you didn't do so. I was really gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain." Yang Dingtian said, "Even though I didn't question you back then, I still feel that I have to apologize to you." Dugu Fengwu remained silent and didn't take the opportunity to mock Jiang Yi. She just remained expressionless. Yang Dingtian followed behind and saw Dugu Fengwu's strange reaction. He couldn't help but say, "You couldn't have purposely taught me the wrong soul-departing mirror, right? You don't want me to learn the true hidden sect sword art?" Dugu Fengwu suddenly stopped and turned her absolutely beautiful face to Yang Dingtian. "You guessed it right. I did teach you the wrong one. Therefore, you are gauging the heart of a villain with the yardstick of a villain." Yang Dingtian was instantly stunned and speechless. Dugu Fengwu said, "But I didn't expect that after I messed up the moves of the soul-departing mirror and taught you the wrong one, you didn't go berserk. Instead, you corrected the mistakes bit by bit and completely learned the soul-departing mirror. Do you know that I almost used my sword to chop off your head?" Yang Dingtian was stunned and speechless again. He didn't know if he should sigh at Dugu Fengwu's shamelessness, the prowess of the sword art, or himself. After finding the mystic chi meridians of the soul-departing mirror, he immediately dug along the meridians and forced out the correct soul-departing mirror, completely grasping it. Don't sigh. You just have to remember that the smarter and more formidable you are, the faster you will die, Dugu Fengwu said coldly, and quickly walked towards the Divine Weapons Manor. Immediately after, Yan Yan put on a red cloak and a face scarf. She was about to meet someone soon. Third Lady Gongsun was a superstar in this world, and once she was seen, it would immediately cause a commotion. Divine Weapons Manor. At the highest point of the Black Edge Mountain, half of the mountain peak was chopped off, and the entire manor was built on the flat ground. The entire manor took up an area of about 300 mu. Among all the major factions in the world, the Divine Weapons Manor was considered small. After all, it specialized in forging weapons and didn't need to rely on martial strength to maintain its status. Even so, the Divine Weapons Manor still had a master-class expert overseeing it. At the entrance of the manor were 2 giant iron swords that were dozens of meters long. The tip of the swords was pointed towards the sky, and it was extremely domineering. When they arrived at the entrance of the manor, there were already plenty of people waiting in line. Basically, there would be plenty of people coming to pay a visit to the Divine Weapons Manor every day. Furthermore, most of them had something to ask of the manor. It was obvious how popular and powerful the Divine Weapons Manor was. The appearance of Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu quickly attracted the attention of many people. Yang Dingtian's character, nameless, was truly handsome, cold, and extraordinary. Dugu Fengwu's delicate body might be covered with a cloak and a face scarf, but her graceful figure and moving aura couldn't be concealed. Dugu Fengwu didn't line up and walked straight to the entrance. Everyone in the line instantly revealed dissatisfaction. Even if she had a graceful figure and a mysterious aura, she still had to line up. Dugu Fengwu immediately took off her face scarf and said slowly, "The 7 Refined Lane's 3rd Lady Gong's son is here to pay a visit." There was instant silence in the surroundings. Everyone's eyes were gathered on Dugu Fengwu's face, and their faces were instantly filled with fanaticism. The Divine Weapons Manor's disciple at the entrance was stunned by Dugu Fengwu's absolute beauty. He was momentarily dazed and lost his ability to react. "The 7 Refined Lane's 3rd Lady Gong's son is here to pay a visit." Dugu Fengwu spoke again. Her voice was gentle and hoarse, and it was naturally filled with boundless temptation. "Oh!" The disciple of the Divine Weapons Manor came back to his senses and nodded vigorously. He wanted to say something, but he was so nervous that he couldn't even speak a word. His face and neck flushed red. Then he turned around and ran into the manor to report the matter. "Lady Gong's son! Lady Gong's son!" The hundreds of people outside the entrance were in an uproar. They forgot to line up and quickly surrounded Dugu Fengwu. They were calling out to her with reverence and fanaticism. They desperately wanted to get closer, but they didn't dare to get closer than 1 meter. It was truly unexpected that Dugu Fengwu's other identity, 3rd Lady Gong's son, was actually so sought after by men. Soon enough, everyone noticed that there was a man beside Dugu Fengwu, and it was a very handsome man. "Lady Gong's son, who is this man beside you? Is he your lover?" Someone finally couldn't hold it in and asked. His voice was filled with apprehension and jealousy. "That's right, you do look very handsome, and you seem to be quite amazing. However, you are definitely not worthy of 3rd Lady Gong's son." In the hearts of this group of fans, no man in the world was worthy of 3rd Lady Gong's son. "A friend, an old friend that I haven't seen for a long time." Dugu Fengwu smiled and said. Instantly, all the men present felt incomparably blissful, and they looked at Yang Dingtian with more goodwill. At this moment, a vigorous voice echoed in the manor. "Lady Gong's son is here to visit. I apologize for not going out to welcome you." The manor lord of the Divine Weapons Manor, Qiuwanjia, brought over a dozen men and hurriedly walked out. When they were a few dozen meters away from 3rd Lady Dugu Fengwu, they bowed. As he spoke, the Divine Weapons Manor lord's gaze shot towards Yang Dingtian like lightning. 3rd Lady Gong's son was known for her beauty, but she kept herself clean and never got close to men. Who exactly was this man to be so close to Lady Gong's son? Chapter 149. Normally, Manor Lord Qiu wouldn't even be so respectful to the patriarchs of the 9 clans. Even the patriarchs of the 9 clans had requests of the Divine Weapons Manor. However, it was completely different for 3rd Lady Gong's son. Because the 7 Refined Lane was a female, most of the factions in the world would give way to her. Furthermore, Qiuwanjia was also a man and had a trace of yearning for the world-renowned 3rd Lady Gong's son, even though he was already in his 40s. "3rd Lady, please excuse my abrupt visit." Dugu Fengwu bowed gently as her graceful body bent slightly. "Greetings to Manor Lord Qiu." Her magically curvy body bent slightly, causing the curves of her waist and buttocks to be incomparably enchanting. In an instant, all the men's eyes were completely captivated. Even if Qiuwanjia was a hegemon, his eyes couldn't help but tremble as he became slightly dazed. "You flatter me, you flatter me." Qiuwanjia spoke candidly. "Lady Gong's son is an esteemed guest that I normally wouldn't be able to invite. Your presence brings light to my humble manor." Immediately after, Qiuwanjia walked to the entrance and bowed to the people waiting in line. "We have an esteemed guest today, so the Divine Weapons Manor will be closed for a day. Everyone, please come back tomorrow. Close the door." Qiuwanjia then ordered 2 disciples to close the thick iron door. The people waiting outside the door were instantly filled with regret, but they weren't vexed. It was as though everything was to be expected. Lady Gong's son, who is this esteemed guest? Xiao Wanjie looked at Yang Dingtian and asked. Nameless pays his respects to Manor Lord Qiu. Yang Dingtian bowed indifferently. He wasn't arrogant or humble, but had a natural indifference that kept people 1,000 miles away. Qiu Wanjie's eyelids twitched. Even though he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, he didn't show it. However, a handsome youth behind him couldn't hold it in. Or rather, he was already dissatisfied with Yang Dingtian. It was because Yang Dingtian had always been standing beside his goddess, third Lady Gong's son, and acting so cool. Humph. That handsome youth snorted and said, Even the young lords of the 9 clans wouldn't dare to be so disrespectful in front of my father. I really want to know which great clan has such arrogance. Qiu Yiming, don't talk nonsense, Qiu Wanjie said. However, in his heart he felt that Yang Dingtian didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth because Yang Dingtian's introduction of himself as nameless was clearly a fake name. Using a fake name in front of Qiu Wanjie was simply looking down on the divine weapons manor. Even the young lords of the 9 gates wouldn't dare to do so. Master Gong's son, please. Subsequently, Qiu Wanjie was still extremely passionate towards Dugu Fengwu, but he completely ignored Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian didn't mind and continued to walk beside Dugu Fengwu as they walked into the manor. The architectural style of the Divine Weapons Mount Manor was the same as other places. There wasn't the slightest bit of exquisite and luxurious aura. Basically, they were built with thick trees and black stones. Everywhere they opened and closed, the style was like a big sword without a sharp edge, hard and simple. In the manor's main hall, Qiu Wanjie was entertaining Dugu Fengwu with great hospitality. It was especially so for Qiu Yiming, whose fiery eyes were constantly staring at Dugu Fengwu's face. He was incomparably infatuated. After exchanging conventional greetings, Qiu Wanjie said, Master Gong's son, if there's anything you need me to do for you, please feel free to ask. As long as I can do it for the Divine Weapons Manor, I will definitely not decline. Qiu Wanjie was a blacksmith, so his actions were more straightforward. He didn't have the status of a hegemon. Dugu Fengwu said, I am here to borrow something from Manor Lord Qiu. Oh, what is it? Master Gong's son, please feel free to ask, Qiu Wanjie said. Mystic Fire Devil Hammer, Dugu Fengwu said. As soon as she finished speaking, Qiu Wanjie's facial muscles twitched slightly and he was speechless. Isn't Gongsuin's request a little abrupt? Dugu Fengwu asked gently, Is it inconvenient for Manor Lord Qiu? Qiu Wanjie said, Master Gong's son, pardon me for asking. From what I know, you don't have the intention to cultivate the sword soul, and there isn't anyone in the 7 refined lane who cultivates the sword soul. What's the use of borrowing the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer? I am borrowing it for a friend, Dugu Fengwu said. Oh, which friend? Qiu Wanjie asked. What he meant was, why didn't that person come himself? Why was he so arrogant when he wanted to borrow something? It's this nameless. Dugu Fengwu pointed at Yang Dingtian. Instantly, everyone present had a startled expression, and Qiu Yiming almost jumped up. Who the fuck do you think you are? Our Divine Weapons Manor only let you in because of Master Gong's son. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter the Divine Weapons Manor. Now, you actually dare to ask Master Gong's son to lend our Divine Weapons Manor's Mystic Fire Devil Hammer? Dream on. Qiu Yiming really wanted to throw Yang Dingtian out. When Qiu Wanjie heard that it was actually Yang Dingtian who wanted to borrow the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer, his face couldn't be concealed anymore. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Is the Mystic Fire Devil Hammer something you can borrow? Only the sect heads of the 3 sects and 9 clans can borrow it. Even the sect heads of the 27 sects don't have the qualifications to borrow it. You are just a brat of unknown origins who relied on your pretty face to attract third Lady Gong's son. You actually shamelessly came to borrow the mystic fire devil hammer and aren't even willing to reveal your real name. At this moment, Qiu Wanjie couldn't be bothered about third Lady Gongsuen's face. He kept his smile and said, "Originally, my divine weapons manner had to give Master Gongsun some face. However, Master Gongsun doesn't know that this mystic fire devil hammer is only lent to Taiando League members and not to outsiders." After that, he raised his teacup, indicating that he was sending off the guest. "Oh, then this friend of mine happens to be a member of the Taiando League," De Gofengwu said. Qiu Wanjie said indifferently, "Then may I know which sect this nameless young friend is from?" Yang Dingtian stood up and said, "Apologies. When I came out, Master told me not to use my sect's name to trouble the elders of the Taiando League. Therefore, I cannot reveal my sect's name for now." "Huh." Qiu Yiming couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed loudly, putting on airs. "Who do you think you are? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Do you think you are Dongfang Bingling from the Yinyang School? Do you think you are Zhu Hongxue from the Mystic Heaven sect? To tell you the truth, if it wasn't for Master Gongsuen's face, you wouldn't even be able to enter my divine weapons manor, let alone sit here and drink tea. You want to borrow the mystic fire devil hammer? Dream on." Yang Dingtian was startled for a moment before he nodded and said, "Oh, then I understand." Immediately after, he bowed in front of Qiu Wanjie and said, "Manor Lord Qiu, many thanks for your hospitality. I will take my leave now." When he bowed, a green light flashed on his neck, and that leaf ornament instantly appeared in front of Qiu Wanjie. Then, Yang Dingtian turned and left. "Take care, I won't send you off." Qiu Yiming said coldly. Qiu Wanjie's expression changed as he shouted at Yang Dingtian, "Hold on, wait a moment." Yang Dingtian didn't turn around. Instead, he stood on the spot and said indifferently, "Manor Lord Qiu, what can I do for you?" Qiu Wanjie didn't know what to do. He obviously knew the meaning of that leaf ornament. It represented the identity of a hidden sect disciple. If John Doe was really a disciple of the hidden sect, then he really had a supreme and extraordinary status. If Qiu Wanjie offended him, then he would be drowned in the spit of all the famous sects in the world. Even the divine weapons manor wouldn't have a place in the Taiando League. But a hidden sect disciple hadn't appeared in the world for close to 200 years. If this kid in front of him wasn't a hidden sect disciple and just happened to be wearing a leaf ornament, then he would be a huge joke if he treated him like an ancestor. But he couldn't possibly ask him to take down the leaf ornament and identify it, right? He also couldn't directly ask him if he was a hidden sect disciple. After all, Yang Dingtian had already said that he wasn't willing to reveal his identity. His gaze landed on the sword in Yang Dingtian's hand. Qiu Wanjie had an idea and said, "I am a person who loves swords. I saw that the sword in this young friend's hand is a little extraordinary and would like to take a look at it. Is it convenient?" Qiu Yiming was astonished and said, "Father, what kind of treasured sword has our divine weapons manor not seen before? What's so special about his lousy sword?" "You shut up," Qiu Wanjie shouted coldly, instantly scaring Qiu Yiming. "It's convenient. Of course it's convenient." Yang Dingtian then passed the sword in his hand to Qiu Wanjie. The moment he received the treasured sword, Qiu Wanjie's expression suddenly trembled. He was a swordsmith grandmaster. The moment he received the treasured sword, he immediately felt that it was extraordinary. How was it just extraordinary? It was simply a divine weapon in the world. Qiu Wanjie quickly determined that this sword was forged from a combination of bloody black gold and mystic ice iron jade. Therefore, this treasured sword was obviously filled with vigorous and powerful energy, but it was hidden deep inside and didn't leak out at all. Furthermore, this treasured sword was simple and ancient, making one feel as if it had been through countless years. Who could possess such a divine weapon and sharp sword? Which sect or sect's treasured sword had such attributes? Coupled with the leaf ornament on Wu Ming's neck, his identity was instantly obvious. Thinking of this answer, Qiu Wanjie's body trembled. Cold sweat instantly burst out, and his limbs instantly turned cold. Someone from the hidden sect, the true ruler of the primal chaos mainland, the supreme leader of the Tiando League. And he actually mocked and ridiculed him just now. Instantly, Qiu Wanjie only felt his body trembling. He didn't expect that the hidden sect disciple who had been in seclusion for close to 200 years would appear in the world again. Could it be that something big had happened? Manor Lord Qiu, have you seen it? Yang Dingtian asked indifferently. This was the attitude of the hidden sect. They weren't arrogant, but they were indifferent and unapproachable. They weren't rude, but they kept people 1,000 miles away. I have seen it. It is indeed an exceptional divine weapon. Qiu Wanjie took a deep breath and unknowingly bowed down. He respectfully returned the treasured sword to Yang Dingtian with both hands. Qiu Yiming also felt his father's extraordinary attitude at this moment. He was instantly astonished and said, "Father, why are you treating him with such an attitude?" "Get lost." Qiu Wanjie yelled out and swung his sleeves, sending Qiu Yiming flying out of the door. Dugu Fengwu stood up expressionlessly and said, "Manor Lord Qiu, then we shall take our leave." Afterward, she also turned and was about to leave. Wait. Qiu Wanjie trembled and said, "Esteemed guest, please take a seat. Please take a seat." Chapter 150. Yang Dingtian nodded and sat back down. Qiu Wanjie let out a long breath of relief and said, "If I had come earlier, even if Lady Gongsun asked to borrow the mystic fire devil hammer, I, Qiu Wanjie, would have no objections. Unfortunately, I have already lent out the mystic fire devil hammer. Manor Lord Qiu, it's fine if you aren't willing to lend it to us. Why do you have to make up such a lie to deceive us?" Dugu Fengwu said indifferently and stood up to leave. "It's absolutely true. I, Qiu Wanjie, will cause my divine weapons manner to decline and never be able to rise again." Qiu Wanjie immediately swore loudly and laughed bitterly. "Furthermore, how much guts do I have to deceive nameless guests? Then who borrowed the mystic fire devil hammer?" Dugu Fengwu asked. "Northwest in-law's young lord, Qin Huaiyu," Qiu Wanjie said. Once he said that, Yang Dingtian's heart twitched violently. Dugu Fengwu's expression changed as well. Qin Huaiyu. Yang Dingtian had engraved this name in his heart. Even though he had never seen this person before, he had already treated him as a mortal enemy. Moreover, he was the most dangerous and fatal enemy. It was this person who had always been plotting against Cloud Heaven City. All the recent calamities in Cloud Heaven City and Yang Dingtian's encounters were all due to this person's shadow. Furthermore, this person had always harbored wild ambitions towards Yanyan and had always wanted Cloud Heaven City to send Yanyan to him for a marriage alliance. This Qin clan's young lord was the #1 youth expert in the entire Northwest continent and would be the #1 person in the Northwest continent in the future. Who would have thought that he would actually come to borrow the mystic fire devil hammer? Could he also want to cultivate the sword soul? But since he was the one lending it, Qiu Wanjie had no choice but to do so. Dugu Fengwu instantly frowned and said, "Is the mystic fire devil hammer already in his hands?" This isn't the case yet," Qiu Wanjie said. "But just 2 hours ago, I had personally promised young Lord Qin Huaiyu." Dugu Fengwu's expression instantly turned cold as she said indifferently, "Then you decide what to do. If you decide to lend the mystic fire devil hammer to Qin Huaiyu, we will leave now." Instantly, Qiu Wanjie's expression became complicated. To be honest, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to curry favor with the hidden sect. After all, the disciples of the hidden sect had not appeared in this world for close to 200 years. Therefore, he was definitely willing to lend the mystic fire devil hammer to John Doe. However, he had already promised Qin Huaiyu. It was not good to offend the people from the hidden sect, and it was also not good to offend the people from the Northwest. Moreover, This person was the young master of the Northwest's in-laws, the future lord of the entire Northwest. The divine weapon's manner might seem to have a very high status, and it was as if they couldn't offend any of the great sects in the world. However, in reality, how could they not look up to the Northwest continent's in-laws? Now he couldn't afford to offend either side. Instantly, Qiu Wanjie was in a difficult position. Manor Lord Qiu, there's no need to make things difficult for us. We will take our leave now. Yang Dingtian stood up and looked at Dugu Fengwu. Young Lady Gongsun, let's go. Seeing that the two of them were really about to leave, Qiu Wanjie said, Please wait a moment. I have an idea, but I don't know if I should say it. You are the owner of this place. What's wrong with saying it? Dugu Fengwu asked. Since young Lord Qin and young Lord Nameless are the future leaders of the Tiando League, you are also here to borrow the mystic fire devil hammer. In that case, the two of you can decide who to lend it to. How about that? Qiu Wanjie said, Since the two young lords are doing this for the righteous cause of the Tiando League, I will hand this mystic fire devil hammer over to the Tiando League. As for who to give it to, the two young lords can decide for themselves. How about it? After hearing Qiu Wanjie's idea, Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu instantly went silent. If the two of you don't have any objections, I will go and talk to young Lord Qin. He is currently touring our myriad sword pool, Qiu Wanjie said. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. Dugu Fengwu hesitated for a moment and said, Then I will leave it to you. Then, please wait a moment. I will be back soon, Qiu Wanjie said. After that, he left to discuss with Qin Huaiyu. Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu looked at each other. They could see the worry and danger in each other's eyes. Qin Shaobai was already a venomous snake, but compared to Qin Huaiyu, Qin Shaobai was nothing. It could be seen how dangerous Qin Huaiyu was. Qiu Wanjie was a straightforward and forthright person. Yang Dingtian showed him the tree leaf ornament and showed him the sword. Qiu Wanjie was instantly fooled, but it wasn't easy to fool Qin Huaiyu. The Northwest in-laws were the true upper echelons of the Tiando League. They were definitely not ignorant of the hidden sect, like the others. To be honest, if they knew that they would encounter Qin Huaiyu, Yang Dingtian wouldn't have pretended to be a hidden sect disciple. Even Dugu Fengwu wouldn't have come. They were about to meet Qin Huaiyu, and Yang Dingtian wasn't mentally prepared at all. He was about to meet his mortal enemy, and he couldn't help but be so nervous that he couldn't breathe. After waiting for over 10 minutes, there was a series of hurried footsteps outside. It was obvious that the person was very agitated. Where is Senior Brother Nameless? Before seeing him, Qin Huaiyu heard his voice. It was a very gentle and pleasant voice, and after hearing it, one couldn't help but feel a sense of trust. After that, a slender figure walked in quickly and stopped 2 meters away from Yang Dingtian. He then bowed deeply. Northwest Qin Huaiyu pays his respects to Senior Brother Nameless. Even though the name Nameless was undoubtedly fake, when it came out from Qin Huaiyu's mouth, it gave off a very sincere feeling. It was as though Yang Dingtian's name was nameless. Greetings to Brother Qin. Even though Yang Dingtian was very nervous, his expression didn't change. After taking a glance at Qin Huaiyu, he greeted him indifferently. His attitude wasn't any different from how he greeted Qiu Wanjie. From the perspective of a hidden sect disciple, Qiu Wanjie and Qin Huaiyu had the same status in front of him. There shouldn't be any difference in their attitudes. However, Qin Huaiyu's appearance did surprise him. It was completely different from what he imagined. In Yang Dingtian's opinion, Qin Huaiyu was definitely more handsome and devilish than Qin Shaobai. However, the truth wasn't like that. Qin Huaiyu wasn't considered very handsome. He wasn't even as handsome as Yang Dingtian himself. However, his ordinary face looked like it was carved out of warm jade. It was refined and gentle. His eyes were clear, and his expression was sincere at all times. No matter if it was his words or actions, they were like a spring breeze. Greetings to Lady Gongsun. in front of an exceptional beauty like Third Lady Gongsun, who was dressed up as Dugu Fingwu. Qin Huaiyu was very refined and polite. He wasn't overly passionate, and his gaze was only filled with faint admiration. There wasn't a hint of passion, unlike when he was excited about Nameless. Senior brother Nameless, this is my younger sister, Qin Jiao. Qin Huaiyu pointed at the woman behind him. Qin Jiao was a beauty that was second only to Shimin Yan in the northwest continent. In terms of status, she might be slightly more noble than Shimin Yan. However, in terms of beauty, innate talent, and mystic meridians, Qin Jiao was slightly inferior to Yan. Of course, she was only slightly inferior to Yan. Yan was the most beautiful woman in the world. Compared to most other women, Qin Jiao was already very beautiful. In terms of dressing, Qin Jiao was comparable to Third Lady Gongsun. She wore a long red dress that accentuated her figure. However, even in terms of figure, she was still slightly inferior to Third Lady Gongsun and Shimin Yan. In terms of beauty and figure, Qin Jiao was slightly inferior to Yan. Compared to Yan, Qin Jiao's reputation was far inferior. Although Yan was unruly, she was kind-hearted and cute. Most importantly, Yan was very pure and self-loving. As for Qin Jiao, her reputation was spread far and wide. There were countless men who were involved in scandals with her. Moreover, this girl loved to show her face in public. She was also known to be more open in her dressing and style. Therefore, all in all, Qin Jiao's reputation in the northwest continent wasn't very good. She was already 23 years old and still hadn't found a husband. Qin Jiao first looked at Dugu Fengwu arrogantly with a trace of hostility in her eyes. This was because the Third Lady Gongsun in front of her was too beautiful, too peerless, and had completely overshadowed her. But soon, this hostility was replaced with arrogance. Third Lady Gongsun was very famous, but Qin Jiao still looked down on her. She was the second young mistress of the Qin family, other than Dongfang Bingling and a few others. She felt that she had the right to look down on any woman in the world. "You're that pretentious Nameless," Qin Jiao said coldly, pretending to be a hidden sect disciple. "You want us to give up the mystic fire devil hammer? Dream on." Once she said that, everyone's expression changed, especially Qiu Wanjie. This domineering woman was really big-breasted but brainless. She actually dared to speak ill of a hidden sect disciple. "Jiao, how dare you? Hurry up and apologize to senior brother Nameless," Qin Huaiyu said sternly. "Who doesn't know that a hidden sect disciple hasn't appeared for hundreds of years? A random person holding a sword and wearing a leaf claims to be a hidden sect disciple to swindle others? Only a foolish woman would believe it and be cheated of money and sex," Qin Jiao said coldly and glanced at Dugu Fengwu. Dugu Fengwu's expression changed as she said coldly, "Manor Lord Qiu, young Lord Qin, is this your attitude? We understand. Goodbye." Qiu Wanjie wanted to give Qin Jiao a slap and quickly said, "Calm down, calm down. Both of you calm down." Immediately after, Qiu Wanjie said to Qin Huaiyu, "Young Lord Qin, take care of your sister." "Jiao." Qin Huaiyu's expression turned cold as he said coldly, "Get out now. Once you return to Qin City, you will be imprisoned for half a year." Immediately after, he looked at Yang Dingtian with an ashamed expression. "Senior brother Nameless, the Qin clan has failed to discipline her properly. We have embarrassed ourselves in front of you." Immediately after, Qin Huaiyu said to Qiu Wanjie, "Manor Lord Qiu, I am willing to give the mystic fire devil hammer to senior brother Nameless." Qiu Wanjie's expression relaxed as he praised, "Young Lord Qin is truly of noble character and unquestionable integrity." Qin Huaiyu waved his hand and said, "I am ashamed. To be able to befriend such an elegant person like Senior Brother Nameless, is this Qin's honor. The sword can be forged any time, but to be able to meet Senior Brother Nameless is a once-in-100 years opportunity. Yang Dingtian didn't stand on ceremony and said indifferently, "Then I shall accept your kindness. Many thanks." Qiu Wanjie had a delighted expression and said, "Then I shall go and get the mystic fire devil hammer. Young lords, please wait for a moment. Senior Brother Nameless, please take a seat," Qin Huaiyu said. Immediately after, the four of them sat down, and the servant girl served the fragrant tea again. Qin Huaiyu glanced at Yang Dingtian casually, while Qin Jiaojiao stared at Yang Dingtian without any concealment to see how he was going to taste the tea. Those who were born in prestigious clans had a completely different understanding of fragrant tea. To ordinary people, fragrant tea was like a sweet rain, but in the eyes of prestigious clans, it was like dregs. In the eyes of ordinary people, bland and tasteless tea was precious and wonderful in the eyes of prestigious clans. The hidden sect was undoubtedly the world's most prestigious clan, the true ruler of the world, and the leader of the Taiando League. The Divine Weapons Manners tea was very fragrant and expensive. However, it wasn't able to enter the eyes of the Qin clan. In the eyes of the Qin clan, the Divine Weapons Manor might have a great reputation, but it was still a weaponsmithing business and was born to be boorish. Therefore, the more fragrant and expensive the tea, the better. Therefore, the Qin siblings paid attention to Yang Dingtian's behavior when he drank tea and could directly determine Yang Dingtian's identity. Dugu Fengwu's heart was anxious. This Qin Huaiyu was indeed a sly person and had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He could easily make people fall into his trap. As such, Dugu Fengwu lifted the cup of fragrant tea in front of her and took a sip. She frowned slightly and placed it down. This was actually a hint for Yang Dingtian to see. Dingtian lifted the cup of fragrant tea in front of him and took a sip. It was indeed very fragrant. His eyes widened slightly as though he was pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but take another sip. "Fool, you exposed yourself." Dugu Fengwu's heart turned cold. Qin Jiaojiao also revealed a cold smile. "Senior Brother Nameless, what do you think of this tea?" Qin Huaiyu smiled and asked. "Very good. I have never drunk such a delicious tea before. Previously, I drank plain water most of the time," Yang Dingtian said indifferently. When he said this, he had a completely magnanimous expression, as though he had never drunk such a delicious and expensive tea before. But his performance was undoubtedly better than what Dugu Fengwu had planned. This kind of simplicity seemed to be more suitable for the hidden sect's disciples. Compared to the pretentious disciples from prestigious clans, it was much more brilliant and natural. Therefore, Qin Huaiyu instantly fell into a state of confusion. Qiu Wanjie quickly returned with a hammer in his hand. This was the legendary mystic fire devil hammer? The only thing that could forge soul swords was the mystic fire devil hammer, which was made entirely out of bloody black gold. It looked very ordinary, and if it was thrown into a pile of hammers, it would be hard to notice. But after taking a closer look, one would notice that this black hammer was permeated with a red color, as though fresh blood had seeped into the hammer. That's right, this was the mystic fire devil hammer. Without it, Yang Dingtian wouldn't be able to forge the youngling sword. "Young Lord Qin, are you sure you want to give this mystic fire devil hammer to young Lord Nameless?" Qiu Wanjie asked. "Of course, please," Qin Huaiyu replied. Qiu Wanjie immediately passed the mystic fire devil hammer to Yang Dingtian and said, "Congratulations to young Lord Nameless for successfully forging the soul sword." Yang Dingtian wasn't pretentious and extended his hand to receive the mystic fire devil hammer. "Hold on," Qin Jiaojiao said coldly. "I haven't agreed to it." Following which, Qin Jiaojiao walked in front of Yang Dingtian and said, "A hidden sect disciple hasn't appeared for hundreds of years. I don't believe that one appeared today. You guys might be intimidated, but I won't be intimidated." Qiu Wanjie couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted coldly, "Young Lady Qin, please conduct yourself with dignity." Qin Jiaojiao backed down. "Don't force me to make a move," Qin Huaiyu said coldly. "No, I won't give up this mystic fire devil hammer." Qin Jiaojiao said coldly, "Even if it's a hidden sect disciple, there should be a first come, first served rule. We are here to borrow it first, and Manor Lord Qiu has already agreed." Then a so-called hidden sect disciple appeared, and you, Qiu Wanjie, immediately went back on your word. You're really looking at the mountain higher than the mountain. You don't dare to offend the hidden sect, but you dare to offend my Northwest Qin clan. Note, begging for votes, begging for support. Chapter 151. Qiu Wanjie's expression turned cold as he asked, "Young Lady Qin, what exactly do you want?" "Very simple, a contest to determine the winner. The winner will borrow the mystic fire devil hammer," Qin Jiaojiao said coldly. "Back down." Qin Huaiyu shouted. "Qin Jiaojiao, I will say this one last time." Qin Jiaojiao suddenly rushed forward and snatched the mystic fire devil hammer from Qiu Wanjie's hand. She said coldly, "I have never given up anything since I was young, let alone a fake hidden sect disciple. Even if the hidden sect's young lord was here, I wouldn't give it up. Qin Huaiyu, if you want me to give it up, you have to kill me first." Then Qin Jiaojiao raised the mystic fire devil hammer up high and looked at Qin Huaiyu fiercely. Qin Huaiyu wanted to snatch the mystic fire devil hammer from her hand, but Qin Jiaojiao shouted, "Qin Huaiyu, if you are going to snatch it, I will smash my head with the hammer and die in front of you." Qin Huaiyu was at his wit's end and was so angry that his body was trembling. "Brother Qin, is this also your attitude?" Dugu Fengwu saw the siblings putting on an act and asked indifferently, "Junior sister is spoiled and unreasonable. Please excuse me," Qin Huaiyu said indifferently. At this moment he still had a smile on his face, but his eyes didn't have much warmth anymore. Without a doubt, he definitely didn't believe that Yang Dingtian was a hidden sect disciple. The hidden sect had been in seclusion for hundreds of years, and even if they wanted to come out, they wouldn't do it in such a manner. They let a lady from the 7 refined lane bring him to the divine weapons manor to borrow the mystic fire devil hammer. The hidden sect was so proud. Why would they come to borrow the mystic fire devil hammer? As for the tree leaf ornament and that simple and unadorned artifact sword, Qiu Wanjie's weapon was claimed to be the real deal. But so what? During the war between good and evil 200 years ago, the hidden sect's tree, leaf ornaments, and artifact swords had been lost before. Therefore, from the start, he felt that this nameless was a fake. Furthermore, he was determined to get the mystic fire devil hammer and was definitely not willing to give it up. But he was worried that if this person was a real hidden sect disciple, he might bring trouble to the Northwest Qin city if he treated him rudely. Therefore, the siblings put on such a half-real, half-fake show. Of course, Qin Jiaojiao was serious and not acting. Qiu Wanjie had gone to look for Qin Huaiyu to discuss, so the siblings didn't have time to discuss. However, Qin Huaiyu knew all of Qin Jiaojiao's reactions like the back of his hand. He only needed to guide her slightly and she would follow his plan completely. Qin Huaiyu was also unwilling to give up on the mystic fire devil hammer. Both sides decided to compete to determine who the mystic fire devil hammer belonged to. Dugu Fengwu couldn't help but look at Yang Dingtian. She didn't reveal any expression, but Yang Dingtian could sense her concern. He let Yang Dingtian learn the swaying Calamity Crossing sword in order to deceive people. He wanted to use the 2 moves to scare people at the crucial moment. However, he didn't expect the other party to propose a duel. This was going to be troublesome. No matter what kind of martial arts competition it was, the result was not good. Yang Dingtian versus Qin Huaiyu? Not to mention that he would lose without a doubt. He would definitely be exposed and even expose Yang Dingtian's identity. Qin Huaiyu was as sly as a fox and definitely had a good understanding of Yang Dingtian. What about Yang Dingtian versus Qin Jiaojiao? Yang Dingtian was merely a 5-star mystic martial warrior, while Qin Huaiyu was at least a high-grade, great mystic martial master. There was almost no need for a duel. Furthermore, if Dugu Fengwu and Qin Huaiyu were to fight, she would easily be exposed and expose her identity as the evil ways. By then, she would really be pursued by thousands of people, and the 7 refined lane would also be implicated. But at this moment, she definitely couldn't back off without a fight. This would only attract more suspicion. In an instant, Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu were forced to the edge of the cliff. At this moment, even the straightforward Qiu Wanjie could see through Qin Huaiyu's plan. He looked at Yang Dingtian with a trace of suspicion. That's right, Qiu Wanjie was also suspecting Yang Dingtian's identity. Why would a hidden sect disciple come to his divine weapons manor to borrow something? This didn't fit the hidden sect style. Martial arts competition is fine. Martial arts competition is fine too. Qiu Wanjie laughed and said, "We will go to the martial arts arena now. This mystic fire devil hammer will be the prize, and the winner will take it." Immediately after, Qiu Wanjie went to set up the martial arts arena, and many people from the Divine Weapons Manor rushed to the martial arts arena. Qiu Wanjie was cooperating with Qin Huaiyu to force out Yang Dingtian's true identity. At this moment, Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu really didn't have a way out. They had no choice but to agree to the martial arts competition. As long as Dugu Fengwu and Yang Dingtian rejected, the other party would immediately follow up with their next moves. Impersonating a hidden sect disciple was an extremely heinous crime. They would definitely become the public enemy of this Taiando League and the entire world. They would truly die without a burial ground. "Senior brother Nameless, please," Qin Huaiyu said, and still had a gentle smile on his face. However, in Yan Dingtian's eyes, behind this smiling face was a heart that was as venomous as a snake. "Please," Yang Dingtian said indifferently, and walked towards the martial arts arena. When walking towards the martial arts arena, Yang Dingtian glared at Dugu Fengwu when no one was paying attention. This was a good show that this demonic woman had orchestrated. Now that there was no way to end it, let's see what you are going to do. If Yang Dingtian was exposed as an impersonator, he would definitely be sliced into pieces. Dugu Fengwu wouldn't be able to escape and would definitely be treated as an accomplice. However, this demonic woman was so formidable, and he didn't know if she could kill her way out of the Divine Weapons Manor. It shouldn't be possible. There were at least 2 experts in front of him, Qin Huaiyu and Qiu Wanjie. Furthermore, there was another master-class expert in the Divine Weapons Manor. He was Qiu Wanjie's father, Qiu Qianqiu. He was already over 90 years old and had been in seclusion in the 10,000 Swords Pavilion for a few years. Dugu Fengwu acted as though she didn't see Yang Dingtian's glare and walked towards the martial arts arena. But when no one was paying attention, her face turned cold. Her finger drew across her neck and made a throat-slitting action. It was unknown if she was threatening Yang Dingtian or warning him that Yang Dingtian was definitely going to die today. When they arrived at the martial arts arena, there was already a boiling cauldron of voices. There were a few hundred people seated around the martial arts arena. The entire Divine Weapons Manor seemed to have turned out in full force. Without a doubt, Qiu Wanjie was already suspecting that Yang Dingtian was an impersonator. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited so many people to watch the martial arts competition. This wasn't a monkey show, and the more people there were, the better. Dugu Fengwu, this demonic woman, had really gone overboard. The 2 parties for this martial arts competition are the Qin clans Young Lord Qin Huaiyu and Young Lady Qin Jiaojiao. The other party is 3rd Lady Gongsun and Young Lord Nameless. Qiu Wanjie said, "The winner of both parties will be able to obtain this mystic fire devil hammer." Finishing his statement, Qiu Wanjie placed the mystic fire devil hammer in the center of the martial arts arena. Without any cushion, Qin Huaiyu slowly walked out. With a tap of his feet, he gently landed on the martial arts arena. Yang Dingtian looked at Dugu Fengwu and saw that she didn't have any intention to go up on stage. He instantly frowned and stood up as though he was going to go up on stage. But before Yang Dingtian could walk out, Dugu Fengwu had already leaped up into the air like a fairy. She then gently landed on the martial arts arena like a kite. This demonic woman, even at this point in time, she is still scheming. But her graceful figure still garnered countless passionate gazes. There were even people who couldn't help but shout out Lady Gongsun, but they quickly shut their mouths. It was obvious that Qiu Wanjie had already given the order to the manor to keep their mouths shut. No matter how infatuated they were with third Lady Gongsun, they couldn't make any noise. On the martial arts arena, Qin Huaiyu and Dugu Fengwu were standing at two ends of the martial arts arena, looking at each other with a few dozen meters between them. Qin Huaiyu was gentle like jade and fluttering like the wind. Dugu Fengwu was acting as third Lady Gongsun. She was graceful, charming, and peerless. Young Lord Qin, I don't like to get close to men. How about we compete in mystic skills? Dugu Fengwu spoke with a delicate voice. This reason was very sufficient, and many people present were nodding their heads. Third Lady Gongsun was the goddess in their hearts, and they couldn't wait for her fragrant body to not touch any men. Understood. Qin Huaiyu replied gently. As you can see, my clothes are rather tight, and it isn't suitable for me to make any big movements. Therefore, during the competition, both parties must stand on the spot and not move. They must receive the other party's mystic skills until they admit defeat, die, or fall off the martial arts arena. Dugu Fengwu spoke with a gentle voice. Instantly, there were exclamations from the crowd. Dugu Fengwu's rule was very cruel. They had to receive the other party's mystic skills without dodging. Even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. Furthermore, it was very unbearable for such a delicate beauty to be blasted by such a terrifying mystic skill. Understood. Qin Huaiyu still had a faint smile on his face. Of course, this was also Dugu Fengwu's craftiness. A martial artist could only learn one type of martial skill in their lifetime. Therefore, if they were to compete with martial skills, no matter how well Dugu Fengwu concealed it, she would still give herself away and expose her identity as the evil ways. However, it was different for mystic skills. A martial artist could theoretically learn countless types of mystic skills, and it wouldn't be easily exposed. Young Lord Qin, do you want to go first, or shall I? Dugu Fengwu asked with a gentle voice. Instantly, everyone looked at Qin Huaiyu. At this moment, any man with elegance would say, "You go first. Lady Gongsun, please go first." Qin Huaiyu replied. Dugu Fengwu didn't say anything else. She slowly drew her sharp sword and pointed it at Qin Huaiyu. The martial arts arena was instantly silent. Yang Dingtian also held his breath and waited for the battle between the two. In fact, Yang Dingtian also wanted to know who was stronger between Dugu Fengwu and Qin Huaiyu. One of them was the #1 beauty of the evil ways, while the other was the #1 youth expert of the Northwest continent. Furthermore, in the near future, Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu were destined to have a battle. Today was the day to thoroughly understand Qin Huaiyu's true strength. Dang! Suddenly, there was a zither sound in the air. No one was playing the zither, but Dugu Fengwu was using her mystic qi to create the effect. Dang, dang, dang. The zither sound was getting more and more beautiful and pleasant to the ears. At the same time, Dugu Fengwu started to spin her delicate body and dance on the martial arts stage. That's right, she didn't start the battle and was dancing. With a light tap of her jade feet, her wonderful and delicate body floated in midair. She was graceful as she tossed and turned. Accompanied by the wonderful zither sound, Dugu Fengwu's delicate body, which was like magic, was twisting into all sorts of incomparably beautiful and unimaginable arcs. She was fully displaying the charm of a woman. The music was getting louder and faster. Dugu Fengwu's solo dance was getting more and more mesmerizing and dreamy. In this small space, Dugu Fengwu was like an ethereal ghost or a phantom in the middle of the night. She was dancing to her heart's content with the bewitching dance steps that didn't belong to the mortal world. In an instant, everyone was mesmerized and had forgotten that this was a martial arts competition. It was as though they were watching third Lady Gongsuen's sword dance performance. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had also forgotten that this woman on the stage was a demonic woman from the evil ways. It was as though her true identity was third Lady Gongsun, and the princess of the evil ways was just her clone. Right at this moment, Yang Dingtian felt that this woman on the stage was immersed in third Lady Gongsuen's spirit and life. Just when everyone was infatuated and intoxicated, a voice suddenly rang out. The zither sound changed and suddenly became incomparably sharp. Dang, 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 dang. The zither strings were like bows, and the zither sound was like arrows. Each and every arrow was like a soul-piercing arrow. Swish, swish, swish. Dugu Fingwu, who was dancing in the air, swung out her sharp swords and beautiful flowers. That's right, they were flowers. They were like peach blossoms, roses, and blue enchantresses. There were many colorful flowers that were too beautiful to behold. They shot out from the tip of her sword and flew towards Qin Huaiyu. 1 flower, 2 flowers, 10 flowers, 20 flowers, dozens of flowers, hundreds of flowers. Finally, all the illusory flowers revolved around Qin Huaiyu and surrounded him within. This scene was breathtaking and romantic. Countless fresh flowers revolved around Qin Huaiyu and danced. Qin Huaiyu, who wasn't considered very handsome, looked like a celestial being when surrounded by the fresh flowers. Suddenly, the zither sound in the air became sharp and ear-piercing. The air turned cold. In an instant, the countless fresh flowers transformed into countless sharp swords. All the gentleness turned into coldness and malevolence. Swish, 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 swish. Countless mystic chi swords stabbed towards Qin Huaiyu from all directions and angles. There wasn't a single blind spot. This mystic skill was called Sword Shadow Raiment, an Earth-grade mystic skill. It was a secret skill of the 7 refined lane, and only the successor of the lane owner could learn this mystic skill. Countless people had heard of this mystic skill, but almost no one had seen it before. Those who had seen it were already dead. Even if they were dead, they wouldn't be able to forget the mystic skill's owner's graceful dance steps and figure. Right now, in order to fight against Qin Huaiyu, Dugu Fengwu executed the 7 refined lane's lane owner's mystic skill, Sword Shadow Raiment. It was indeed incredible and breathtaking. Countless sharp swords pierced towards Qin Huaiyu ferociously and could instantly turn him into minced meat. Such an incredible mystic skill shouldn't be missed. Qin Huaiyu stared coldly at the incoming sharp swords. They were getting closer and closer and were less than a foot away. Suddenly, he brandished his long sword. The speed was very fast, but it looked very slow as dozens of afterimages were produced. As Qin Huaiyu's sharp sword drew across, dozens of arms and dozens of sharp swords instantly grew out from all over his body. Subsequently, there were hundreds of swords, hundreds of swords. In an instant, an extremely strange scene appeared. It was as though Qin Huaiyu grew out countless arms and brandished countless sharp swords to welcome the countless mystic chi swords that Dugu Fengwu brandished. Clang, 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 the sword shadows were mottled and radiated with radiance. Countless arms brandished and countless sword lights were brandished. Pong, pong, pong. In an instant, countless radiances were shattered and turned into ashes. Those were the mystic chi swords that Dugu Fengwu brandished out, and they were all shattered by Qin Huaiyu's countless sword shadows. Swish! The final slash was in midair. The last profound energy blade shattered in the air. It was like a ball of light that evaporated in the air and completely disappeared. The countless arms on Qin Huaiyu's body gradually condensed into a single right arm that was wielding the sword. Qin Huaiyu's mystic skill was called the Merciful and Compassionate Hand. It was also an Earth-class mystic skill, but it was just enough to counter Dugu Fengwu's sword shadow raiment. The entire place was silent as everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. Even in the dream realm, no one could imagine such a breathtaking contest of mystic skills. Dugu Fengwu's sword shadow raiment was dreamy and illusory. It was beautiful and ethereal, causing people to be intoxicated and unwilling to wake up. Qin Huaiyu's merciful and compassionate hand was strange and unpredictable, enough to shatter any beautiful dream. At this moment, Yang Dingtian let out a deep breath. This Qin Huaiyu was truly formidable. When Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Huaiyu, he felt as though he was looking at a tall mountain. The peak of the mountain was completely hidden in the clouds and couldn't be seen clearly. Dugu Fengwu looked at Qin Huaiyu with astonishment. She didn't expect the 7 refined lanes trump card mystic skill to be broken so easily. She didn't expect Qin Huaiyu to actually use the merciful and compassionate hand to counter the sword shadow raiment. Qin Huaiyu smiled and said, "It is my turn now. Lady Gong's son, watch carefully." Instantly, everyone held their breaths and looked at Qin Huaiyu, waiting for his shocking mystic skill. Chapter 153. Qin Huaiyu straightened his long sword and formed a sword art with his left hand. He closed his eyes and chanted silently. In an instant, there seemed to be a low and inaudible thunder in the distant sky. Afterward, the thunder got closer and louder. Countless energy started to accumulate and brew. Finally, the thunder seemed to be right above their heads. It was deafening and sounded from the depths of their hearts, shocking their souls. Boom! A blazing flame suddenly appeared above Dugu Fengwu's head and burned fiercely. Swish! The flame suddenly shot towards the ground and floated half a foot above the ground. It was still burning fiercely. Immediately after, the second, third, fourth, countless flames descended from the sky and landed around Dugu Fengwu. Finally, a ring of fire surrounded Dugu Fengwu completely. Someone recognized this mystic skill. This was an Earth-grade superior mystic skill, Hell Ring. Compared to the sword shadow rainbow and merciful and compassionate hand, the Hell Ring was 1 grade higher. Right now, the Hell Ring was burning fiercely and was surrounding Dugu Fengwu. This Hell Ring had an incomparably terrifying temperature, and it would get hotter and hotter. In the end, everything within the ring was burned to ashes. The air would be completely burned, and the space would be crazily compressed. In the end, the person inside the ring of fire would explode, shatter into pieces, and turn into a ball of raging fire. To be honest, this mystic skill wasn't as stunning as the previous 2 moves, but it was very vicious, especially when Dugu Fengwu had set the rule that she could only stand on the spot and couldn't move her body. Then, could such a vicious Hell Ring be broken? Of course, there were plenty of mystic skills that could break it, but all of them were Yin attribute mystic meridians, especially Ice attribute mystic skills. As long as it was an Earth grade mystic skill, any one of them would be able to break the Hell Ring. But Dugu Fengwu had the brilliant flame's mystic meridians. Therefore, the Hell Ring was unbreakable to her. Or perhaps she could only watch helplessly as she was burned to ashes, exploding violently and shattering into pieces. At this moment, everyone present had an ashen expression. This Qin Huaiyu looked cultured and refined, but his attacks were so vicious. He actually used the most vicious, profound skill to kill such a delicate and peerless beauty. Lady Gong's son, as long as you admit defeat, I will disperse this Hell Ring, Qin Huaiyu said. Dugu Fengwu responded coldly. Bang! 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 The arena couldn't withstand the terrifying heat and started to crumble. The air was unable to withstand the terrifying burning, and it began to explode. Yang Dingtian's heart was burning with anxiety. Was Dugu Fengwu going to watch helplessly as she got burned to ashes? Or was she going to admit defeat? You are also fire, and so am I. Young Lord Qin, your hell hoop is truly vicious and undefeatable, Dugu Fengwu said coldly, but that is only for others. If it were anyone else, Even if their cultivation was higher than mine, they would still be burned to ashes. But you met me, and I can easily destroy your hell's ring." Finishing her statement, Degu Fengwu opened her small mouth and slowly spat out a blue flame. It was a very weak but beautiful flame. Such a weak flame was like an egg crashing into a rock, or a bird crashing into a rock. The only result was that it would be smashed into smithereens. However, something shocking happened. After the blue flame rushed into the hell ring, it instantly revealed its ferocious face and crazily devoured all the flames. Hoo-hoo! In almost an instant, the terrifying hell ring's blazing flames were devoured cleanly. That beautiful blue flame had now turned into a lump of black. Yang Dingtian had never seen a lump of black flame before, but when he saw it now, it was extremely strange and terrifying. Qin Huaiyu's expression suddenly changed as he said, "Void flame devouring art." "That's right," Dugu Fengwu said indifferently. "It is just nice to restrain your hell ring." Immediately after, Dugu Fengwu said indifferently, "Now it is my turn. After this move, if you are safe and sound, I will concede defeat." Her words were filled with incomparable determination. Qin Huaiyu's expression turned serious as he instantly concentrated all his attention and waited for Dugu Fengwu's terrifying attack. Everyone was waiting in anticipation. Earlier on, such a stunning and terrifying mystic skill wasn't able to truly injure the opponent. Now that Dugu Fengwu had such an absolute tone, everyone was looking forward to what kind of terrifying mystic skill she would use. Mystic Soul Guide. Following Dugu Fengwu's clear shout, Dugu Fengwu started to spin rapidly. It wasn't the graceful spinning of a dance, but the most ordinary spinning. Faster and faster, faster and faster. Everyone was disappointed. Everyone thought that third Lady Gongsun would use an exceptional mystic skill that no one had ever seen before. They didn't expect that she would use a common mystic skill like the Mystic Soul Guide. That's right, the Mystic Soul Guide was the most common mystic skill that could be bought anywhere for less than 50 gold coins. As long as one reached the great mystic martial master level, anyone could learn this mystic skill. Until now, Yang Dingtian had never seen anyone use this common mystic skill because it was simply too common. Using this mystic skill would not only be a waste of the mystic skill, but it would also be a disgrace. This mystic skill could be said to be the least technical and the least mystical mystic skill. The principle was very simple. It was to wield the sword and spin it as fast as it could. As it spun, it would condense mystic chi. When the speed was so fast that one couldn't control it, one would abruptly throw out one's mystic chi. In that instant, the entire soul spirit would be thrown out along with the mystic chi due to a strong centrifugal force. There would be a mirage that would abruptly break free and stab at the enemy. Of course, this mirage was completely formed by mystic chi, but it looked exactly the same as the person. Therefore, this mystic skill was called the Mystic Soul Guide. In theory, as long as the spinning speed was fast enough, the mystic chi mirage that burst out would be infinitely close to the person's full strength. It was equivalent to the person breaking free and attacking the enemy. It was equivalent to having an extra clone, and this clone wouldn't receive any damage. Of course, this was only in theory. In fact, even if everyone spun to the extreme, the mystic chi mirage that was thrown out wouldn't even be a fraction of the person's. Dugu Fengwu was spinning faster and faster, faster and faster. Everyone revealed a disappointed expression, and only Qin Huaiyu's expression changed. Soon enough, everyone present felt something strange. Dugu Fengwu was spinning so fast that her figure couldn't be seen. She had completely turned into a pink light. Immediately after, this pink light vanished completely. Dugu Fengwu's spinning body had turned completely transparent and couldn't be seen at all. It was as though she had turned invisible. Pong, pong, pong. On the sturdy martial stage's bottom, the giant rocks were being torn apart layer by layer. They were suddenly swept into midair and were instantly torn into pieces. The ground around Dugu Fengwu seemed to have been scraped by countless swords. It shattered layer by layer and disappeared layer by layer. Pa! There was a loud sound that was brought about by supersonic speed. A magnificent figure was suddenly thrown out and was riding on a cold sword light as it shot towards Qin Huayu. Mystic Soul Guide. Qin Huayu had a startled expression as he suddenly half knelt on the ground. He stabbed his sword into the ground and arched his back. Roar! There was a dragon's roar and tiger's roar. A ferocious tiger formed by flaming radiance burst out from Qin Huayu's body and rushed towards Dugu Fengwu's mirage. Bang! There was a loud sound and radiance shot out in all directions. The flaming tiger and Dugu Fengwu's mirage instantly clashed. Flames shot out in all directions, and that flaming tiger was instantly shattered. Dugu Fengwu's mirage was instantly damaged. Swish! The damaged mirage suddenly rushed towards Qin Huayu and drilled into his body. PFFF. Qin Huayu vomited a mouthful of blood as his body was suddenly blasted back by over 10 meters and reached the edge of the martial stage. PFFF. Qin Huayu stabbed his sword into the ground and stopped the momentum, not letting himself fall off the martial stage. Qin Huayu slowly stood up and wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth. He said, "Lady Gong's son is indeed formidable." Everyone was shocked as well. They didn't expect the most ordinary mystic skill in the hands of third Lady Gong's son to be so powerful. She said she was going to injure Qin Huayu, and she really did it. Immediately after, Qin Huayu said indifferently, "Next, Lady Gong's son will also receive my mystic soul guide. If I can't defeat Lady Gong's son with this move, it will be considered my loss." Once these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Just now, third Lady Gong's son only said she was going to injure Qin Huayu, and she finally did it. Right now, Qin Huayu actually claimed that he was going to defeat her completely with this move. Where did he get such confidence from? In order to defeat Dugu Fengwu, one had to either send her flying off the martial stage or kill her. No matter which one it was, it would be extremely difficult. Only Dugu Fengwu heard this statement, and her expression instantly turned grave. She understood Qin Huayu's intention. Qin Huayu was going to use up all his mystic qi without holding back for this mystic soul guide. If he still couldn't defeat Qin Huayu, then it didn't matter if he admitted defeat or not. Swish! Qin Huayu started to spin. Faster and faster, faster and faster. He turned into an afterimage. Immediately after, he turned into a set of transparent light. Just like Dugu Fengwu earlier, he instantly tore apart the surrounding hard ground as though countless blades were crazily slicing. But it wasn't over yet. Everyone was horrified to realize that Qin Huayu's surroundings actually started to darken. It was as though Qin Huayu, who was spinning rapidly, started to devour the surrounding light. It was getting darker and darker. Only Qin Huayu's body was extremely bright. Yang Dingtian felt a dangerous aura, and so did Dugu Fengwu. An incomparably powerful energy was brewing to the extreme. Pa! There was a loud sound. The darkness around Qin Huayu was instantly torn into pieces. Then a black shadow suddenly left Qin Huayu and shot towards Dugu Fengwu with lightning speed. This was Qin Huayu's mystic soul guide, a terrifying mystic soul guide. Dugu Fengwu's delicate body suddenly floated up, and the sharp sword in her hand was frantically thrusting. Swish, 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 swish. The sword light was like a torrential rain of pear blossoms as it suddenly shot towards Qin Huayu's mystic soul guide, quickly tearing apart this terrifying black shadow. In an instant, this intense black shadow was torn apart inch by inch. The shadow was getting fainter and fainter. When facing the lowest grade of mystic skill like the Mystic Soul Guide, one could only use the lowest grade method to deal with it. One could be like Qin Huayu and use a mystic skill to block it. One could be like Dugu Fengwu and use force to destroy it. Dugu Fengwu gathered all her mental energy and used her sword to tear apart the mystic soul guide before it hit her. This was a test of extreme sword speed and mystic chi intensity. Swish, 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 swish. Finally, Dugu Fengwu's swollen sharp sword was so fast that it turned into a ball of light. It suddenly pierced into the head of the mystic soul guide and was about to tear it apart. Right at this moment, Dugu Fengwu's delicate body suddenly trembled and her face turned pale. Ah! There was a delicate cry as she vomited a mouthful of blood. Her delicate body flew out a few dozen feet and flew out of the contest stage as she flew towards Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian opened his arms. Bang! Instantly, a soft and fragrant body crashed into his embrace, which almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. I won, Qin Huaiyu said indifferently. He then tiptoed and gently floated back to his seat, as though he had just done a small thing. Everyone exclaimed. When Qin Huaiyu said that he was going to defeat Third Lady Gong's son, everyone didn't believe it. They didn't expect that he really did it. Third Lady Gong's son was actually sent flying out of the contest stage. This moment, Dugu Fengwu's delicate body in Yang Dingtian's embrace was ice cold, and the corner of her mouth was dripping with captivating blood. What is going on? You're going to completely destroy his mystic soul guide soon. Even if you can't destroy it, you won't be sent flying out of the contest stage. Yang Dingtian asked softly. Isn't it because of you? Dugu Fengwu spoke with anger in a low voice. That disgusting moment is here again. What moment is here again? Yang Dingtian asked softly. Dugu Fengwu said, It is the moment when I instantly lose all my mystic chi. Ah! Yang Dingtian was astonished. The moment when Dugu Fengwu was powerless actually appeared. Furthermore, it appeared at such a crucial moment and directly led to her defeat. You don't have to be happy too early. Dugu Fengwu sneered and said, That's right. I am powerless and temporarily helpless against you. But at the same time, I am unable to protect you. You are about to go on stage. This isn't a matter of winning the contest and obtaining the mystic fire devil hammer. It is a matter of whether you can keep your life. Do you think that vicious woman, Qin Jiaojiao, will let you off? In this instant, Yang Dingtian's heart turned slightly cold. That's right. Dugu Fengwu had temporarily lost all her mystic chi and couldn't control Yang Dingtian. At the same time, she couldn't protect him either. Next, Yang Dingtian would have to face this pack of vicious wolves alone. Qin Jiaojiao couldn't wait to jump onto the contest stage. She drew her sharp sword and pointed it at Yang Dingtian. She sneered and said, That legendary nameless your lover has lost. It is your turn now. Immediately after, she revealed a strange and cruel smile and said, Don't worry, I will not show mercy. You will end up as you deserve. After I expose your true colors, I will let you feel my Qin Jiaojiao's wrath in front of everyone. Chapter 154. You little gigolo. Others don't know your background, but I've seen many men. You're just a gigolo who lives off a woman. You hooked up with Third Lady Gong's son through your male charms and went around pretending to be a hidden sect disciple to swindle others. In fact, you are so weak that you can't even withstand a single blow. Qin Jiaojiao sneered and said, Quickly come up. Let's fight and let me reveal your true face. Dugu Fengwu sneered and said, Go! That vicious woman is summoning you. Yang Dingtian glared at Dugu Fengwu and held the sharp sword in his hand as he walked up the stairs to the martial stage. Others leaped up lightly, but Yang Dingtian actually walked up, causing everyone to laugh out loud. He couldn't compete like this and couldn't compete normally. Otherwise, everyone would realize that Yang Dingtian was a fake, because how could a real hidden sect disciple be so weak? Yang Dingtian sighed and said, Young Lady Qin, I originally didn't want to come up, but since I am here, I have to make a move. Then let's. He wanted to say that they should stop when it was appropriate, but he was stopped by Qin Jiaojiao. Shut up. Qin Jiaojiao sneered and said, Don't find excuses, don't find reasons. Let's compete, a normal martial arts competition. If you want to use martial skills, use martial skills. If you want to use mystic skills, use mystic skills. Do your best and exhaust your mystic chi until one side collapses. Yang Dingtian instantly gnashed his teeth in hatred. This hateful woman was really stubborn. This kind of stubborn woman was the most troublesome. No wonder her reputation was so bad and she was hated by so many people. Yang Dingtian definitely couldn't compete with her normally, even if he could win in the end. He had to use some mysterious skills. Once he really used his mystic chi to compete, he would definitely be exposed. But if he suggested that he didn't use his mystic chi to compete, he would be exposed even earlier. Furthermore, he was facing such a shrewish and rude woman. At his wit's end, Yang Dingtian secretly gritted his teeth and said to Qin Jiao, "Young lady Qin, please step down. I don't want to fight with you." Qin Jiao was startled before she laughed and said, "See, your ponytail is exposed. You don't dare to compete with me." Immediately, everyone laughed out loud. Qiu Wanjie had already determined that this hidden sect disciple in front of him was a fake. Suddenly, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. No matter whether he lost or won in the end, he would not let John Doe in front of him leave. He must torture him until he begged for death in order to vent the hatred in his heart. This bastard, with just a sword and a leaf ornament, he was scared out of his wits and made a fool of himself. Yang Dingtian ignored these mocking gazes and looked directly at Qin Huaiyu. "Mr. Qin Huaiyu, please come up and fight with me. If your sister insists on staying on the stage, then please forgive me for leaving." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall fell silent, including Qin Jiao. Then everyone looked at Yang Dingtian in surprise. It turned out that he wasn't afraid to fight, but he didn't want to fight with Qin Jiao because he felt that Qin Jiao was too weak. Instantly, Qin Huaiyu's expression changed. Qiu Wanjie's expression also changed as he retracted his cold smile. Could it be that this kid in front of him was really a disciple of the hidden sect? Otherwise, why would he pick the strong and not the weak? Also, only the hidden sect's disciples were able to hide their cultivation level completely. Just like their swords, their energy was completely concealed, low-key, and natural. No, impossible, he's just putting on an act. Qin Huaiyu thought to himself. He mustn't be intimidated. Then he clenched his teeth and stood up from his seat. He jumped onto the stage again and stood in front of Yang Dingtian. "Since senior brother John Doe asked me to come up, then I shall accept deferentially." Qin Jiao looked at Yang Dingtian suspiciously, as if she wanted to find a flaw from his expression. "Jiao, quickly get down," Qin Huaiyu said. Qin Jiao stomped her foot and jumped off the stage, but she still stared at Yang Dingtian unwillingly. "Senior brother John Doe, if there are any rules for our fight, feel free to tell me." Qin Huaiyu looked at Yang Dingtian with a smile that wasn't a smile. At this moment, Yang Dingtian really couldn't breathe. This game was really getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. One step at a time, and now he was actually standing on the stage with Qin Huaiyu. How much stronger was Qin Huaiyu than him? How much stronger was Qin Huaiyu than him? He didn't know, but it was definitely a world of difference. If he were to fight with Qin Huaiyu now, it wouldn't even be considered as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. To hell with this demonic woman. Yang Dingtian cursed Dugu Fengwu in his heart. He then looked at Qin Huaiyu. Yang Dingtian still said indifferently, "There is no need for any rules. Mr. Qin Huaiyu can use anything." Once he said that, everyone's expression changed again. He was actually so confident and so overbearing. Asking Qin Huaiyu to use any method? This was completely not putting Qin Huaiyu in his eyes. Qin Huaiyu's expression also changed before he sneered and said, "Then I won't hold back." Then he slowly drew out his sharp sword. Since that was the case, even if there were serious consequences, Qin Huaiyu had to make a heavy move. He really wanted to see if this nameless had a painted face. Sensing a fatal danger, Yang Dingtian's pores on his back almost couldn't breathe. That's right, this was the most dangerous moment in Yang Dingtian's life. It was also the most dangerous moment for him to be close to death. For every second that followed, he couldn't make a single mistake in his performance. Even if he didn't make a single mistake, he might die without a burial ground. After secretly letting out a breath, Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "Mr. Qin Huaiyu, then I will start first." Then, Yang Dingtian immediately closed his eyes. Everyone was shocked again. When fighting with someone, he actually closed his eyes. Did he feel that he wasn't dying fast enough? Or was there something wrong with his head? Of course not. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's behavior was immediately seen by everyone as a card up his sleeve. He didn't use his eyes to see where the enemy was at all. Then, Yang Dingtian really didn't look at where the enemy was, because even if he knew where it was completely useless. As long as Qin Huaiyu made a move, he, Yang Dingtian, would definitely die. Therefore, he must not let the other party make a move. After closing his eyes, Yang Dingtian lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his entire body floated into the air. His movements were very graceful, but he didn't show much powerful xianqi. From this, one could see that his cultivation was only average. In the air, Yang Dingtian slowly turned a circle, and the sword in his hand slowly drew a circle. Then he drew another circle. Everyone was stupefied. What was this? Such a slow sword technique would have been killed 10,000 times. Such a slow sword couldn't even kill a mosquito, let alone a duel with an expert like Qin Huaiyu. Yang Dingtian still didn't care and continued to draw circles. Humph, humph, a bluff. Qin Huaiyu sneered. He raised the sword in his hand and was about to shoot out and pierce through Yang Dingtian. But the next scene made him stop all his actions, because the circle that Yang Dingtian drew with the sword in his hand actually condensed into a ring of light that floated in the air. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings, 9 rings. After the 9 rings were drawn, Yang Dingtian floated back to his original position. Bang! These rings suddenly shattered and condensed into countless teardrops. The sparkling and translucent teardrops floated in the air. It was truly too beautiful to behold, and was filled with a magical taste. Then these teardrops started to fall. They sprinkled on the ground, gently smashing out small holes. They sprinkled on the crowd, bringing about slight piercing pain. Many people's hair were gently pulled off, and many people's clothes were lightly pierced. But that was it. Everyone was stupefied and shocked. Such a profound sword technique. Such a mysterious sword technique. Qin Huaiyu and Qiu Wanjie looked at each other and thought of that shocking possibility. Their backs suddenly turned cold and broke out in cold sweat. They knew this sword technique. They had heard about it from their ancestors. This was the most profound sword technique in the world, and also the strongest sword technique. The first sword of the Swaying Calamity Crossing Sword, River Tears. The Swaying Calamity Crossing Sword was a sword technique that only hidden sect disciples knew. This sword technique itself represented the hidden sect. The leaf ornaments could be faked, and the treasured sword could even be picked up. But the sword technique definitely couldn't be faked. Even if one could learn the superficial moves, they wouldn't be able to reach the essence of the sword technique. Because there were thousands of mystic chi meridians, only those who had truly learned the secret manual could truly grasp it. And only hidden sect disciples could truly learn the Swaying Calamity Crossing Sword's secret manual. In an instant, there was no doubt about Nameless identity, and no dispute. Even Qin Jiaojiao's expression changed drastically. Of course, the river tears that Yang Dingtian used were so weak, and they also found the answer. There were so many people here. If the full power was unleashed, everyone present would be dead. Anyway, the river tears' power was weak because of nameless pity. It definitely wasn't because he didn't have enough mystic chi. Yang Dingtian didn't stop. After using the river tears, he immediately used the second move of the swaying calamity crossing sword, soul departing mirror. His figure flashed and suddenly refracted more than 10 meters away. With another flash, he refracted more than 10 meters away. Yang Dingtian's body was shifting around the entire martial stage, covering every corner of the place. Instantly, like a dream, he left behind countless afterimages and countless rays of sword light. Then, he gently refracted back to his original position. He kept his sword and stood upright. Suddenly, all the afterimages were broken. The entire arena's image was broken. At the broken area, the leaves were cut off. A strand of the woman's hair fell. Immediately after, a corner of her clothes was cut off. Everyone was stupefied once again. They were once again stunned by this breathtaking scene. Of course, the reason why the final image was so gentle was because of nameless pity. Otherwise, the entire battle arena would truly shatter. Everything inside would be completely destroyed and collapse. The true power of the soul-departing mirror was enough to change the color of heaven and earth. Yang Dingtian originally wanted to continue his sword dance, but he suddenly opened his eyes and said to Qin Huaiyu, "Mr. Qin, why aren't you making a move? Why am I the only one fighting?" His voice was still very calm. Earlier, he was just putting on an act in everyone's eyes, but now he was unfathomable in everyone's eyes. Qin Huaiyu didn't say anything. He gritted his teeth and bowed deeply on the arena. His waist was almost at a 90-degree angle. After bowing, he didn't get up again. He silently used the most respectful attitude to ask for nameless forgiveness. Then, Qiu Wanjie also got up and bowed deeply, not daring to make a sound. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "If you aren't going to fight, then I will leave." Then he turned and walked down the arena. He went forward to carry Dugu Fengwu and was about to leave. "Your mystic fire, Devil Hammer." Qiu Wanjie used all his strength and said, while trembling, "Are you still going to lend it to me?" Yang Dingtian asked. Qiu Wanjie lowered his head in extreme pain. He was extremely regretful that he listened to Qin Huaiyu and offended this hidden sect disciple. "I beg you to take away the mystic fire, Devil Hammer." Qiu Wanjie used all his strength. "Oh, then." Yang Dingtian was still as calm as before. He walked up to the stage and grabbed the mystic fire Devil Hammer. "Wow, so heavy," Yang Dingtian said. Everyone revealed a knowing smile. Would a hidden sect disciple feel that the mystic fire Devil Hammer, which weighed a few hundred kilograms, was heavy? It was impossible. He was just naturally noble and used the most ordinary tone to express his feelings. Of course, this was their understanding. Yang Dingtian really felt that this mystic fire Devil Hammer was very heavy. Such a small hammer weighed at least a few hundred kilograms. With one hand holding the hammer and the other carrying Dugu Fengwu, Yang Dingtian left the arena and the divine weapons manor. Qiu Wanjie wanted to urge him to stay, but he didn't dare to. Chapter 155. After leaving the divine weapons manor for dozens of miles and arriving at a desolate valley, Yang Dingtian felt that he was completely safe. His body went limp as he fell to the ground and couldn't get up anymore. He had truly lost half of his soul, and he had just returned from the edge of hell. Lying on the ground, Yang Dingtian breathed with all his might as he felt the preciousness of life. He had finally escaped from the fatal danger and obtained the mystic fire Devil Hammer. After lying on the ground for more than 10 minutes, Yang Dingtian tried to get up but realized that his body didn't have any strength. "You are truly promising. You are actually scared to such a state," Dugu Fengwu sneered. Hearing this, Yang Dingtian was instantly infuriated. "Such a dangerous situation was caused by a demon woman like you, and you still have the face to make sarcastic remarks." Thinking about Dugu Fengwu's previous actions, Yang Dingtian gnashed his teeth with hatred. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian thought about how Dugu Fengwu didn't have any trace of mystic qi and was completely powerless. He was instantly delighted as he thought to himself, The heavens have blessed me and allowed me to successfully obtain the mystic fire devil hammer and escape from this demon woman's evil clutches. However, he had to be fast and escape as far as possible before this demon woman recovered. He had to use his fastest speed to forge the soul sword at the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. Time was running out as there were only 3 days before the 9th grade earth fire would bloom in the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. It would take almost 3 days to reach the Fire Cloud Devil Cave because it was on a lone island in the sea, and he had to take a boat. Yang Dingtian suddenly crawled up from the ground and looked at Dugu Fengwu. Demon woman, you also have a day like this. Dugu Fengwu looked at Yang Dingtian and asked coldly, Are you going to kill me or torture me first? Kill you? I am not that savage, but it is not that simple for me to let you go, Yang Dingtian said. After taking off his outer robe and mask, Yang Dingtian instantly regained his original appearance. After everything was done, Yang Dingtian took out an elixir and stuffed it into Dugu Fengwu's mouth. What elixir did you feed me? Dugu Fengwu asked in shock. I'll just make you sleep for a few days. By the time you wake up, I'll have already left the Fiery Cloud Devil Cave. My fledgling sword will have already been forged and escaped. You won't be able to find it anymore, Yang Dingtian said. After being forced to consume the elixir, Dugu Fengwu's vision blurred as the medicinal effects took effect. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian carried Dugu Fengwu and found a secluded place to hide her. Even though there was no one here, it was still safer to hide her in a secluded place. Yang Dingtian, when I wake up and recover, I will definitely dismember you into pieces. Dugu Fengwu, who was already drowsy, gritted her teeth and said, Let's talk about it when the time comes. Yang Dingtian laughed loudly. Then he recalled all the hateful things about the witch from before. If he didn't take revenge now, when would he? Pa. Yang Dingtian slapped the back of her head as though he was slapping a disobedient child. In an instant, the witch Dugu Fengwu's drowsiness temporarily faded away. She was so ashamed that she wanted to die. Yang Dingtian, you dare? The enraged Dugu Fengwu was so angry that her voice changed. Why wouldn't I dare? After finding a natural cave, Yang Dingtian let Dugu Fengwu in. After that, Yang Dingtian pinched Dugu Fengwu's beautiful and proud face and made all sorts of strange faces. Aren't you very proud? You usually don't look people in the eye. Now I'll make you hang your eyes. After that, Yang Dingtian lifted her eyelids. Following that, he twisted her straight and jade-like nose everywhere. After that, he pinched her mouth and made all sorts of strange shapes. Finally, he rubbed her beautiful face and made it look like a pig's face, and then a dog's face. Most importantly, while Yang Dingtian was doing it, he took out a mirror and let Dugu Fengwu see it herself. Which, this is for repaying kindness with ingratitude. Which, this is for torturing me over and over again. Which, this is for forcing me to impersonate a hidden sect disciple. Dugu Fengwu wasn't just the princess of the Temple of Blood. She was also a princess in the evil ways. When had she ever been humiliated like this? She was so angry that she was about to explode. She was so embarrassed that she was about to go crazy. She trembled and said, Yang Dingtian, remember this. I will definitely dismember you into pieces. Dismember you into pieces. Anyway, your hatred towards me is already blood red. So what if it's higher? I might as well take this opportunity to vent my anger. Yang Dingtian laughed and said. He then flipped her body over and gave her another round of beatings. This is for repaying kindness with ingratitude. This is for threatening me. This is for hitting me. Dugu Fengwu said coldly, Kill me, Yang Dingtian. You can't take it anymore. Yang Dingtian sneered and flipped her over. He pinched her chin and said, Come, little lass Dugu, smile for this master. Yang Dingtian, remember this. Everything that you have done to me today, you will return it 10 times, 100 times. Dugu Fengwu said while trembling. Oh, immediately after, Yang Dingtian leaned forward and smiled at her. If I kiss you, will you also return it 10 times over? Then I will welcome you with open arms. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian said seriously, I am someone with a wife, and I love her very much. Therefore, I will not kiss you. Which, you are so evil that you are oozing pus. Who knows if there will be pus and ulcers at the corner of my mouth after touching you? Dugu Fengwu's beautiful eyes were red as she yelled out with a trembling voice. I will definitely kill you, Yang Dingtian. I will definitely. Since I have already thoroughly offended you, I will have my fill today. This master is going to play with you properly today. Yang Dingtian patted Dugu Fengwu's face and pinched her little mouth, nose, and made all sorts of funny faces. He would pull her nose, pinch her little mouth, and make her look like a prostitute. He would then twist her face into a ball. In short, he would do it in any ugly way. At the start, Dugu Fengwu was still scolding, but she eventually stopped and just stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt that his palm was wet. He lowered his head and saw that his palm was actually full of blood. Dugu Fengwu had actually bitten her lips to the point of bleeding, and the blood flowed onto Yang Dingtian's hand. It was obvious that she was truly infuriated to the extreme. Her absolutely beautiful face was completely pale and without a trace of blood. Perhaps this was the most humiliating moment in her life. In fact, her beautiful eyes were faintly glistening with tears, and a teardrop was about to roll down. Yang Dingtian was startled and stopped all his mischievous actions. After a moment of embarrassment, Yang Dingtian said, It is all your fault. You have bullied me too ruthlessly for the past few days. All right, we are even now. Dugu Fengwu didn't make a sound and was still clenching her jade teeth, with blood flowing out from the corner of her mouth. That's right. When she heard that she was defiled by Yang Dingtian, she was furious, but she wasn't sad. When she lost all her mystic qi, she wasn't sad. Right now, Yang Dingtian was only teasing her, but her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Being teased by Yang Dingtian was an absolute humiliation, and he might as well just kill her. She was an absolute expert, the future leader of the evil ways, and a true demoness. She couldn't endure such humiliation. It is because I survived a calamity and my emotions are a little excited. That is why I did all these things to you. Yang Dingtian explained. Dugu Fengwu still didn't make a sound. Then I will take my leave. You will wake up after sleeping here for a few days. Furthermore, I have placed a special elixir on your body, and those wild beasts and poisonous bugs won't dare to come near you. Yang Dingtian said, Then I will take my leave. Goodbye. Oh no, I mean never. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian turned and walked out. Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, Dugu Fengwu, who was behind him, said, You saw my tears. You saw my weak side. This is 100 times more serious than seeing my body. So, the next time I see you, I will definitely kill you. If you are smart, kill me now. Her voice was very calm, but it was filled with boundless determination. Yang Dingtian knew that she was speaking the truth. Therefore, the smartest thing to do was to kill her. After looking at Dugu Fengwu for a long time, Yang Dingtian said, Sorry, I can't do it. Immediately after, he turned and left. After leaving Dugu Fengwu's vision, Yang Dingtian quickly took out an ordinary mask from a spatial ring and put it on. Instantly, Yang Dingtian changed into another person. Immediately after, he took out another set of clothes and put them on. Finally, he placed the mystic fire devil hammer and the hidden sex artifact, sword, into his spatial ring. This time, no one would be able to recognize that Yang Dingtian was that nameless who pretended to be a hidden sex disciple. After he left, Dugu Fengwu's beautiful eyes fell into a daze. It was obvious that the elixir had started to take effect, and she was about to faint completely. However, just as she was about to close her eyes completely, her delicate body suddenly trembled. An incomparably powerful energy instantly spread throughout her body. Her beautiful eyes instantly turned from dazed to incomparably cold, shooting out an incomparably cold gaze. Dugu Fengwu actually recovered her mystic qi before she fainted completely. Instantly, she looked at the direction where Yang Dingtian left, and her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. She immediately picked up her sharp sword and was about to chase after Yang Dingtian and chop him into pieces. However, she quickly gave up on this action. Her beautiful face revealed an angry and cold smile. Yang Dingtian, I will let you live for a few more days. I will wait for you at the entrance of the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. At that time, you will have to take out the fire immunity chilling pearl, right? At that time, I will let you have a taste of sorrow after extreme joy. Yang Dingtian, you actually dare to let me suffer such humiliation. After obtaining the fire immunity chilling pearl, I will definitely let you suffer a fate worse than death. Pa. In an instant, Dugu Fengwu's sharp sword slashed at the void. In an instant, all the trees and giant rocks in front of her were turned into fine powder. Dugu Fengwu's delicate body burst out with soaring, killing intent and fury. Afterward, Dugu Fengwu's delicate body suddenly rose from the ground. 2 illusory energy wings appeared on her back, and she soared into the sky. She flew towards the direction of the Fire Cloud Devil Cave from another direction. That's right, this demonic woman was faking it. Because she couldn't force Yang Dingtian to take out the fire immunity chilling pearl, she used an underhanded method. However, the price she had to pay was too high. 3 days later, Yang Dingtian crossed 1,000 miles of sea and arrived at a giant volcanic island. He pushed the boat to the beach and looked at the giant volcano in the distance. The volcano crater at the top of the mountain was the entrance to the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. Fire Cloud Devil Cave, I am finally here. Yang Dingtian sighed. The Fire Cloud Devil Cave was located on an island called the West Arrival Island. This island was considered the west of the primal chaos continent. This island was very famous because it had the largest active volcano in the entire northwest continent. It was at least 10,000 meters tall. According to his master, Dongfang Minmi, this volcano had been erupting for 100 years, and it would erupt once every 10 years. Every time it erupted, it would shake the heavens and the earth. The fiery red magma could spurt out tens of thousands of meters high. Even from hundreds of miles away, one could see the soaring flames when it erupted. A few hundred years ago, the entire West Arrival Island was just a very small island. Every time it erupted, the entire island would become larger. In fact, the entire west-facing island was formed by the accumulation of magma and volcanic ash from this volcano. Today, the West Arrival Island was already a large island of thousands of square miles. 100 years ago, the volcano that erupted once every 10 years stopped erupting as if it had entered a deep sleep. At that time, some people were surprised, but they didn't take it seriously. This was because the volcanoes in this world were unpredictable. They would suddenly erupt and suddenly fall silent. However, very few people knew that this volcano still erupted once every 10 years. It was just that the previous earth-shattering eruption had changed to the current eruption of supreme-grade earth fire every 10 years. The difference in momentum could be said to be heaven and earth. However, there was no difference in the terrifying energy produced when the two happened. The beach was about 100 miles away from the volcano. There was a dense forest on the way, and there was absolutely no road. Yang Dingtian quickly and carefully passed through the dense forest and walked towards the direction of the Fire Cloud Devil Cave. Looking at the approaching volcano, Yang Dingtian's heart was getting more and more excited. The long journey of nearly 10,000 miles was to forge the Sword Soul, and now his wish was finally going to be fulfilled. Fire Cloud Devil Cave. I am coming, Supreme Great Earth Fire. I am coming, and I am coming for the Sword Soul. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be excited. Demoness Dugu, I am sorry. I have already enjoyed the supreme grade earth fire that only appears once every 10 years. You can continue to sleep. At the peak of the volcano, at the entrance of the Fire Cloud Devil Cave, the incomparably beautiful Dugu Fengwu, sat cross-legged at the peak of the mountain. She looked at the excited Yang Dingtian from afar and revealed a cold smile. Yang Dingtian, you will soon taste the taste of sorrow after extreme joy. Soon, I will let you taste the taste of regret. Chapter 156. Along the way, Yang Dingtian did not run into any danger. After an hour, Yang Dingtian had successfully traversed dozens of miles of dense forest. Not only did he not run into any humans, but he also did not run into any powerful beasts. In fact, it was because the Heaven Flame Phoenix in the demonic fire cave was too powerful. The entire West Arrival Island was its territory. Therefore, powerful beasts did not dare to set foot in this place. When he reached the foot of the volcano, Yang Dingtian did not even feel the heat. Looking up, the 10,000-meter-tall volcano towered into the clouds, majestic and imposing. The entire volcano was bare, and the surface was covered with cooled magma. At this time, it was as hard as a rock, and it still retained the flowing state before it melted. Entering the demonic fire cave was easy. All he had to do was climb to the top of the volcano and jump in through the vent. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and climbed towards the top of the volcano's crater step by step. Although the volcano was steep and slippery, Yang Dingtian was still climbing at a fast pace. After half an hour, he was already halfway to the top. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire volcano trembled. Yang Dingtian almost lost his balance. Then a loud noise came from inside the volcano. The noise came from the top of the volcano and pierced through the clouds. It grew louder and louder, louder and louder. At first, Yang Dingtian could still bear it, but soon he was squatting on the ground in pain. He felt like his eardrums were about to burst and his veins were about to burst. The Heaven Flame Phoenix had discovered Yang Dingtian's presence. It was giving him a strong warning, warning him not to trespass on its territory. Of course, because Yang Dingtian was too weak, the Heaven Flame Phoenix only issued a warning. It didn't fly out to kill Yang Dingtian because it didn't want to. The Heaven Flame Phoenix's cries lasted for nearly 10 minutes. Yang Dingtian's ears were bleeding, and his skin was bleeding profusely. Finally, the Heaven Flame Phoenix stopped crying. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief and stood up. He almost couldn't hold on any longer. The Heaven Flame Phoenix was too powerful. Fortunately, Yang Dingtian has 9 Yang profound veins. If it was someone else, even a martial profound expert, they would have died under the cry of this heavenly flame phoenix. To be honest, even a great Grandmaster-level expert wouldn't want to provoke this kind of Lord-level demonic beast that had cultivated for 1,000 years. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian continued to climb. Then he realized that the entire volcano had started to turn red. The magma stone, which had already cooled down, began to melt again. This was really going to kill him. Feeling the burning sensation beneath his feet, Yang Dingtian exclaimed in his heart. It was another warning from the Heaven Flame Phoenix. The bottom half of the volcano was made of cold rock. As for the upper half, it gradually began to burn red and melt. If Yang Dingtian did not retreat, the mountain would completely melt and turn into fiery red lava. At that time, not only would Yang Dingtian not be able to climb the mountain, he would also be burned alive. Of course, he could keep the fire immunity chilling pearl in his mouth. However, the fire immunity chilling pearl's energy was limited. If he used it now, how would he be able to defend himself against the Heaven Flame Phoenix's attack? Screw it! Yang Dingtian shouted. Holding his breath, he ran as fast as he could. He ran as fast as he could, faster and faster. The magma stone beneath his feet was getting redder and redder. When Yang Dingtian was 3,000 meters away from the peak, the magma stone beneath his feet had turned completely red. The temperature had reached over 1,000 degrees. Yang Dingtian's boots had been completely burned away. They had been replaced by a pair of frost iron boots. However, when he was 2,000 meters away from the top of the mountain, The cold iron boots on his feet had already started to burn red. Yang Dingtian only felt that his feet were getting more and more painful and hot. In the end, it was as if they were completely burnt. When he was 1,500 meters away from the peak, the cold iron boots on Yang Dingtian's feet had already turned red from the heat. The fire-resistant sheath on Yang Dingtian's feet had also gradually burned through. Soon, it would reach Yang Dingtian's feet. The fire immunity chilling gloves were made of fire immunity silk. Yang Dingtian had spent over 10,000 gold coins to buy them. Now, they were about to lose their effect. Once they reached Yang Dingtian's feet, they would be burned away instantly. Yang Dingtian had the 9 Yang meridians. They were very powerful, but that was only when it came to defending against Xianqi attacks. When it came to being burned by fire, it was the same as when it came to ordinary people. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian's clothes were about to catch fire. The wig on his head had also started to curl up and was about to be burnt. He was sweating all over. His lips were dry and cracked. His throat was as dry as a desert. If this went on, his life would be in danger. Yang Dingtian hurriedly consumed an elixir and made use of the remaining time to desperately run upwards. After running for less than 300 meters, he suddenly began to retreat. Because the rocks under his feet had completely melted and turned into magma, flowing down continuously. At this time, the temperature under his feet had reached an astonishing 4,000 to 5,000 degrees. The fire immunity chilling gloves under his feet were about to be burned through. At this time, Yang Dingtian was unable to advance or retreat. Did he really have to use the fire immunity chilling pearl or be burned to death here? The moment the fire immunity chilling gloves on his feet were about to melt, Yang Dingtian's brain suddenly moved. He tapped his feet and jumped into the air. Then he quickly took out the night owl greatsword from his spatial ring and inserted it into the mountain. Then his feet landed on the sword hilt. He finally picked up his feet. If he was a second later, his feet would have been completely burned. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. This night owl greatsword was partly made of night owl's claws, partly made of Xian ice cold iron, and partly made of bloody black gold. These 3 materials, no matter which one it was, could not be melted by the magma under his feet. But trouble came again. At this time, the magma was continuously flowing down. Yang Dingtian's life was temporarily saved, but he could not take a single step forward. Instead, he kept sliding down. The magma was getting deeper and deeper. Sooner or later, it would drown the night owl greatsword and burn Yang Dingtian alive again. At this time, he was more than 1,000 meters away from the top of the mountain. He could almost see the entrance of the fire cloud devil cave. He had to think of a way to reach the top of the mountain as quickly as possible. And Yang Dingtian discovered that the top of the mountain was pitch black and there was no magma. Unfortunately, he did not have 2 night owl greatswords. Otherwise, he could climb up on stilts. But as the magma got deeper and deeper, even 2 night owl greatswords would be useless. Got it. Yang Dingtian quickly thought of another way. Ningning had put countless treasures and elixirs in his spatial ring. One of them was the condensation pearl. The condensation pearl condensed a large amount of water into a small elixir. A condensation pearl with a diameter of 3 centimeters contained a few hundred kilograms of water. As long as the condensation pearl was thrown into the magma, it would instantly explode. The few hundred kilograms of water would instantly turn into steam. This would generate a powerful force that would forcefully eject the items on the steam far away. The steam-powered catapults of aircraft carriers from the Earth era used this principle. Of course, the steam explosion would be very powerful, and the temperature would be very high. However, Yang Dingtian's entire body was protected. Moreover, with his current physical strength, he should be able to withstand the damage from the steam. Thus, Yang Dingtian took out a condensation pearl and smashed it under his feet. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Just as Yang Dingtian imagined, the condensation pearl exploded the moment it came into contact with the magma. Countless amounts of steam burst out and directly blew Yang Dingtian a few hundred meters away. Immediately after, before it landed on the ground, Yang Dingtian threw out another congealed water pearl. Bang! The steam from the explosion blew him a few hundred meters away. Bang! The fourth condensation pearl exploded. Yang Dingtian, with the night owl great sword between his legs, was launched a few hundred meters away. The top of the volcano was within reach. Bang! Yang Dingtian landed on the top of the volcano. I'm finally here. Yang Dingtian almost couldn't help but shout. It wasn't easy. If it wasn't for Ningning's congealing pearl, he would have been burned to death in the magma or had to use the fire immunity chilling pearl in advance. Then, the more dangerous game began. He jumped into the volcano and entered the fiery cloud cave. The fiery cloud cave was 10,000 meters underground. That's right. Yang Dingtian was 10,000 meters above ground. The fiery cloud cave was 10,000 meters below ground. Yang Dingtian had to fall 20,000 meters to reach the fiery cloud cave. Along the way, he would have to face the Heaven Flame Phoenix's direct attack. Half of the volcano had melted into magma. That was the Heaven Flame Phoenix's indirect attack. How powerful would its direct attack be? Not even a master-level expert could withstand its attack. At this moment, the fire immunity chilling pearl was on full display. Yang Dingtian was about to take out the fire immunity chilling pearl from his interspatial ring when he felt a chill run down his spine. The hair on his neck stood up again. It can't be, right? You're haunting me, Yang Dingtian said in pain. Then he slowly turned around. A familiar and hateful figure was standing behind Yang Dingtian. It was the beautiful Dugu Fengwu. She was still wearing third Lady Gongsuan's clothes, but her face was now Dugu Fengwu's. Her face was even more beautiful than third Lady Gongsuan's. Thinking about what he had done to Dugu Fengwu, Yang Dingtian's scalp went numb. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Was he looking for death? Continue. I want to see where you got the fire immunity chilling pearl from, Dugu Fengwu said coldly. Yang Dingtian looked at the sky. After a while he asked, When did you get here? Aren't you supposed to be unconscious? I have been here for more than a day. When I saw you on the island, I immediately went to the volcano. I have been waiting for you for a few hours now, Dugu Fengwu said. As for why I am not unconscious, Dugu Fengwu's face instantly turned cold. She said slowly, After you left that day, I had already recovered my mystic chi. At that time, I wanted to kill you with a palm strike. But if I killed you, I would not be able to get the fire immunity chilling pearl. Therefore, I endured it. You had to die, but you had to take out the fire immunity chilling pearl before dying. Therefore, I played hard to get and pretended to be drugged by your elixir. I rushed here in advance to wait for you. Today, you are going to take out the fire immunity chilling pearl, right? Don't tell me that the fire immunity chilling pearl is not on you. Demon Woman is indeed a demon woman. She is indeed incredible. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but sneer. That's right. The fire immunity chilling pearl is on me. But you want me to hand it over? Dream on. Dugu Fengwu sneered and said, There is only a little more than 2 hours before the peak grade earth fire blooms. I will wait with you. If you don't take out the fire immunity chilling pearl, you can forget about forging a soul sword. If you don't forge a soul sword, you will not be able to kill Shimanju and take back your cloud heaven city. If I take out the fire immunity chilling pearl, I will die. Do you think I am so stupid? Yang Dingtian sneered. Since the fire immunity chilling pearl is on you, I will just cut you into 8 pieces and look for it, Dugu Fengwu said. Please. Yang Dingtian immediately opened his arms and said, Please do it. If you can find the fire immunity chilling pearl on me, I will be your grandson. If you don't cut me into 8 pieces, you will be my grandson. Oh no, my granddaughter. Dugu Fengwu's eyes turned cold. A killing aura flashed by and scanned Yang Dingtian from head to toe. Indeed, She couldn't find any trace of the fire immunity chilling pearl. The fire immunity chilling pearl was an absolute treasure of heaven and earth, and it would definitely emit its aura. Dugu Fengwu really couldn't understand. The fire immunity chilling pearl was obviously on Yang Dingtian, but she couldn't find it. She really didn't know why. Earlier, due to the distance and angle, she didn't see Yang Dingtian taking out something from his spatial ring. "All right, you win, Yang Dingtian," Dugu Fengwu said. "As long as you hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl, I swear I will never kill you. Not only will I let you go, but I will also help you kill Shiminju and take back Cloud Heaven City. How about it?" "No need," Yang Dingtian said resolutely. "I will kill Shiminju myself. I will take back Cloud Heaven City myself. Demon woman, you have been dealing with me for so long. Don't you understand my character?" For a moment, Dugu Fengwu's breathing became rough. She was really holding it in. She really wanted to chop Yang Dingtian into pieces. She had never been so angry before. In just a few days, Yang Dingtian had made her suffer more than what she had suffered in the past 20 years. "All right, then we will wait here and see who can last longer. Anyway, there is only 2 hours before the peak grade earth fire blooms," Dugu Fengwu said. "Once the 2 hours are up, there is no use for me to keep you alive. Even if you hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl, I will still kill you." After speaking, Dugu Fengwu sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes to regulate her breathing. However, her aura was tightly locked onto Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian also sat down cross-legged. Anyway, he couldn't do anything now. As long as he moved a little, the demon woman would lock all his movements. Anyway, it was a competition of patience. Yang Dingtian was waiting for an opportunity to appear. Time elapsed bit by bit. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. An hour had passed. There was less than an hour before the peak grade earth fire blooms. Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu were still sitting cross-legged on the ground without moving. It was a competition of patience. Another half an hour had passed. There was less than half an hour before the peak grade earth fire blooms. Time was of the essence. The Fire Cloud Devil Cave was very huge, and there was only a small stock of peak grade earth fire. It would take a lot of time to find it. Another period of time had passed. At this moment, Dugu Fengwu suddenly opened her eyes. She really couldn't hold it in anymore. "Yang Dingtian, your temper is really bad and stubborn." Dugu Fengwu sneered and said, "Very well, I will throw you down. I don't believe you won't hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl." After speaking, Dugu Fengwu grabbed Yang Dingtian by the back of his neck and threw him down the volcano entrance. Chapter 157. Dugu Fengwu grabbed Yang Dingtian by the back of his neck and threw him down the volcano. Yang Dingtian was falling rapidly. As long as he entered the volcano, the Heaven Flame Phoenix would attack him. As long as Yang Dingtian took out the fire immunity chilling pearl, Dugu Fengwu would be able to snatch it from him even if they were a few hundred meters apart. Therefore, after throwing Yang Dingtian down, the demon woman Dugu Fengwu's beautiful eyes stared at Yang Dingtian. As soon as the fire immunity chilling pearl appeared, she would circulate her mystic qi and suck the pearl into her hand. However, Dugu Fengwu was disappointed. Yang Dingtian was falling rapidly. Dozens of meters, hundreds of meters, almost 1,000 meters. Yang Dingtian still didn't take out the fire immunity chilling pearl. If the Heaven Flame Phoenix attacked, Yang Dingtian would definitely die. However, he would rather be killed by the Heaven Flame Phoenix than let Dugu Fengwu take away the fire immunity chilling pearl. Yang Dingtian was falling further and further away. Dugu Fengwu was shocked and anxious. She didn't expect Yang Dingtian to be so stubborn. He would rather die than take out the fire immunity chilling pearl. At the same time, Yang Dingtian was getting further and further away from her. Once he exceeded a certain distance, she would no longer be able to control Yang Dingtian with her mystic qi. 2,000 meters, 2,500 meters was the limit of her control. Soon, Yang Dingtian had fallen more than 2,500 meters. He still didn't take out the fire immunity chilling pearl. At this moment, Dugu Fengwu was in a life or death situation. She could either watch as Yang Dingtian escaped from her control, take out the fire immunity chilling pearl, enter the fire cloud devil cave, and leave with her tail between her legs. Or she could jump down. After hesitating for a few seconds, Dugu Fengwu would never admit defeat. Gritting her jade teeth, Dugu Fengwu leaped and abruptly jumped down. After jumping down, Dugu Fengwu circulated her mystic qi and rushed downwards. She turned into a red stream of light and chased after Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's falling speed was getting faster and faster. But in just a short moment, Dugu Fengwu had almost caught up to Yang Dingtian, and the distance between them was less than 100 meters. But at this moment, the dark cave suddenly lit up, and an incomparably bright and resplendent light burst out. It caused people to lose all their vision in an instant, leaving their minds blank. This kind of light could no longer be described as bright as day. It was the kind of destructive light that was close to the sun. Not only Yang Dingtian, but even Dugu Fengwu lost her vision. What followed was an earth-shattering cry that pierced through the clouds, causing the entire volcano to tremble. Boom! In the end, a flame that was close to the explosion of a nuclear bomb suddenly soared into the sky. The lord of the volcano, the 1,000-year-old heaven flame phoenix, had launched its attack. Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu had really intruded into its territory, and it was furious. Yang Dingtian was startled as he immediately felt an energy attack that could destroy heaven and earth. Then he quickly took out the fire immunity chilling pearl from his interspatial ring and put it in his mouth. His speed was already very fast, and the heaven flame phoenix's flames were still tens of thousands of meters away from him. But he could already feel his mystic meridians, his blood, his body, and everything about him withering and burning in an instant. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was only 0.01 seconds away from death, and he was going to die without any resistance. Previously, even when Zhu Hongshua's palm struck at Yang Dingtian, he didn't die, and his powerful 9 Yang mystic meridians withstood the attack. But now, facing this heaven flame phoenix, he really felt insignificant. It was as if he was going to turn into ashes in an instant, and he didn't even have time to feel pain. But all of this stopped as soon as Yang Dingtian put the fire immunity chilling pearl in his mouth. The moment the fire immunity chilling pearl entered his mouth, a cold but not bone-chilling energy immediately surrounded his body, isolating him from the heaven flame phoenix's terrifying energy. It was also at this moment that Yang Dingtian regained his vision, and he could see everything around him. He saw Dugu Fengwu was just a few meters away from him, and she was about to snatch the fire immunity chilling pearl from him. Then, with the heaven flame phoenix's terrifying attack, all of her movements froze. She was like a beautiful flower that was about to be destroyed by the light of the nuclear bomb. Dugu Fengwu blossomed into the most eye-catching beauty under the light of the flames. However, this kind of beauty would soon turn to ashes. Dugu Fengwu was much stronger than Yang Dingtian, and that was why she could still use all of her mystic qi to defend herself. But in the blink of an eye, she was already at the end of her rope, and when the flames engulfed her, she would be turned into ashes. The heaven flame phoenix's terrifying flames were something that not even a master realm expert could defend against. After all, the people of the primal chaos continent could only cultivate for 100 years, but the demonic beasts could cultivate for thousands of years. The flames coming up from below were getting closer and closer. It was really a pure, blood-red flame, and it was the first time Yang Dingtian had seen a flame that was as red as blood. There was less than half a second left before Dugu Fengwu was destroyed. Even though Dugu Xiao was a master realm expert and a demon that terrorized the world, there was nothing he could do to save his daughter. No one in the world could save Dugu Fengwu except for Yang Dingtian. But this demonic woman wanted to kill Yang Dingtian, and she was constantly tormenting Yang Dingtian. Just a moment ago, she threw Yang Dingtian down from above, just to force Yang Dingtian to hand over the fire immunity chilling pearl. In short, she didn't care about Yang Dingtian's life at all. So, should Yang Dingtian save her? If he didn't, Dugu Fengwu would die without a doubt. Save? Yang Dingtian couldn't find any reason to save her. This demonic woman, I don't care if she dies. Yang Dingtian made up his mind. The flames that soared to the sky instantly arrived. It was as though it was going to devour heaven and earth, and Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu were engulfed. The last moment. Dugu Fengwu was in Yang Dingtian's arms. Half of the fire immunity chilling pearl in his mouth was in Dugu Fengwu's lips. The icy cold energy of the fire immunity chilling pearl tightly surrounded the two of them. The boundless, blood-red flames spread out from the cave that was 20,000 meters long, and they rushed out of the volcano and into the clouds. This wasn't a volcanic eruption, but it looked exactly like one. The entire mountain started to melt, and it turned red. Passing through the boundless flames, Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu kept falling. The moment Yang Dingtian made a move to save Dugu Fengwu, he regretted it. He had already made up his mind to not care about Dugu Fengwu's life or death. But he still chose to save her at the last moment. Why? Because he couldn't bear to see a life die in front of him? No, Yang Dingtian wasn't that pretentious. Furthermore, he had killed countless people with his own hands. There was only one reason, and that was that Dugu Fengwu was a peerless beauty, a peerless demonic woman that was created by the gods. Yang Dingtian didn't like her, and he didn't want anything to happen between them. Furthermore, he didn't have the right to let his imagination run wild. He needed to become stronger. He needed to take back the Cloud Heaven City, and he needed to rescue Yen Yen from the Sea of Hades. He saved Dugu Fengwu because he didn't want to see the masterpiece of a master of creation wither like this. Perhaps that was the case, passing through the shocking flames that covered a range of 10,000 meters. When they fell to 10,000 meters, Yang Dingtian saw this heaven-flame phoenix. However, the phoenix's appearance couldn't be seen anymore. Its entire body was covered in blood and flames. Its body, which was over 100 meters long, was completely embedded in the volcano. It was covered in wounds. This was a heaven-flame phoenix that had lost its freedom. This was a phoenix that had been imprisoned. This heaven-flame phoenix was riddled with wounds. This was a 1,000-year-old heaven-flame phoenix, a demonic beast at the level of a demonic lord. Who could possibly imprison it? Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu were still falling downwards, but he couldn't be bothered anymore. Thousands of meters, tens of thousands of meters at this point, the heaven-flame phoenix's shocking flames had dissipated, and the surroundings were plunged into darkness again. Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu had already escaped from the heaven-flame phoenix's attack range. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt the delicate body in his arms move. Dugu Fengwu woke up. Yang Dingtian pulled away from Dugu Fengwu's lips and said, "You don't have to thank me. I saved you because I took the wrong medicine." Before he could finish his words, Dugu Fengwu struck out with her palm, and Yang Dingtian immediately fainted. She didn't want to thank Yang Dingtian. Instead, she struck out with her palm. Fuck, this demonic woman. This was Yang Dingtian's last thought. Soon enough, Yang Dingtian woke up. At this moment, he had stopped falling and was lying on the hard ground. His surroundings were pitch black, and he couldn't even see his own fingers. Where is the mystic fire devil hammer? Hand it over, or I will tear you into pieces. Dugu Fengwu said coldly. Yang Dingtian was stunned. He sneered and said, "Demonic woman, even a prostitute isn't as heartless as you. Did I ask you to save me?" Dugu Fengwu still said the same thing. It was exactly the same as when they were on the isolated island. However, this time, Yang Dingtian was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Also, where did you hide the fire immunity chilling pearl? Dugu Fengwu asked coldly. I hid it in the back of my eye. How is it? Isn't it disgusting? Yang Dingtian asked. After all, half of the fire immunity chilling pearl was in this demonic woman's mouth. It is a little disgusting, but I don't mind. Dugu Fengwu said indifferently. Then, where did you hide the mystic fire devil hammer? Yang Dingtian was speechless. He crawled up from the ground and pretended to take out a night illumination pearl. This night illumination pearl was also a treasure. The radiance that it emitted might not be intense, but it was extremely long and could extend to every space. Right now, there was good news and bad news. The good news was that there was no maze or secret passage here. The bad news was that this place was very, 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 very big. After going up for tens of thousands of meters, he would reach the bottom. Below him was an endless abyss, and there was nothing but a void. The surroundings were also empty and dark, and it was almost impossible to see the end. This was clearly tens of thousands of meters underground. But Yang Dingtian felt that this place was like the vast outer space of the universe. Everything in the surroundings was boundless darkness. Yang Dingtian was currently standing on a circular plate that was floating in the air. It had a diameter of over 20 meters. Yang Dingtian and Dugu Fengwu were constantly falling, and they were caught by this circular plate. However, where was the peak-grade earth fire?